Chapter 421. The handsome young man with Sawtooth. Just wait, the space crack will open soon, all of you will die, you will all die, hee hee hee. The strange laughter resounded throughout the beast-taming sect. All who heard it felt their scalps tingling, and their hearts trembled with fear. After hearing the sound, some weaker disciples vomited blood, and their faces turned pale as paper. The disciples in this sect were originally practicing, but at this moment, they were frightened by the sound, and all looked solemnly towards the forbidden area. The fat boy who was eating roasted chicken lazily on the recliner, and had gained weight, fell to the ground, and looked towards the forbidden area in fear. Roar! Several monsters immediately stood in front of the fat boy and protected him. These monsters were lightning tigers and thunder eagles, and they were all subordinates taken in by Li Xian. When Li Xian left, he ordered these monsters to protect the fat boy. Although the monsters were very scared at this moment, they still followed Li Xian orders and protected the fat boy immediately. As silver-level monsters, at this dangerous moment, they still followed Li Xian orders and dared to face the unknown terrible sound. It can be said that these monsters have done their best for Li Xian. Luckily, the strange sound disappeared and did not appear again, otherwise the entire beast-taming sect would be in big trouble. In the forbidden area, the white-haired saint-level old man was in a heavy mood, especially when he looked at the space crack that had grown larger. The white-haired saint-level old man had a worried look on his face. He knew clearly how strange the vertical pupil was. Back then in the Abyss Fortress, the Abyss invasion was blocked, and a small leader used a treasure before his death. Then the vertical pupil phantom appeared, killing a large number of human warriors, causing heavy losses to mankind. At that time, the entire human race was in despair. Fortunately, the vertical pupil phantom quickly dissipated, and the human race was able to survive. But he didn't expect it. This time the vertical pupil appeared again, and it looked like it was going to invade officially, which made the white-haired saint-level old man extremely worried. Ancestor Storm. Is the Abyss planning to formally invade? A gold-level supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect could not help asking. This world was invaded by the Abyss before, and humans paid a heavy price, and finally withstood the attack of the Abyss. But the people at the bottom did not know that such a terrifying attack was just an invasion by a small leader of the Abyss. And the high-level people of the Abyss did not take this world seriously at all. Now that the vertical pupil has set its sights on this world, it also indicates that the Abyss is about to formally invade, because the vertical pupil is a lord, a tyrannical existence known as the vertical pupil lord. If such an existence is taken seriously, the threat it brings will increase sharply, and the world will not be able to bear it at all. Destruction is almost the only outcome. Therefore, everyone at the scene was extremely worried, not knowing what to do, and all fell into panic. Let's move the disciples of the beast-taming sect away first, and move all the human race within a radius of 10,000 miles away. The white-haired saint-level old man, that is, the Storm Ancestor, said in a deep voice. Yes, Ancestor. Everyone nodded quickly, and prepared to go and arrange the migration. There are many people in the beast-taming sect now, and the purpose is to rely on the vitality of living beings to suppress the breath of the Abyss and stabilize the space cracks in disguise. This was the only way for humans to suppress the breath of the Abyss in the past. If it weren't for Li Xian's sudden appearance and the establishment of various formations, the human race would not have found a second method until now. By the way, is there any news about Li Xian? Storm Ancestor suddenly asked. He had high hopes for Li Xian and wanted to train Li Xian into a saint-level strongman. So he gave the most precious dark element origin to Li Xian, just to make Li Xian develop better. But looking at the current situation, the human race has little time left. The Storm Ancestor only hopes that he can buy more time, so that Li Xian can grow faster. That's why he asked this question, wanting to know how far Li Xian has progressed. Ancestor, after Li Xian left the message, he disappeared completely. We don't know where he is, but he must still be alive. At that time he left the soul lamp in the Abyss Fortress. As long as he is not dead, the soul lamp will not go out. The Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect said again. Well, he is the only hope of the human race. What we can do is to buy more time, so that Li Xian can have more time to grow. Only in this way, the human race can have hope. The Storm Ancestor sighed. His wrinkled old face was full of vicissitudes. No one knew that he only had 1 year left, and he would pass away in 1 year. He only hoped that before he died, the human race could still see hope, and see Li Xian grow up thoroughly. Let's go, migrate the humans thousands of miles away, to the Abyss Fortress. Yes, Ancestor. The migration work began in a grand manner. Under various orders, the humans within thousands of miles began to migrate, looking for hope of life in confusion. As the migration work progressed, the space crack became larger and larger, and the number of densely packed and crisscrossed cracks increased. Just like glass, it will be broken one day, and the time left for humans is not much. Chinyu World. In Blackstone City, the increasingly powerful Chinyu, led the resistance army, finally entered the city and became the lord of the city. At the same time, Chinyu led the troops, cleared the remaining members of the weird god cult and the evil energy organization in the city, and stabilized Blackstone City. In addition to Blackstone City, the resistance army around the world is becoming more and more active, occupying cities one after another. For example, Bawudi of Baiha City has occupied 18 cities. Xiaobubi of Honghe City occupied 12 cities. Guhashang of Heihai City occupied 8 cities. Yifan of Qingyun City occupied 3 cities. It can be said that the whole world is caught in the wave of resistance army. Countless humans actively participate in the war, killing the weird god cult and the evil energy organization. There are even many forces that have been secretly supported by various countries. For example, Chinyu. Many people are particularly optimistic about her and have joined Chinyu camp, providing supplies, armor, weapons, and food. Chinyu originally did not plan to occupy Blackstone City. After all, the wife of the Lord of Blackstone City has a good relationship with Chinyu. But Blackstone City could not resist the surrender. The Lord and his wife directly gave Blackstone City to Chinyu, which Chinyu did not expect. In addition, his subordinates all hoped that Chinyu would become the Lord of the city, so that the rebels would have a place to stay. In desperation, Chinyu had to accept this position and became the Lord of Blackstone City. His subordinates also suggested attacking the surrounding cities, and said that they had insiders who could open the city gates as soon as possible. In short, various strategies and guarantees appeared one after another, and many people even guaranteed with their lives that they would definitely be able to take a certain city. With such a guarantee, even Song Xiaomei was persuaded and wanted to expand her power as soon as possible. Only Chinyu decisively refused to expand and firmly stayed in Blackstone City. Because Li Xian had said at the beginning, let Chinyu keep a low profile. Now that she has occupied Blackstone City and has a place to stay, it is enough. She does not want to cause trouble. In fact, in her opinion, the position of city lord, the leader of the rebels, occupying the city, establishing a country, are not what she wants. Her greatest hope is to be with Li Xian every day, to take care of Li Xian's daily life, and to grow old with Li Xian. It's a pity. The world is too dangerous. She can only work hard to improve herself. Only in this way can she be with Li Xian forever. Thousands of miles away, the largest base of the human resistance army, Baiha City. This is the territory of Bawudi. The powerful Bawudi relied on his strong strength and strong command ability to become the most powerful resistance army, and was called the leader of the human race. Therefore, many masters gathered here, and many people came to join. Outside the gate of Baiha City, there was an endless stream of pedestrians. A handsome young man with squinting eyes and a long sword on his back walked quietly on the dirt road, and walked towards the city gate step by step. He has short purple hair, fair skin, and a slender figure, giving people the temperament of a big brother next door. However, when he arrived at the gate of Baiha City, when he heard passers-by praising Baiha City Overlord for being invincible, the handsome boy laughed sarcastically. His smile was very big, and it stretched all the way to his ears, revealing his teeth, which were sharp and saw-like. Those teeth, like bloodthirsty sharks, frightened the passers-by around him, and they retreated one after another, looking at the handsome boy in fear. Chapter 422 The Three Generals of the Divine Emperor Palace. Who are you? The soldiers guarding the city noticed that something was wrong with the handsome boy, and immediately approached with weapons to ask, with alert eyes. Yes. The handsome boy tilted his head, and his smile became more and more ferocious. This ferocious smile instantly made the soldiers nervous. Some wanted to continue asking with courage, but were stopped by the experienced captain of the city guard. Even the captain of the city guard pulled the surrounding city guards and retreated again and again. The handsome young man glanced at the city guards with boredom, and strode towards the city with a long sword on his back. The remaining city guards gathered together and whispered a few words. And then the captain of the city guards went straight to the city lord mansion, ready to report the matter to the strongest leader of the resistance army, Bawudi. An hour later, The handsome young man carried a wooden box in his left hand and a bloody long sword in his right hand, and walked out of the city step by step. As he walked, blood slowly dripped from the wooden box, dyeing the ground red and frightening the people around him. But no one stopped the handsome boy, and no one asked about the situation. Everyone just retreated in fear, watching the handsome boy walk further and further away. 3 days later, Blackstone City. The City Lord Mansion. The large conference room. Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei, He Nio, Tai Nio and many other subordinates were meeting in the conference room, talking about what happened in Baihe City. At this moment, everyone's face was solemn. Even Qin Yu's hands were clenched tightly. Is the news true? Song Xiaomei couldn't help but look at He Nio, who was responsible for collecting intelligence. It's 100% true. We have a secret agent in Baihe City. After repeated confirmation, the leader of the rebels, Ba Wudi, was indeed killed, and his head was taken away. He Nio answered seriously, while slowly opening a cloth bag. Baihe City is Ba Wudi's base camp. He was killed just like that. Who is so powerful that he can kill Ba Wudi? He is a half-step gold level. He once fought a gold level battle. He is known as the strongest person under the gold level. How could such a powerful person be killed in his own base camp? And is the other party really a person? In the middle seat, a big man with bull eyes carrying a heavy hammer asked. His name is Zhou Jun, who has the strength of silver great perfection, and is considered one of the strongest among Qin Yu's subordinates. The person who took action is indeed a person, and a handsome boy. The boy carries a long knife on his back, and his teeth are as sharp as shark teeth, and he likes to squint. By the way, he has short purple hair, and when he doesn't smile, he looks like a boy next door. This is his portrait. He Nio unwrapped the cloth bag, took out several portraits, and distributed them. The portraits on the paper were 70% like. Not very realistic. But they showed the characteristics of the person, which increased the recognition. For example, purple hair, big knife, squinted eyes, jagged teeth, handsome boy, and other characteristics. With this combination, it is easy to recognize this person. Everyone took the portrait and looked at it carefully, and found that there was nothing special at all. Some people even suspected that they had taken the wrong portrait, because the temperament was too much like the boy next door. No need to doubt, it is indeed this person. When I investigated, I found more information about him, very important information. He Nio said solemnly. What information? Song Xiaomei couldn't help asking. It's about this person's origin. He Nio took a deep breath, and said again, with an extremely solemn look. According to the information we investigated, there are 3 generals under the God Emperor. The first one is nicknamed Lame Granny. She is the housekeeper of the God Emperor Palace. She has the final say on most matters of the God Emperor Palace. The second one is nicknamed Crazy Giant, whose combat power is unfathomable, and extremely strong. The more he fights, the braver he becomes, the more injured he is, the higher his combat power, and the Crazy Giant has the ability to regenerate broken limbs, so he is very difficult to mess with. The third one, that is the person we are going to talk about, his nickname is Squint Eyes. He has blue hair, he is handsome, he is good at using a knife, and most importantly, he has shark blood. Shark blood? You mean, the person who killed Ba Wudi was Squinted Eyes from the Divine Emperor Palace? Zhou Jun asked hurriedly. Yes, it was him, and he killed him in one shot. He Nio looked solemn. One shot kill? So strong? Gold level? Zhou Jun asked again. Yes, gold level. And he had already reached gold level 5 years ago. He may have reached half-saint level now. Half-saint? Everyone was terrified when they heard this. You know, gold level is an unattainable existence for them. Now a half-saint appears. This is no less than a bolt from the blue for everyone. And not only that. According to the information I know, after Mimian left, the army of the Divine Emperor Palace came and took away many people in Baihe City. No matter if they had any relationship with the rebels, they were all taken away. 70% of the people in the entire city were taken to the Divine Emperor Palace. After that, there was no news of them. He Nio continued to tell the story, her face full of hatred and powerlessness. Facing the powerful Divine Emperor Palace, they had no way to deal with it. Her words also caused the scene to fall into silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A semi-saint level strongman. Such an opponent was suffocating just thinking about it. What do you think? Will Mimian come to Blackstone City? To kill us? Zhou Jun suddenly said. After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence again. Everyone's heart sank, not knowing how to answer. If Meany Eyes really came, no one here would be able to withstand his attack, not to mention that it would also affect Blackstone City. As for escaping, where could they escape to? There are so many mutant beasts in the outside world, it is not a long-term place to stay, and if a semi-saint wants to find someone, it is almost impossible to hide. The most important point is that the people of Blackstone City will also be affected. Maybe everyone in the city will be taken away. Thinking of this, everyone's face was very ugly, and they didn't know what to do. Come on, follow me to hunt mutant beasts, collect blood beads, and improve our strength. We must prepare in advance, just in case. Qin Yu immediately gave the order, standing up with his weapon on his back, and marching out. Everyone followed immediately after hearing this, but they knew that their strength could not be improved much in a short time. Even the gold level could not stop the opponent. What else could they do? Everyone left with a heavy heart, went outside the city, and went crazy to hunt mutant beasts. 3 days later, another piece of heavy news came, which made all the rebels realize that they were in big trouble. The news was that Xiao Bubi of Red River City, which occupied 12 cities, and was known as the second largest force of the rebels, was captured, and the entire city was taken over by the Divine Emperor Palace. The person who took action was none other than the Mimian of the Divine Emperor Palace, who defeated many masters in the city by himself. And in full view of the public, he easily captured Xiao Bubi and disintegrated the rebel organization. After this news came out, many rebel forces were frightened, and some even left the occupied cities directly, abandoning the cities and escaping. Chapter 423, The Bitter Monk of Black Sea City. Such an act has brought serious negative impacts to the rebel forces. The big families that originally supported the rebels, when they saw the danger, the rebels fled at the first moment, and those families were very angry. The most difficult thing for people was that there were rumors that Mimian was heading towards Black Sea City. Black Sea City is the third force of the rebels, the territory of the Bitter Monk. He occupies a total of 8 cities, and is also one of the most powerful people. After the news of the imminent arrival of Mimian spread, most of the rebels in Black Sea City fled. Even the families in the city had to move away, and did not dare to stay. To everyone's surprise, the leader of the third rebel army, Ku Hushang, was very responsible. He did not leave, but decided to fight to the death. This was very stupid. Knowing that he could not stop it, he still wanted to die. This made many people think that Ku Hushang was too stupid. But at this moment, he was willing to stay under pressure, which also gathered a group of loyal people who were willing to die around Ku Hushang. These people are very responsible and sincere, willing to use their own death to warn the world. Unfortunately, there are too few people who are truly responsible. Except for the Bitter Monk. Many resistance organizations have disappeared, either sneaking into the dark or completely dissipating. Only the Bitter Monk in Black Sea City, Yi Fan in Qingyun City, and Qin Yu in Blackstone City are still in the open, and have become the target of countless people's attention. The World of God domain. Outside Gu Xiaohao territory, the second wave of monster attacks is continuing, madly attacking Gu Xiaohao territory. A large number of monsters had already gathered at the gate of the territory, charging madly, trying to rush into the territory. But so many monsters were temporarily blocked. A dragon blood warrior holding the door panel sword with both hands madly waved the sword to strangle various monsters. At this moment, the dragon blood warrior has been transferred to a little hero. The dragon blood in his body is more concentrated, and his strength has been greatly improved, which also makes him show terrible power at this moment. On the side of the dragon blood warrior is Gu Shan, who is covered with scales, has a strong physique, and has knotty muscles. His sharp claws easily tear open the monster body, and his fighting power is extremely fierce. And he suddenly became a dragon scale warrior, whose fighting power was not much inferior to that of a dragon blood warrior, and was also a little hero level warrior, very powerful. Around them, a large number of sword and shield soldiers, spear soldiers, and archers were trying to support and block the dense monster attacks. The combined strength of these people, actually, was much worse than that of Gu Xiaohao. Yes, combined, they were not as strong as Gu Xiaohao. At this time, Gu Xiaohao had grown to 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body and scales all over his body, and he had strong resistance to various attacks. The dragon scale tail behind him was burning with flames. A flick of the tail could burn a group of monsters to death. However, such a powerful Gu Xiaohao hid at the back, occasionally looking for an opportunity to spray a stream of flames to attack the monsters. And then he hid at the back again. Such a scene made Li Xian, who was watching the battle from a distance, shake his head speechlessly. Such a powerful Gu Xiaohao, when facing the enemy's attack, actually put the weak in front, and he hid at the back in a wretched manner. This behavior was really bad. There's no way to support a useless piece of shit. In that case, then destroy it quickly. Li Xian gave a command with his mind, ordering the skeleton army to continue to drive away the monsters and attack Gu Xiaohao territory. Li Xian had figured out the situation of the second wave of monster attacks. In fact, it was a large number of monsters from the shallow danger zone invading together. If the lords could withstand the second wave, they would get rewards, and if they couldn't, they would be finished. Since Li Xian swept the shallow danger zone, the number of monsters became very scarce, resulting in basically no monsters in the second wave of attacks. Like Nancy territory, Lion Orc's territory, there were no monster attacks at all, and they directly overcame the second wave of difficulties. After Li Xian discovered this, in order to prevent Gu Xiaohao from being deceived by the illusion, he deliberately drove the monsters from farther areas over, and gave them to Gu Xiaohao all at once, otherwise he would have no monster attacks, which would be so boring. Although the monsters did not attack, you would also get the universal water droplets, such as Nancy had already got the water droplets, but Li Xian felt that good things that were obtained with great effort would be cherished. So Li Xian drove away the dense monsters one after another, and sent them all to Gu Xiaohao. Alas, I am too kind. Keep attacking. You keep driving away the monsters. I will let the monsters attack Gu Xiaohao territory all night. Li Xian muttered secretly, and sent more skeleton troops to act in waves, driving the monsters over in waves. At this time, Li Xian was already level 30, getting closer and closer to the little hero's level 100. The key point was that he only took 6 days to reach level 30. If he is given more time, he will reach level 100 in a dozen days. And then, he will be able to officially change his job to a hero, and become a true saint-level warrior. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't wait to kill monsters. But unfortunately low-level monsters had no experience points. The powerful monsters were killed by Li Xian, leaving only these low-level ones. Li Xian originally planned to leave his hometown and upgrade to a farther place, but he didn't want to miss the second wave of attacks. Moreover, he has been fighting for the attention of the Lord token, hoping to become the Lord. Gu Xiaohao Dragon Blood Warriors are quite capable. They have survived until now. I will give you some more food. Li Xian hooked his finger at the skeleton giant next to him, and gave instructions with his mind. Kakaka. The skeleton giant nodded, took out a sharp bone spear from his back, and aimed it at the Dragon Blood Warriors in Gu Xiaohao territory from a distance. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the sharp bone spear flashed in the air like white lightning. Gu Xiaohao territory. The Dragon Blood Warrior swung his sword wildly, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and laughed loudly in the killing. Too weak, I didn't expect the second wave of attacking monsters to be so weak, not even the dark spiders. If that's the case, we can easily get through the second wave of attack, ha ha. The Dragon Blood Warrior laughed loudly, and continued to swing excitedly. He didn't know that the powerful monsters were all killed by Li Xian, resulting in the attacking monsters being very weak. As a result, he got the upper hand, which made the Dragon Blood Warrior look very strong. So he could laugh here. However, he was laughing, and suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and flew backwards. Bang! The 3 sword and shield soldiers were also knocked out, and they rolled and flew backwards for 5 or 6 meters. When they stopped, the Dragon Blood Warrior felt difficulty breathing, and his whole body was weak, and there were waves of pain in his heart. He looked down and found that there was a sharp bone in his heart, which directly penetrated his heart and bled. Damn it! The Dragon Blood Warrior fell to the ground in pain, and felt the power in his body disappear quickly, and his breath began to drop rapidly. Are you okay? Gu Xiaohao ran over to ask. Quickly recruit a healing profession, the Dragon Blood Warrior said in a weak voice. Chapter 424. The water is deep. Okay, I call right away. Just as Gu Xiaohao was about to take action, he suddenly heard the sound of breaking through the air again. Gu Xiaohao instantly thought of the sharp bone spear, and immediately dodged to the side, worried about being hit by the bone spear. He was still very fast, and moved to the side very flexibly. Then, a sharp bone spear suddenly flew over, sticking to his arm, rubbing against his skin, and flew past in a series of sparks. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and was not hit. Huh? My arm was so hard that it was rubbed by the bone spear without even a scratch. Gu Xiaohao looked at his arm in surprise, looking at the intact scales. He was pleasantly surprised. He felt that he had really become stronger. Even the bone spear could not hurt him. Gu Xiaohao, who was in a good mood, suddenly remembered that he was standing in front of the Dragon Blood Warrior just now. He moved to the side and dodged. So who did the bone spear hit? With a hint of disbelief, Gu Xiaohao lowered his head, looked at the Dragon Blood Warrior's discovery, and a picture appeared in front of him instantly. The Dragon Blood Warrior fell to the ground covered in blood, his eyes wide open. A sharp bone spear pierced his heart, and another bone spear pierced his forehead directly, piercing through instantly. Looking at the Dragon Blood Warrior who died with his eyes open, Gu Xiaohao was stunned, and suddenly felt a little guilty. After following him for so long, the Dragon Blood Warrior died just like that. If he had blocked it, he would definitely be able to block it with the scales on his body. But at the moment when the bone spear came, Gu Xiaohao chose to dodge, instead of blocking it, which made Gu Xiaohao feel a little guilty. I didn't dodge on purpose. Although I can block this bone spear, I am a lord, a descendant of God, and I have a noble status. What if I get hurt? You are just low-level subordinates. How can your status compare with mine? Yes, that's right. I am a descendant of God. Gu Xiaohao continued to speak, comforting himself, but he still felt guilty. Lord, hurry! Use the power in the Guardian Ring. There are too many monsters. We can't stand it anymore. The Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan shouted loudly, swinging his sharp claws to strangle the swarming monsters. But there were too many monsters. Without the help of the Dragon Blood Warriors, the Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan was under great pressure. He had to fight alone in the front, and the remaining soldiers cooperated with them to strangle the monsters. However, facing so many monsters, soldiers died from time to time, drowning in the monster attacks. Quick! Use the power in the Guardian Ring. The Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan saw Gu Xiaohao in a daze, and hurriedly reminded him again, with anxiety written all over his face. It's fine. Gu Xiaohao quickly responded, searching for the Guardian Ring his father left him in his pocket, and kept searching. But he was too anxious, and couldn't find the ring for a while, and he was in a panic. Whoosh! The familiar sound of breaking through the air sounded again. That was the sound of the bone spear. Gu Xiaohao thought of something, and suddenly looked in the direction of the Dragon Scale Warrior. Puff! Blood spilled onto the ground, and the Dragon Scale Warrior flew backwards. The sharp bone spear pierced his eye socket, piercing his brain directly, and he died on the spot. But this was just the beginning. After losing the Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan, the soldiers fell in a pool of blood among the dense monsters, and died one after another. When the last soldier fell, the dense monsters rushed towards Gu Xiaohao, and killed the lord of this base. Boom! The Guardian Ring flew up from nowhere, floating in the air, and suddenly released an extreme blood light. In an instant, the monsters within 100 meters turned into ashes, without even a scream, and disappeared directly. After the blood light dissipated, one of the 10 lights above the Guardian Ring went out, leaving only 9. The battle was not over. There were too many monsters here, and soon the monsters 100 meters away swarmed again, and bloodthirstily killed Gu Xiaohao. Boom! The cold ice instantly froze the 100-meter area, and once again killed all the monsters within 100 meters. However, the third wave of monsters arrived soon, with more monsters in number, and stronger monsters. They all rushed towards Gu Xiaohao. Boom! Just like that, wave after wave of attacks began. The 10 rays of light on the Guardian Ring went out one by one, and soon only the last 2 were left. This time, the 2 rays of light went out at the same time. One of them was like an eggshell, protecting Gu Xiaohao and keeping him safe. The other one turned into a giant dragon claw hand, floating in the sky, waving wildly, beating all the attacking enemies, killing them instantly every time, and killing a large group of enemies with one blow. The battle continued in this way. Gu Xiaohao stared blankly at the scene in front of him, at the dense monsters, at the monsters biting the protective shield, destroying the base. He watched the monsters destroy the base to pieces, and watched the bodies of the Dragon Scale Warriors and Dragon Blood Warriors being bitten. looking at the dragon claws in the sky that were getting smaller and smaller, and the protective shield around his body that was getting thinner and thinner. Gu Xiaohao finally felt the breath of death. Yes. At this moment, he finally felt the feeling of death coming. This feeling he had never had before made him tremble all over, and inexplicably excited. Yes. It was excitement, not fear. He covered his head tightly with his hands, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Father said that I was his best child, and could definitely build an empire in the God Realm world. But Father has 9 children, and the weakest starling survived the 3rd wave in the God Realm world. But I am facing failure in the 2nd wave. Then why am I valued by Father? I am obviously useless. And Father is a real God. Why do you value me so much? Gu Xiaohao murmured, his eyes getting redder, his body shaking more and more. And he became more and more excited, especially when the dragon claws in the sky dissipated. The protective shield around his body became thinner and thinner, and death was getting closer and closer. Gu Xiaohao became more and more excited. Suddenly, Gu Xiaohao's heart suddenly pounded wildly, and a power from his blood finally activated at this moment, and began to change dramatically. Roar! The earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky, shaking the world. Gu Xiaohao's body suddenly expanded, from the original little fire dragon, suddenly transformed into a real fire dragon. A dragon exuding a terrifying aura. His body was as big as a basketball court, and the flames around him instantly vaporized the monsters around him. I understand. I finally understand. No wonder I am my father's favorite son. It turns out that the blood power hidden in my body is the most concentrated. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Gu Xiaohao laughed wildly. His wings burning with flames flapped. His body slowly flew up. His huge dragon head pointed downwards, and gradually opened. Whoosh! The scorching flames gushed out, like a sky fire destroying the world, covering the area below. The terrible flames easily killed all the monsters on the ground, and wherever the flames passed, no monster could block the attack. Chapter 425. Efforts to upgrade. Shallow danger zone. Li Xian watched this scene in silence. Watching Gu Xiaohao kill monsters, as if he was in an empty space, he felt as if he was being plotted against. Was it plotted against by the gods? Or was it just a coincidence? Li Xian watched the number of monsters gradually disappear, and then looked at the flaming dragon emitting a terrifying aura in the sky. Li Xian took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. Since we can't be sure, let's try it out and see what's going on. At worst, I can die and start over in this world. Li Xian gave the order without hesitation. Through the space crack, gathered 100,000 dark creatures. Soon the mighty dark army killed towards Gu Xiaohao territory. He didn't believe it, that God could do whatever he wanted in the world of God domain. He wanted to see what was going on. Ka ka ka. The skeleton army began to attack, skeleton sword and shield soldiers, skeleton spearmen, skeleton long sword soldiers, skeleton archers, dark assassins, undead knights. 100,000 dark creatures, surrounded and killed directly towards Gu Xiaohao territory. These creatures were no match for the fire dragon, and many of them could not release attack methods against Gu Xiaohao in the sky. However, the City Lord Mansion is the foundation for the Lords to gain a foothold in this world. As long as the City Lord Mansion is breached, Gu Xiaohao's mission in this world will fail. Li Xian concluded that, as long as the City Lord Mansion is attacked, Gu Xiaohao will definitely block it with all his strength. When he can't bear it, he can test the hidden power behind him. If he has power, it's fine. If he doesn't have power, then boom. Rolling fireballs fell from the sky. The fire spells from the fire dragon covered large areas, and attacked the dark creatures in all directions with scorching waves of fire. Facing such a large number of dark creatures, Gu Xiaohao also became serious and started a frantic battle. He activated his blood, and became murderous and belligerent. But now, he was still a juvenile fire dragon. He could not exert much strength. Facing so many enemies, Gu Xiaohao naturally did not dare to take it lightly. So he took out all his means to fight the dark army. He fought fiercely. That's it. The two sides fought a life-and-death battle. They fought for 3 hours with rumbling sounds. However, there was still no sign of stopping. They were still fighting frantically. Nancy territory. Li Xian took the small porcelain bottle from Nancy, and looked at her seriously. Thank you, I will deal with the dark evil tiger for you, and the subsequent attacks, you can only rely on you. Are you leaving? Lord Nancy realized deeply, and asked hurriedly. Well, I will leave for a while, and will come back after reaching level 100, and will not leave forever. Li Xian smiled, and then thought of something. By the way, under the big locust tree in the east, I left a gift for you. Use it well. These things are enough for you to survive the subsequent attacks. So goodbye. Li Xian waved his hands as he walking farther and farther in the darkness. The gifts he left behind were very good. They were the corpses of various monsters that were hunted during the battle in Gu Xiaohao territory, and the ones that Li Xian had accumulated in the past, all of which were sent here by Li Xian using skeletons. So many monster corpses, enough for Nancy territory to obtain enough energy, then the entire base will be more stable, and Li Xian will be able to leave with more peace of mind. However, Li Xian failed to conquer Gu Xiaohao territory, because the mysterious power amplified him, making him more and more courageous, and even carrying the aura of gods in his attacks. Seeing this, Li Xian had guessed something and decisively gave up on killing Gu Xiaohao. However, before leaving, Li Xian took away the reward for Gu Xiaohao's second wave of monster attacks. The universal water droplets. That guy had no time to collect the universal water droplets. And Li Xian got all of them. Since I can't kill Gu Xiaohao for the time being, I take advantage of him more often. I take as many universal water drops as I can. Li Xian left happily, humming Xiuquan, and heading straight to the Lion Orc territory to collect the elemental origin. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Thousands of miles away from Nancy territory, Li Xian was standing in front of a ruined territory, picking up a dark evil tiger and smashing it, directly crushing it to death on the spot. He had discovered that outside every base, there would be a dark evil tiger. This monster has a high experience value. Li Xian likes to kill this thing the most, so his level has reached level 65. This speed of improvement is just like riding a rocket. Li Xian, in a good mood, turned his head and looked not far away, and saw the dying black cat, which was corroded by the dark power, at the door of the ruined base. This black cat is the lord of the base, but it is too badly injured. The corrosive force has completely eroded it. Now it is in painful corrosion, and can only wait for death in despair. Hey, your injury can't be cured. Instead of dying in such pain, why don't I send you off? Li Xian asked. Thank you. Thank you. If possible, can you extract my soul so that I can go to the underworld and barely live in the underworld for a lifetime? A weak voice came out of the black cat's mouth. It looked at Li Xian desperately, its eyes full of pleading. The lower world? Are you also from the ancient god world? Don't you have a backer? For example, the ancient gods? Li Xian asked. No. There are actually very few gods in the ancient god world. Each one is high above. Most people are gods like us. We can only rely on ourselves to enter the world of the gods, and find opportunities to become gods. Unfortunately, most of them fail. The lucky ones can escape back to the ancient god world, and the unlucky ones will directly fall in the world of the gods. Of course, being able to survive in the lower world is also a kind of luck. The black cat's voice became weaker and weaker, and he looked at Li Xian pleadingly. I see. Since you actively answered the questions, I will help you extract the soul. Li Xian placed his right hand on the black cat's head, and in an instant, black light surged, and a soul in the shape of a black cat was extracted. Huh? The soul is also a black cat? What kind of world is the ancient god world? Li Xian looked at the soul in his hand curiously, and the soul transmitted the voice. The ancient god world is huge, all-encompassing, and there are all kinds of races. Our black cat clan is considered a lower middle-class god in the god world, and we are born with a strong talent for illusion. Unfortunately, the dark evil tiger is naturally restrained by me, and is directly immune to illusion. I couldn't make it, Black Cat said aggrievedly. Is that so? Tell me more about the ancient world. Okay, sir. Black Cat immediately told all the information he knew, one by one, and it took him half an hour to finish. Well, thank you. Go and reincarnate. Li Xian waved his hand, opened a channel for the dead, and let the Black Cat's soul reincarnate. Thank you. Sir, I owe you a favor. The Black Cat clan is the most grateful. I will definitely repay you in the future. After seeing the space crack, the Black Cat said gratefully. I hope so. Li Xian put the Black Cat's soul into the space crack without caring, letting it go to reincarnate. Don't underestimate the Black Cat clan. Although we are not strong, we have various special abilities. Illusions can even affect half-saints. If the soul is burned. Chapter 426. A handsome young man over 900 years old. As the space crack closed, the soul transmission of the black cat dissipated. Li Xian did not care, but continued to move forward, starting the road of leveling up. 2 days later. Qinyu World. Yi Fan, with a long sword hanging down his waist, walked on the street with an ugly face, very wary of the recently appeared squinting eyes. According to the distance calculation, after squinting eyes finds the bitter monk, they will come to me. With my strength of silver great perfection, how should I fight against the semi-saint level squinting eyes? Thinking of the powerful half-saint, Yi Fan eyes flashed with deep fear. Meow meow meow. A faint cat cry came from the alley next to him. Yi Fan, who was walking, turned his head and looked into the alley. The dim alley was full of garbage, and there was a faint smell of stench and blood coming from the alley. In the deepest part of the alley, Yi Fan also saw a weed nest, and the cry came from the nest. Listening to the faint cry of the kitten, Yi Fan still walked into the dirty alley, came to the side of the nest, and saw a newborn black cat in the nest, whose eyes had not yet opened. The little black cat was wet all over, very small, and the sound it made was also weak. In addition, the weather was quite cold now, so the little black cat was shivering in the nest. It might be starving and too cold, so it wanted to find a warm place, close to its mother, a bigger cat. However, after seeing this scene, Yi Fan's brows gradually frowned. Because the big mother cat that the little black cat relied on was already dead, her body was cold, and there was a sharp stick on the big cat's neck, which was obviously killed by humans. Looking at this scene, looking at the weak, lonely kitten in the nest, Yi Fan felt pity and gently picked up the kitten. He had to face a strong enemy, and might encounter a squint-eyed person, and it would be very dangerous around him. So Yi Fan planned to find a family to give the kitten to someone else for adoption, and didn't want to see the kitten die. Thank you. A weak voice came into Yi Fan's ears. Yi Fan, who had just picked up the kitten, was shocked and looked at the kitten in disbelief. Are you a mutant? No. At least bronze-level mutants can speak. You were just born, and you can actually speak. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the little black cat in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. Give me some food. The weak voice came again. After hearing it, Yi Fan hurriedly hugged the little black cat and flashed back to the city lord mansion, arranging the servants to get some hot goat milk. Here. Yi Fan put the goat milk in front of the kitten and found that it was too weak to eat anything. He could only feed it carefully, bit by bit. As the food was fed, the little black cat gradually regained some strength and tried to open its eyes. It was so weak that it took a full half an hour to finally open its eyes and see Yi Fan in front of it. The moment it saw Yi Fan, the little black cat directly saw Yi Fan's essence, and saw the colorful light lingering around Yi Fan. But there was a bloodstain on it. The man of destiny. No wonder he picked me up, the little black cat said in his heart, and suddenly said to Yi Fan, sign a contract with me, I can help you get through the difficulties. Get through the difficulties? You know I'm in trouble? Yi Fan's eyes flickered. Yes, you will encounter the greatest danger in your life, a life-threatening crisis. The little black cat looked at Yi Fan seriously. A life-threatening crisis? Yi Fan was shocked, looking at the little black cat in disbelief. Yes, contract with me first, I need to borrow your power to explore some intelligence, and even explore this world. The little black cat said seriously. Okay. Yi Fan was also a decisive person. After noticing the extraordinariness of the little black cat, he immediately signed a contract with the little black cat. Buzz. As the power of the contract surged, the weak little black cat gradually became rounder and a little bigger. Your power is really good. I'd borrow it first. The little black cat felt Yi Fan's power, and was very surprised, but it still closed its eyes at the first time. No, you are in big trouble, long sword, blue hair, serrated teeth, squinting eyes, damn, get out of this city quickly. The little black cat said anxiously, waving its little paws to signal. What? Yi Fan's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately hugged the little black cat and ran quickly to the outside of the city gate, very fast. Go west, there are mountains and forests in the west, that is the only place with vitality, hurry. The little black cat hurriedly urged, looking towards the east in panic. The whole cat was extremely nervous. What's going on? The person you mentioned is coming to see me now? Shouldn't I go find someone else? Yi Fan asked as he ran, his face full of doubts. Boom! A white knife light appeared above the sky, with an invincible and terrifying power. It instantly fell from the sky, and with a bang, It slashed at the place where Yi Fan had just stood. Boom! The earth cracked, and dense cracks appeared on the ground, and the whole land turned into a chasm. Yi Fan narrowly avoided this terrifying blow, and saw from afar that there was a blue-haired boy holding a long knife, tilting his head, revealing a ferocious smile. Damn it! Yi Fan ran quickly, his heart full of fear and disbelief. He couldn't understand why this squint-eyed man didn't go find the bitter monk. TSK. 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 You run fast. And you found me in advance. In this case, let's play a game. As long as you can survive from my hands within 3 hours, I will spare your life. The indifferent voice came from a distance. The squint-eyed handsome boy walked forward step by step, walked in front of Yi Fan, and showed his hideous jagged teeth. Just the next second, Yi Fan figure suddenly disappeared. The squinting handsome boy was stunned, and the smile on his face became bigger. Interesting, really interesting. It turned out to be an illusion. Good. Good. This time I can really have some fun. He looked around with squinting eyes, and quickly rushed to the forest in the west, rushing into the forest with a cold murderous aura. In the forest, in the lush grass, Yi Fan ran quickly. His face was covered with cold sweat, and he was extremely anxious. Damn it. The illusion has dissipated, as expected of a strong man from the shark world. The aura he exuded shattered my illusion so quickly. The little black cat said solemnly. Shark world? What do you mean? Yi Fan was surprised. He remembered that Mimian was one of the 3 generals of the Divine Emperor Palace. This person is not from your world, but from the shark world. He, like me, has been suppressed in this world. Otherwise, how could a true half-saint let you escape? The little black cat explained. He is not from this world. No wonder he is so powerful, and he has such terrible strength at such a young age. Yi Fan suddenly realized. What are you thinking? His talent is just SOSO. This guy is definitely over 900 years old, but he looks like a teenager, like a big boy next door. The little black cat complained. Chapter 427 City of Hope in the Desert. Over 900 years old? How is that possible? Yi Fan couldn't believe it, and his mind was buzzing. This is normal. The world of shark people is like this. These people have special blood, and can live for a long time. Don't use the human worldview to judge the world of shark people. The little black cat complained, and continued to extract Yi Fan power, strengthening himself, while exploring the surrounding information. I am ignorant. I always thought he was a human, but I didn't expect him to be from another world. Yi Fan explained. You can tell from his teeth that he is not human. Forget it. Let's not talk about this issue. I have condensed a few more illusions to hold him back. You run towards the valley. When you get there, you stand directly in the center of the valley. The rest is left to me. The little black cat spoke again. Okay. Yi Fan nodded. He could only trust the little black cat now. Facing a half-saint level strongman, a silver level great perfection, was like an ant. If he wanted to survive, Yi Fan could only follow the little black cat's request and run towards the valley as soon as possible. Blue Moon Valley. This valley is made up of blue moonstone veins. The whole valley is azure blue, and very beautiful. If there were no mutant beasts, this would definitely be the best tourist attraction. Unfortunately, except for Yi Fan who hurried over from the valley entrance, there is no human here, only mutant beasts. Hurry. Hurry. Hurry! That guy has broken another illusion, and is chasing us here. Hurry! The little black cat urged quickly, and the cat's eyes were full of anxiety. Okay. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, ran harder, mobilized all the strength in his body, activated the secret method, and rushed to the center of the Blue Moon Valley in a shadow. Don't move. Leave the rest to me. The little black cat raised its 2 little paws, suddenly pressed them together, and the strange secret method suddenly activated, covering Yi Fan and the others. In an instant, Yi Fan and the little black cat disappeared, as if they had never appeared, and disappeared out of thin air. 3 minutes later, a figure flew rapidly from afar, and finally stopped over the Blue Moon Valley, frowning and looking down at the earth. What's going on? Yi Fan image is everywhere. Even the smell is the same. This illusion is really amazing. It seems to take some effort. He raised the long knife in his hand with narrowed eyes, and gently slashed at the void. Boom! The white blade light swept across the valley, and Yi Fan image disappeared wherever it passed, and it burst like a bubble. No! Mimi continued to scan the surroundings, and suddenly looked at the forest behind him. He said coldly, I found you. Swoosh! Mimi disappeared instantly, and soon a rumble was heard from the rear area. A moment later, Mimi returned to the sky above the valley, and continued to look around with a frown. Where is he hiding? This He-Fan is really capable. Mimi continued to search everywhere, and did not let go of any piece of land within 100 miles, and swept across with a knife. But after searching for more than 2 hours, He-Fan was still not seen. This made Mimi return to the Blue Moon Valley. Except here. We have searched within 100 miles. There is a high probability that they are here. Mimi looked down at the Blue Moon Valley, and swung the long sword in his hand again. In the extreme sword light, he swept across the entire valley. Boom! With a sword light, the entire valley collapsed, revealing a figure in the center of the valley. I found you! Bang! Mimi flicked his finger, the void shook slightly. The figure in the center of Blue Moon Valley exploded directly. Bang! White spiritual energy rippled, He-Fan figure dissipated like a bubble, leaving only a piece of paper swaying and falling to the ground. Mimi took the paper, looked at it carefully, his brows frowned. You lose. Looking at the 3 words on the paper, Mimi looked up at the sky with some nostalgia. His hideous smile stretched to his ears. It seems that he is the son of destiny. I wonder what the reaction will be when Lord God Emperor knows about this. After all, Lord God Emperor is the first generation of the son of destiny. Mimi thought of the past, thinking of the scene when he was weak and was subdued by Lord God Emperor, and fought in all directions. The smile on his face became more and more ferocious. It's time to go back. I haven't found him in 3 hours. I lost. Mimi picked up the long sword, turned around decisively and left, disappearing in the distance in the wind. 100 miles away, in a hollow tree, He-Fan and the little black cat hid for a long time, and then walked out of the tree carefully. Sure enough, they left. They said 3 hours, and it was 3 hours. The shark people are really stubborn. The little black cat couldn't help but complain. Stubborn? I think people who keep their promises are good. Mimi takes promises so seriously. His character should not be that bad. But he is still doing evil. I think it's because of the God Emperor. Otherwise, people who take promises so seriously would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He-Fan shook his head. Killing innocent people? No, I don't smell the smell of evil in Mimi's eyes. The little black cat hesitated for a moment, and said uncertainly, Did you smell it wrong? Mimi's eyes has done a lot of evil things along the way. First, he killed Baiha City's Bawudi, and then captured Xiaobubi, and there are many humans in these 2 cities. By the way, in the past, the Divine Emperor Palace captured people everywhere, and they disappeared after being sent to the Divine Emperor Palace. The whole Divine Emperor Palace is filled with the smell of blood, and it can be smelled thousands of meters away. In addition to these, the palace of the Divine Emperor committed evil everywhere, and allowed the weird god cult to harm the slums of major cities. Too many people died because of the Divine Emperor. Such sins and evil deeds. As one of the 3 generals of the palace of the Divine Emperor, how could he not smell of sin? He-Fan said seriously. Maybe I smelled it wrong. How about this? You provide me with more power. I will conduct a large-scale scan in 10 days. Through the scan, I can learn more about this world, which is also real information. This can also help you better. You'd better go to the city near the palace of the Divine Emperor, where I can explore more information. The little black cat said. Okay. Then let's go to Qinhuang City, where the God Emperor's former residence is. Maybe we can learn more news. He-Fan thought for a while and said, The God Emperor's former residence? Is the God Emperor related to the Qin royal family? The little black cat asked in confusion. Yes, the God Emperor was once the Emperor of Qin, but later he broke up with Qin for some unknown reason. The angry God Emperor killed the royal family and made them bleed, leaving only one guardian and some distant branches. After that, the God Emperor built the God Emperor Palace outside the city, completely separated from Qin. He-Fan continued to explain. So that's the case, then let's go to Qinhuang City to investigate, and you can tell me some more about the God Emperor. Why do I feel that this guy seems to be fulfilling some purpose? The little black cat asked speculatively, always feeling that the God Emperor is very wrong, like a madman. Chapter 428 Ancient God Realm equals Second God Realm. Is it about the God Emperor? That guy is absolutely crazy, even a devil. He has arrested too many people. The number of people arrested over the years probably adds up to tens of millions, or even more. In addition to these people, the God Emperor ordered countries around the world a long time ago, mobilizing countless manpower and material resources building an underground city under the desert, an extremely large underground city with 99 floors. During this process, due to the harsh environment, lack of water, lack of food, many people died, and too many people stayed in the desert forever. In the desert where this new city is located, the palace of the Emperor of God used strange methods to turn this desert area into a dead land. Those who died, even their bodies could not be buried, and they were thrown into the dead land, which aggravated the weirdness of the desert. Now in this desert, except for a small road that is relatively safe, the rest of the area is full of dangers, which is equivalent to a forbidden area. I really don't know why the Emperor of God did this. Why did he build a city under the barren desert and turn the desert into a dead place? What qualifications does he have to name this city the City of Hope? It is obviously a city of sin, Yi Fan said with resentment in his eyes. Is the Emperor of God so hateful? The little black cat was surprised. He felt that the Emperor of God behavior was too bad. And he was like some kind of cultist. He is so bad. You will know when you get to the vicinity of the Emperor of God Palace. This magnificent Emperor of God Palace is like a Shura field. There is a bloody smell everywhere. From time to time, various wailing and fearful sounds can be heard. When the people talk about the Emperor of God Palace, they will feel scared and terrified. It's like a nightmare, Yi Fan said with resentment in his eyes. This is too unbelievable. How do you know this? Did you hear it? What you heard can't be true. The little black cat suddenly said. No, I went to the vicinity of the palace of the Emperor of God once, smelled a strong smell of blood, heard the wailing and fear in the palace of the Emperor of God with my own ears, and saw many people being driven into the palace of the Emperor of God. Yi Fan said seriously. It turned out to be like this. Could it be that the Emperor of God is studying some kind of taboo method? Let's go to Qinhuang City. I need to confirm it carefully, see what conspiracy this Emperor of God is up to. If it is really so hateful, I will never sit idly by. The little black cat said solemnly, if these things are true, then the God Emperor is really hateful. Then let's go. By the way, I still don't know your name. How about calling you Little Black Cat? Yi Fan asked. Little Black Cat? Get lost. I am a member of the Black Cat clan of the Ancient God Realm. In the Ancient God Realm, I am honored as the Lord Cat. You actually called me Little Black Cat. The little black cat was so angry that he bared his teeth and claws. Ancient God Realm? What is that place? Yi Fan asked curiously. Call me Master Cat. And I tell you. Otherwise, forget it. The little black cat said proudly, with his head held high. Okay. Master Cat. Please tell me what the Ancient God Realm is. I'm really curious. Yi Fan asked curiously. Ancient God Realm. That's the second God Realm established by the ancient gods, where the gods and their people live. And it's a real high-level world. The little black cat said faintly. The second God Realm established by the ancient gods? The place where the gods live. So powerful? Yi Fan was surprised. Of course it's powerful. The creatures in it are very powerful. They are born as semi-saints. For example, I reached the semi-saint level when I was born. Isn't it powerful? The little black cat said proudly. Ah? Then why can't you beat the shark man's squinted eyes? He is also a semi-saint. Yi Fan looked at the little black cat with a strange look. What do you know? There is also a difference in combat power between semi-saints. Just like humans, some people are missing arms and legs, and can only spend their lives in bed. Some people are strong, with knotty muscles, 2 meters tall, and can break sandbags with one punch, and can become world boxing champions. Although we were born as semi-saints, we have lived in luxury since childhood, in a warm environment, and rarely participated in battles. In addition, our Black Cat clan tends to be auxiliary, so there is no need to fight the shark people head-on unless we fight desperately. Of course, if I am forced into a corner, I can use the secret method of burning souls, which can definitely kill the shark people. But I have risked my life once before, and now I don't want to burn my soul. The little black cat said with lingering fear when he thought of the powerful enemy he had encountered before. Have you burned your soul once? Yi Fan continued to ask as he hurried on his way. Yes, as long as we, the people of the ancient world, build a huge empire in the world of God, we will have the hope of becoming gods. This is our route to advancement. However, the world of God is too dangerous. When I was attacked by the third wave of monsters, I was defeated by a terrible dark evil tiger and almost died. Fortunately, I met a fierce man. He took the dark evil tiger and smashed it to death. It was so fierce and scary. The key point is that the fierce man led 1,000,000 dark armies, and was so strong that he was abnormal. He was the only fierce man besides the gods that I couldn't see through. The little black cat thought of the previous scene, and still said with lingering fear, "A tough guy? Do you mean he is a human?" Yi Fan grasped the key point of the question. Yes, it is indeed a human. Even if he has the druid profession, he is still a human. No one can deceive me about this. In addition, this is the first time I have seen a human in the God Realm world, and even the first time I have heard of it. Normally, humans cannot enter the God Realm world at all. After all, the level of humans is too low. But the appearance of this person has broken my understanding of humans. The little black cat explained seriously. So that's it. Then what? Yi Fan continued to ask curiously, feeling that he didn't understand anything. He was just an elementary school student. Foreign creatures coming to the world of God domain will be greatly suppressed. As a god in the ancient God realm, I will always be suppressed 10 times, and humans may be suppressed 100 times. But this person seems to be unsuppressed, wantonly exerting his power, very abnormal. The key is that he only exudes the aura of a half-saint. This is obviously a fake aura deliberately emitted. How can a half-saint be so powerful? Do you really think I'm a stupid cat? The little black cat shook his head. He always felt that the fierce man was amazing and completely unpredictable. I didn't expect the world to be so big. I am really ignorant. By the way, you just said that the ancient God realm is the second God realm. Where is the first God realm? Yi Fan asked again. It's very simple. The first God realm is the God realm. When the God realm was invaded by the abyss, the world underwent horrible changes, and indescribable monsters condensed, killing countless lives in an instant. Even the abyss was severely damaged and scared away. A large number of ancient gods died. In the end, all the lives fled from the God realm. Later, the ancient gods established the second world of gods, which is the ancient world of gods, which led to the current situation. But the road to becoming a god is still in the world of gods. If we want to become gods, we can only go to the world of gods. In recent decades, the world of gods has become more stable. And we, the semi-saints, have the opportunity to enter the world of gods and find a way to become gods. Unfortunately, I have no backing, and I failed in the end. I almost died. Fortunately, that fierce man saved me and gave me a life. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay him. The little black cat said solemnly. So that's how it is. Then I help you repay the favor. Maybe I can enter the world of God in the future. Yi Fan smiled. It's possible. With my help, you have a slight chance. The little black cat nodded in approval, feeling that there was a slight chance. Chapter 429 Sheen State Secrets. But it is very sleepy now. It must absorb Yi Fan power to recover its strength as soon as possible, so it curled itself up and said lazily, "Let's not talk about this. I'm going to sleep first. Call me in 10 days. I will investigate the information of the Divine Emperor Palace then." Okay, Master Cat. Time passed slowly, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Blackstone City. Qin Yu stood quietly on the city wall, her white little hand holding a long sword, a magical long sword emitting a burning light. At this moment, Yu's strength has been greatly improved through the blood beads, and she has finally achieved the half-step gold level. But facing the possible enemies, she still has no chance of winning. The gap is really too big. A half-step gold level and a half-saint are a world apart. Yeah. You still can't contact brotherly Xian? Song Xiaomei ran up the wall and asked again, while holding Qin Yu's hand. Well, he went to some weird place. His strength is rapidly improving, and he occasionally feeds me back. I can reach the half-step gold level so quickly, in addition to the blood beads, and is feeding back. But the level of that place is very high. Even the summoning contract is affected, so I can't contact him. Qin Yu told the truth. What should we do? If Minion comes to Blackstone City, then we will be dead. Let's run away, Song Xiaomei said anxiously. It's useless. All the rebels who abandoned the city and the people and fled were captured. Not one escaped. On the contrary, the bitter monk who guarded the city and Yi Fan who escaped from Minion, their territories are fine. The Divine Emperor Palace did not touch their city. I guess Minion is both good and evil. Even if they are from the Divine Emperor Palace, as long as they are people he admires, they will survive. So I can't leave. I must fight. Fight for that glimmer of hope for life. Qin Yu said, looking at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were full of determination. But that's a half-saint. What can we use to fight against a half-saint? Although you are the strongest among us, you are only half a step to gold. And you can't beat him at all, Song Xiaomei said with despair in her eyes. It's okay. With this weapon, and the golden thread I have been hiding, there may be a glimmer of hope. Besides, Mimian may not come to Blackstone City. This city is a remote city. Another group of my rebels have left, and there are not many people left. Mimian may be too lazy to come to Blackstone City, Qin Yu said quietly, her eyes still looking at the blue sky, with a faint golden pattern flashing in her beautiful eyes. Let's hope so. If the squinting eyes don't come, that would be great, Song Xiaomei said hopefully. Suddenly, the big black bear beside her stood up alertly and roared at the distance. Roar, roar, roar. The abnormality of the big black bear immediately alerted Song Xiaomei. She hurriedly looked at the official road outside the city. And suddenly, she felt like she was struck by lightning. On the official road where dirt roads gathered, a handsome young man, with a long sword on his back, was walking step by step. The young man had blue hair. His eyes were narrowed. His mouth was smiling. And his jagged teeth were faintly exposed. At the first sight of this young man, everyone thought that he looked like a big boy next door. But everyone knew how terrifying he was. Are you here? Wait for me in the city. Don't come out. Qin Yu's body floated down from the city wall and landed slowly 100 meters in front of the city wall like a fairy. She held the long knife tightly in her small hands, staring solemnly into the distance, staring at the handsome young man who had come from afar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Song Xiaomei, Zhou Zhen, Tainyo, Jiao Xiaoxue. A group of Qin Yu subordinates also floated down from the city wall and stood behind Qin Yu at the first moment. What are you doing here? Go back. Qin Yu looked at Song Xiaomei and others with a serious face. I won't go back. I used to protect you all the time. Although you are stronger than me now and don't need my protection, I can't watch you die in vain. Even if we die, we will die together. Song Xiaomei clenched her fists and said firmly, Chief Qin Yu, you saved my life. Now I have encountered a strong enemy. How can I hide on the city wall? I don't want to be stabbed in the back. Tainyo scratched his head stupidly. Chief Qin Yu, I am a 7-foot-tall man. How can I hide behind a woman when I encounter danger? If this gets out, others will laugh at me to death, Zhou Zhen said in a low voice, with a sense of pride in his bones. This is a bit of manliness. Not to mention, it's quite handsome. Jiao Xiaoxue glanced at Zhou Zhen and said with a smile. Creak! The city gate slowly opened. The densely packed resistance army, led by He Nuo, rushed out of the city gate in a mighty manner, stood solemnly around Qin Yu, and stared at the distance one by one, vowing to die. Leader Qin Yu, don't think about taking it all on your own. When we joined the resistance army, we naturally knew that we would encounter danger. Now that the crisis has appeared, we naturally have to take it together, even if it means death. He Nuo spoke solemnly, and her not-so-beautiful face was full of determination. You? Qin Yu's soft heart was touched, and she said gently, don't worry. You won't die. You definitely won't. I promise. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a scorching glow. An extremely strong force permeated the long sword, causing the air in this area to vibrate. The people present felt this terrible force, and they were slightly shocked, and looked at the squinting eyes slowly approaching from a distance with more determination. TSK. 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 What a united scene. It makes me miss it. The indifferent voice sounded slowly, and he drew out a long sword from his back with narrowed eyes, and made a knife flower, looking at everyone with a calm face, looking at Qin Yu and the magical long sword. It's this sword. Are you a descendant of the Qin royal family? He stared at Qin Yu with narrowed eyes, and asked indifferently, Qin royal family? No. Although my last name is Qin, I am just an ordinary civilian. Qin Yu shook his head. No. This sword can only be used by descendants of the Qin bloodline. It is also the weapon of the divine emperor in his early years. Later, it was given to the guardian of Qin. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands, he explained softly with narrowed eyes. His words were calm and indifferent. making people feel like being bathed in spring breeze. However, after saying this, his face suddenly turned cold. And he said with a cold murderous intent, "But the Qin royal family betrayed the divine emperor. You made the divine emperor lose heart and sit in silence for 10 days and 10 nights. You all deserve to die." The rolling murderous intent was like a raging sea, suddenly covering Qin Yu and others. This terrifying murderous intent, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, pressed down on everyone fiercely, and instantly made the rebels on the scene lose their combat effectiveness. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound, the rebels were directly crushed to the ground by this murderous aura, and they couldn't even stand up. Even Song Xiaomei, Tainyo, and other silver-level people were also pale under the pressure of the murderous aura, and they struggled to hold on. Chapter 430. Is Mimi a good person? Only Qin Yu remained calm, still holding the long sword tightly, staring at the other party solemnly. Half a step to the gold level, not bad. How about this? I will only attack once. As long as you can block this attack, I will not attack again. Do you dare to take it? Mimian said lightly. Dare. Qin Yu nodded decisively after hearing this. Her body was like a sharp sword, flying rapidly to the north, avoiding the people and Blackstone City behind her, and confronting Mimian from the north to the south. You are about to die. But you are still trying to protect these people. With narrowed eyes, he suddenly raised his right hand, with a strong momentum, and suddenly slashed towards Qin Yu. In an instant, the extreme blade light enveloped the sky. From a distance, the whole sky was cut open by a big knife, with an invincible and terrifying power, slashing down fiercely. This blade light was too overbearing, slashing down at a high speed like the scorching sun. And the terrifying power instantly turned the forest in the north into ashes. And there were gaps on the ground, and the strong wind blew stone chips flying. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the sky, shaking the world. In midair, Qin Yu raised her weapon with both hands, under the terrifying blade light, using all her strength, trying to block the blade light that fell from the sky. However, the blade light was too overbearing. Even if Qin Yu flew to the midair to block it, she still couldn't hold it, and she fell rapidly downwards, using the mysterious weapon in her hand, and went all out in the sparks. She didn't retreat, dodge, or escape, but as agreed, used all her strength, and held the blade light tightly. Puff! Blood gushed out of Qin Yu's mouth. The terrifying blade light instantly injured Qin Yu's internal organs, causing her to spit blood and become weak. But she still held on, trying to block the extreme blade light, because as long as she blocked the blade light, everyone would survive. Grunt! A big wild boar suddenly rushed out of the forest. Its big body suddenly rushed into the air, and its hard head slammed into the side of the blade light that was slashing down. Bang! The wild boar's head hit the blade. The wild boar's head that could easily smash a boulder had no effect when it hit the blade. Even the wild boar itself was thrown backwards by the blade's recoil, covered in blood. Huh? This wild boar is so weird. It seems to have been forcibly transformed. It has good strength and helped the girl. Unfortunately, you are too weak. If you only have this little strength, you will definitely lose. He looked at the sky with narrowed eyes, looking at Qin Yu who was cut down, watching her spitting blood and holding onto the blade. He could see that Qin Yu had reached her limit, that Qin Yu could not bear it anymore. The moment the blade landed, that was the moment of Qin Yu's failure. Just at this moment, just when he was thinking about the problems after the battle, suddenly, hundreds of golden threads suddenly overflowed from Qin Yu's body, and condensed together in an instant, turned into a golden rope. After the rope appeared, it was immediately placed across the blade, blocking the blade from falling, blocking the terrible super move. Such a scene made the originally squinting eyes slightly startled, and then the pupils suddenly shrank. The golden divine light. How could it be the golden divine light? This is impossible. The squinting eyes looked at the golden rope in disbelief, watching the rope breaking bit by bit, and it was about to collapse. The squinting eyes waved their right hand hurriedly, and in an instant, the terrifying blade light disappeared, and Qin Yu fell from midair. But at the moment she landed, a gentle force dragged her down and placed her on the ground. What's your father's name? Mimian asked with a trembling voice. Ahem. I don't know. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice weak. Don't know? Could it be? Mimian looked at Qin Yu deeply, and then stepped into the void and disappeared. Only the injured Qin Yu and the dazed people were left. Qin Yu, are you okay? Song Xiaomei ran over and helped Qin Yu. It's okay. Just a little injured. Go and see the wild boar. It was hit by the recoil, and its internal organs were injured. It's seriously injured. Qin Yu said hurriedly. Okay. Thousands of miles away. Yi Fan held the little black cat and walked step by step towards the direction of Qinhuang City. Suddenly, the sleeping little black cat woke up and looked up at the sky at the first time. Master Cat, why did you wake up? Didn't you say you could sleep for 10 days? Yi Fan asked doubtfully. Don't talk first. The little black cat looked solemn, looked carefully at the sky, and colorful light flashed in the dark cat's eyes, and then looked into the distance in surprise. What's wrong? Master Cat? Yi Fan was puzzled. Yi Fan, do you know the Son of Destiny? Do you know why you have grown so fast without any background? The little black cat asked solemnly. Yes. A big brother once told me that I was the Son of Destiny, and he wanted to protect me. Later, he died because of me, Yi Fan said with some sadness. Well, the Son of Destiny is favored by heaven and earth, will suffer all kinds of hardships, and finally grow into a super strong man to save the world. This is the destiny of the Son of Destiny, the little black cat explained solemnly. So that's how it is. No wonder I had such a rough journey, and encountered all kinds of dangers, but my strength improved rapidly. Yi Fan suddenly realized. I'm going to tell you something now, a very bizarre thing. The little black cat spoke again solemnly. What is it? Is it something that woke you up? Yi Fan asked. Yes, I just found out that someone is favored by this world, the whole world is protecting her, taking care of her, even this world doesn't need her to pay anything, as long as she is safe. I checked carefully, this person is favored more than you. Ah? Why? Isn't I the child of destiny? Yi Fan asked in disbelief. I don't know why either, but I can find out that this world almost helped her to destroy the enemy, and now it still favors her, and takes care of her in various ways. The whole world takes care of her at all costs, as if this world owes her something. The little black cat said solemnly. This world owes her something? Did she pay a lot for this world? Yi Fan asked hurriedly. I don't know. The distance is too far. I can't find out more information. And the information is very deep. I may not be able to find it. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Now I will help you investigate the information of the Emperor of God. The little black cat shook his head. The little body became stronger and looked very cute. Mr. Cat, didn't you say that you went to Qinhuang City to investigate? There is still a long way to go. Can you find out clearly? Yi Fan asked. It's okay. My strength has recovered a lot. I should be able to see a lot of information. After the little black cat finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. A colorful light flashed in his black eyes again, and a series of pictures appeared in front of him. Huh? Yi Fan, the leader of the resistance army, who was killed by the squinting eyes. Ba Wudi, how much do you know about him? The little black cat suddenly asked. I heard that he is very strong, both inside and outside. Extremely strong. And resourceful. He has gathered a large number of subordinates, which makes him the strongest leader of the resistance army. Yi Fan thought for a moment and explained. You are right, but he has some other hobbies, such as killing little girls, playing with little girls. I saw a lot of bad scenes, those innocent little girls. This Ba Wudi really deserves to die, and it is also his fault that Mimian killed Ba Wudi. The little black cat said in a cold voice. Chapter 431, Witch Giant. Killing a little girl? Are you sure? Yi Fan said in disbelief. If you don't believe it, you can investigate it yourself. There are still many people in Baihe City. You will know if you investigate it yourself. The little black cat said in a deep voice. So Mimi Yin is right about this? Then why did he capture so many people and rebels? What is the purpose of the Divine Emperor Palace capturing so many people every year? Yi Fan asked in a low voice, obviously thinking that Mimi Yin and the Divine Emperor are not good people. Let me take a look. And show the picture. The black eyes of the little black cat flashed with colorful light again. And then a picture appeared in the air. This is the interior of the palace of the Emperor of Gods. The picture of the first floor. From the picture, we can see that the palace of the Emperor of Gods is really magnificent and huge. But the walls of the palace are too thick. A little too thick. In addition, there are bloodstains in many places in the palace of the Emperor of Gods. On the walls, on the pillars, on the stairs, on the roof, which is simply too weird. As he spoke, he came up the stairs to the second floor of the palace of the gods, and suddenly saw many soldiers and humans. In the middle of the second floor, There were many huge altars connected to each other. Inside these altars, there stood one after another human beings. Some of them were trembling. Some were howling. Some were clenching their teeth. Some were pale. And some were crying. But these people did not walk down the altar, but looked at the altar in the center with despair. The center where these huge altars were connected was also an altar. A more mysterious central altar. On the central altar, there was a lame old woman walking slowly, step by step to the center of the central altar, slowly sat down, and then cut her finger, revealing purple blood. The next second, the lame old woman slammed the stone pillar in front of her. Blood and strange power instantly injected into the stone pillar. Boom! With a huge rumble, the altar burst into brilliant light, and soon formed something like a protective film, covering all the altars. Terrified howls came from the altar. The humans on the altar covered their heads in pain, trembled violently, and blood flowed from their facial features. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded. Some humans on the altar exploded directly in pain, turned into blood mist on the spot, and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The remaining survivors, still in pain, and their bodies changed, starting to swell in the intense pain. Slowly, they gradually changed from ordinary human bodies to giants, with huge bodies, and terrifying auras, and emitted terrifying power fluctuations. It was the witch giants who built the altar. This lame old woman actually turned humans into witch giants. The voice of the little black cat came, and there was disbelief in the voice. Witch giants. What a terrible method! Yifan looked at the bloody scene in the picture, and murderous intent surged in his heart. He wanted to kill the lame old woman in the picture immediately to save these humans. Listen carefully. Yifan, this lame old woman is not from your world. She comes from the Catter world. Their world is very good at making witch giants. Later, the strongest person in the Catter world wanted to become a god. He used the secret method of witch giants, and used a plane as the foundation to create a large number of witch giants. In the end, he failed to become a god. The Catter plane collapsed, and the Catter people became history. I didn't expect that there was still a Catter person in the God Emperor Palace. The little black cat said solemnly. Become a god? To become a god. He despises life so much. If I guess correctly, the God Emperor may want to become a god, so he plundered humans crazily and made witch giants. This is simply unforgivable. Yifan clenched his fists. Watching another human being brought to the altar, Yifan felt that the God Emperor was simply crazy to the extreme. It is indeed possible, but to become a god, you need to have a soul. Only creatures like me who have been in the god realm since ancient times have souls. And the most orthodox way to become a god is to go through the god realm world, to have the opportunity to become a god. If you use the witch giant method by force, you will not be able to become a god at all, and the result will only be failure. The God Emperor is too low level, and too superficial. The little black cat shook his head, looking down on the God Emperor, and even unwilling to watch the scene of the witch giant being made. Let's continue to look at the God Emperor Palace, and explore more secrets. The little black cat's eyes flickered, and the picture changed quickly, looking at the God Emperor Palace layer by layer, seeing a large number of witch giants, and also seeing a sturdy, muscular armor giant. This giant wore armor, a helmet, held a giant axe, and had a very violent aura, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. It's the Mad Giant. This guy is also from another world. It seems that the 3 generals under the Emperor of God are all from another world. The little black cat said seriously. This guy is so strong, and he seems to be very violent. Yifan looked at the screen solemnly. He is indeed strong. The point is that he becomes more and more courageous in battles, and his self-healing ability is extremely strong. The more he is injured, the stronger he becomes. When you meet him in the future, you must be careful. The little black cat couldn't help but remind him. Okay, I will be careful. Yifan nodded and said again. Can I see what the God Emperor looks like? I really want to see what the God Emperor looks like. How could he be so black-hearted, so cruel and mad? I try. My detection ability is very strong. Ordinary people can't find me at all. Even in the ancient god world. Not many people can find me, unless the other party's race level is higher than mine. The little black cat said confidently. His eyes continued to shine, and he began to search along the God Emperor Palace. The God Emperor Palace is really huge. I have already checked more than 50 floors. How many floors does this God Emperor Palace have? Yifan looked at the layers of supplies, and the layers of witch giants. He was very shocked. He couldn't believe that the palace of the Divine Emperor had so many layers. Poof! The little black cat was confused, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then became listless. Damn it. I was discovered by the Divine Emperor, the little black cat said weakly, and couldn't even stand steadily. Are you okay? I still have a lot of power. You should absorb it quickly. By the way, how did he find you? Will he reversely lock us? Yifan asked hurriedly. It's okay, I got away in time, he didn't find me, it's just that my detection was severely backfired. I can't use it in the short term. The little black cat was depressed. It's okay, you absorb more of my power to recover. This God Emperor is really powerful, he can actually find you. Yifan said solemnly. The God Emperor's level is probably higher than mine. He is definitely not from your world. I'm afraid he is from the ancient God realm. Ancient God realm? He and you are from the same place? Wait. No wonder the God Emperor despises the lives of ordinary people so much, and arrests humans at will. It turns out that he is not from our world. Yifan gritted his teeth and spoke, finally understood why the God Emperor despised the world so much. Chapter 432 Mysterious Grandpa. At this time, Yifan suddenly thought of something, thinking of what the little black cat said just now. The little black cat just said that only if you have a divine soul can you become a god through the witch giant. If the God Emperor came from the ancient god world, then he definitely has a divine soul, and can become a god through the witch giant. This makes sense, and it can explain why the God Emperor created the witch giant. Master Cat, since the God Emperor may have come from the ancient god world, then the God Emperor has a divine soul. Doesn't this mean that he created the witch giant just to become a god? Yifan said hurriedly. Yes, if he comes from the ancient god world like me, it is indeed possible to become a god through the witch giant, but becoming a god is too difficult, and the success rate may be less than 10%. Of course, a low probability does not mean failure. If your life is coming to an end, you can take a risk and give it a try. The little black cat answered in a low voice. Obviously, it also thought of the purpose of the God Emperor, and thought that he might rely on the witch giant to become a god, but this crazy practice, even in the 10,000 worlds, is a heinous practice. Master Cat, we won't go to Qinhuang City. We go back and practice hard, strengthen my resistance army, and fight for the hope of survival for mankind. Yifan said with his fists clenched. Okay, since we have guessed the general situation of the Emperor of God, there is no need to go again. In addition, I will teach you a military formation, so that you can cooperate with the soldiers, and condense into the shadow of the God of War. By then, your army will have stronger strength, and you don't have to worry about being destroyed. The little black cat said. Okay, thank you, Master Cat. You're welcome, let's go back. Yifan left, bringing the little black cat under the warm sunshine, returned to his city, and devoted himself to developing his city. On the other side, after leaving Blackstone City, Mimian returned to the base of the Divine Emperor Palace, but he never appeared again. The entire Divine Emperor Palace was still the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Only the conflict between the weird god cult and the evil energy organization was more tragic. Both sides fought, conquered, and killed each other, just like crazy. In addition, after the incident of the squinting eyes, Yifan, Ku Hesheng, Qinyu names reverberated throughout the world. Ku Hesheng's vow to stick to his post, Yifan narrowly escaped the pursuit, Qinyu blocked the sword that lifted the sky, which became their most dazzling honor. Many people with lofty ideals chose to join these three people, especially Yifan, who escaped the pursuit, showed even more extraordinary highlights, and also made his power expand rapidly. He originally only had 3 cities, but it took him half a year to capture 18 cities, and became the strongest leader of the resistance army. At the same time, Yifan took out the God of War army formation, condensed the God of War's phantom, showed the terrible power of the battle formation, making Yifan prestige stronger and stronger. The bitter monk on the other side also performed well. He originally controlled many cities, also expanded to 15 cities, but was gradually replaced by Yifan brilliance. Only Qinyu did not develop his power, still followed the words left by Li Xian, stayed in Blackstone City, silently waiting for Li Xian return. Even if more and more people defected, Qinyu still did not expand, but just developed Blackstone City better and better, and the people's lives became happier and happier. This morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Qinyu, carrying a long knife, walked on the street with Song Xiaomei, inspecting the development of the city. Seeing that the people were living very well, and the children were full of vigor, Qinyu couldn't help but smile. Xiaomei, Our Blackstone City is developing better and better. I am really happy to see that everyone is living better and better. Qin Yu looked at the houses built in the slums and smiled. The slums were originally the territory of the Weird God cult. Now that the Weird God cult is gone in the city, the entire slums have been replanned and rebuilt, and have become the third special district. Here, there are citizens, food cultivation bases, small factories, vegetable markets, and hunting teams that go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts. This has also led to earth-shaking changes in the slums. And all aspects are thriving. Yes, the reduction of mutant beasts has made the outside of the city safer. Now many fertile fields outside the city have been reclaimed. In the long run, the food problem of our Blackstone City will be completely solved. Song Xiaomei also smiled. In the process of managing Blackstone City, she also learned a lot. She felt that managing a city was not an easy task. Yes, Blackstone City is getting better and better. I really hope Li Xian can come back soon to see our Blackstone City. Qin Yu looked up at the sky expectantly. Well, I haven't seen him for a long time. Song Xiaomei nodded and turned to look at the door of a grain store in front of her. There stood a white-haired old man. This old man has a kind and gentle face, leaning on a wooden cane, and looks very old. About 100 years old. The old man is very weak, like a candle in the wind, and he feels like he will fall down if the wind blows. Such an old man is rare in Blackstone City. Song Xiaomei couldn't help but say, more and more people have come to our Blackstone City recently. Even such an old man has come. Yes, it's strange. Is there no one to take care of this old man? Qin Yu had a strong observation ability. She did not see anyone taking care of the old man. Instead, the old man stood alone quietly, lonely and desolate. The kind-hearted Qin Yu decided to go over and take a look. After all, such an old man, if no one takes care of him, it is still easy for him to get into trouble. She did not want to see such a thing. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look. Okay. The two walked towards the old man together. Passers-by on the way saw Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, and immediately bowed from a distance to express their respect for the two. Some outsiders took the opportunity to inquire about Qin Yu's identity. When they learned that they were the two city lords of Blackstone City, they bowed and saluted. In the attention of everyone, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei came to the old man and asked in a gentle voice, "Grandpa, do you need help?" "Thank you. If possible, can you take me home? My home is house number 99. The old man said kindly, looking at Qin Yu with a very gentle look. "Well, Grandpa, we will take you back." Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei nodded quickly. They were strong and could feel the old man's vitality. He was on the verge of running out of energy. According to the laws of vitality, the old man was estimated to live for no more than a month. The present time was probably the last time for the old man. The kind-hearted Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei helped the old man to the number 99 residential area and saw the reclining chair in the courtyard and the wooden table and chairs beside it. Apart from these, there were few things in the house, which was extremely simple. Chapter 433 Grandpa Tian. Just help me to the recliner. The sun is very warm today. It's been a long time since I've been in the sun, the old man said in a hoarse voice, slowly, softly, and more weakly. Okay, please go slower. Qin Yu helped the old man sit down. For some reason, she always felt that this old man was very kind, and wanted to take care of him more. Grandpa, is there no one else in your family? Qin Yu didn't see anyone in the courtyard, and didn't see anyone in the house, or even food. This made Qin Yu feel depressed. She felt that the old man might be alone. I am the only one at home. My wife died a long time ago, and my son and grandson are also dead. The old man sighed, and his voice was full of vicissitudes and helplessness. This Qin Yu became more and more worried when she heard this. She was kind and couldn't bear to see such a scene, especially when she thought that the old man might not live for more than a month. She decided to take good care of him. At this time, she thought that there was no food in the house, and couldn't help asking, "Grandpa, have you had breakfast?" "Breakfast?" The old man's eyes were a little cloudy, and he was inexplicably nostalgic. He paused for a while and said, "I haven't eaten yet. Can you make me a bowl of lotus seed porridge?" "Of course. Please wait for me." "Old man." Qin Yu told Song Xiaomei to take good care of the old man. She quickly left, and went to the city lord mansion to get food and cooking tools. After Qin Yu left, the old man looked at Song Xiaomei, and said with a little gratitude, "Your name is Song Xiaomei, right?" Yes, Grandpa. Song Xiaomei nodded. Most people in the city knew her name. After all, she was a celebrity, and it was normal for others to know her name. Thank you. The old man suddenly expressed his gratitude. He took out a small sword jade pendant from his pocket on his right hand, which was covered with age spots, and handed it to Song Xiaomei. This is to thank you. Please accept it. No. No. I just helped you back. You don't need to give me a gift. Song Xiaomei hurriedly shook her head to refuse. She didn't want to accept it. Besides, she really didn't need money. Take it, this is an old man's thanks. The old man's voice was full of unquestionable. This. Song Xiaomei hesitated a little, but finally couldn't bear to refuse the old man, so she took it. Thank you, old man. You're welcome. Call me Grandpa Tian, my name has the word Tian in it. The old man's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes gradually became cloudy. Yeah, okay, Grandpa Tian. Song Xiaomei didn't care about the name. She just felt that this old man may have many stories, and she always felt that this old man was a little extraordinary. Whoosh! Qinyu figure flew over, 2 white hands carrying a bunch of things, and flashed into the small courtyard, then said in a gentle voice, I brought back food and cooking tools, Grandpa. Please wait a moment. Yes. When Grandpa Tian heard Qinyu words, his cloudy eyes gradually became clearer, even with a hint of expectation. Soon, the cooking began. Qinyu cooking skills were quite good. A bowl of lotus seed porridge was a piece of cake, so the lotus seed porridge was naturally made quickly, and Qinyu even made some side dishes. During the cooking process, Song Xiaomei also told Qinyu about the address. And Qinyu also changed the address with Song Xiaomei. Grandpa Tian, breakfast is ready. Please try it, and see if it tastes good. Qinyu brought the lotus seed porridge over, handed it to Grandpa Tian, and said with a hint of expectation, Good. 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 You are such a good child. Grandpa Tian was very happy. And he tasted the lotus seed porridge gently. But as he ate, tears came out of his eyes. Grandpa Tian, what's wrong with you? Seeing Grandpa Tian suddenly burst into tears, Qinyu and Song Xiaomei panicked and asked with concern. It's okay. I just remembered my deceased wife. At that time, every time I went out to fight, she would make me a bowl of lotus seed porridge. Day after day, year after year. Later, we encountered a difficult battle. I went to kill the enemy, but the base camp was attacked. When I rushed back, only 1/10 of the base camp was destroyed. My son and daughter-in-law died, and my wife was seriously injured. She only had 1 breath left. She was dying and begged me to protect my only grandson. Begged me to stop those monsters and protect this world. Ahem. Grandpa Tian coughed violently, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa Tian, Qinyu and Song Xiaomei were shocked when they saw this scene, and hurriedly took out the blood beads for Grandpa Tian to take. Unfortunately, these blood beads were almost useless, which also shocked them. You know, the effect of blood beads is extraordinary, containing terrible vitality, and can quickly improve people's strength. But after this Grandpa Tian took it, it actually had no effect, which made Qinyu very puzzled and incredible. Don't worry, this is an old problem, it will go away slowly. Do you have lotus seed porridge? Have another bowl. Grandpa Tian waved his hand indifferently, with a very relaxed attitude, and comforted Qinyu and Song Xiaomei instead. Yes. Yes. Qinyu hurried to serve the lotus seed porridge, but she and Song Xiaomei both noticed something unusual, and realized that this old man was unusual. Grandpa Tian, here. After Qinyu served the rice, she hurriedly handed over the lotus seed porridge, while secretly observing the old man. Thank you, kid. Grandpa Tian took the lotus seed porridge and continued to eat it, quietly savoring the delicious lotus seed porridge. But his breath became weaker and weaker, and his eyes became more cloudy. Qinyu and Song Xiaomei looked at each other, and both realized that the old man's vitality was getting weaker and weaker, just like the candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. The 2 kind-hearted people didn't know what to say, but they made up their minds to take good care of the old man in the next period of time. Time passed, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. Qinyu and Song Xiaomei visited Grandpa Tian quite often during this month, and sent a nanny to take care of the old man. As they got along, they felt more and more that the old man was extraordinary and powerful. But the old man's identity was still a mystery. Qinyu and Song Xiaomei did not investigate. They just chose to accompany the old man to the last moment, because Grandpa Tian's breath dropped to freezing point. This morning, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei came to the 99 courtyard as usual, and saw Grandpa Tian basking in the sun. Grandpa Tian looked older and older, and his whole body was full of death, and his breathing became barely detectable. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei felt a little sad. They sighed deeply, walked into the kitchen, and made lotus seed porridge for Grandpa Tian. After finishing their work, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei brought the lotus seed porridge to Grandpa Tian, and waited for a long time, and finally waited for the old man to open his eyes. Grandpa Tian, you are awake. Drink some lotus seed porridge, Qin Yu said softly. Not today. Qin Yu, do you have a wish to fulfill? For example, become an emperor, or control the world? Grandpa Tian suddenly asked, contrary to his usual behavior. Chapter 434, The Last Splendor. No, I don't actually want to be an emperor. I am very happy now. If he can come back, I will be even happier. Qin Yu thought of Li Xian, and her heart suddenly felt warm. Is that so? That's good. Grandpa Tian nodded, and a small white porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. It was very small, just a little bigger than a wine cup, and it emitted a faint halo. The moment the small porcelain bottle appeared, the whole space was shaking, as if this space could not bear the existence of the small porcelain bottle. There are 3 drops of blood in it. You take 1 drop every month. It will greatly help your strength. Don't give it to others. Only you can take the blood. Grandpa Tian's cloudy eyes became clear. He looked at Qin Yu reluctantly with a kind look. Then his eyes became more cloudy, and the death energy around him became more and more dense. Grandpa Tian. Qin Yu was shocked when she saw Grandpa Tian's condition. She felt that Grandpa Tian's condition was getting worse, and her worries became stronger. Qin Yu, can you call me great-grandfather? I really want to hear it. Grandpa Tian tried to open his eyes, handed the small porcelain bottle to Qin Yu, and said with deep expectation, Okay, great-grandfather. Qin Yu's heart was filled with sadness, especially when she looked at Grandpa Tian's increasingly old face. Her eyes were a little red. Good boy, I should fulfill my last promise. Goodbye, my child. Grandpa Tian gently touched Qin Yu's little head. His old face was full of kindness and reluctance. But he still resolutely put away all his emotions, and slapped his heart with his right hand. Bang! Grandpa Tian's body suddenly collapsed, and in an instant it turned into golden threads. These golden threads did not disappear, but condensed into a terrifying golden long sword. A vast long sword that shook the heaven and earth. After the vast long sword condensed and appeared, it flew away with a bang, and flew towards the Divine Emperor Palace as fast as lightning, leaving only a golden trace in the whole sky. Boom! The terrifying shock of the earth-shattering sky sounded from the Divine Emperor Palace. The Divine Emperor Palace, which had shocked the world for many years and made people shudder, suddenly collapsed. The magnificent palace collapsed directly, as if it had suffered a magnitude 12 earthquake, leaving only ruins. The entire Divine Emperor Palace, only a passage leading to the underground, was left, but in that passage, there was a bloody aura. The bloody aura continued to spread to the sky, and gradually, the bloody aura began to dissipate, becoming less and less. The bloody atmosphere that had surrounded the palace of the God Emperor for many years just kept decreasing, and the palace of the God Emperor, which people feared, just turned into ruins. This incident instantly caused an uproar in this world. Yi Fan, who was handling government affairs, was shocked when he got the news. Even the little black cat was shocked. They hurriedly sent people to investigate, trying to find out what happened in the palace of the God Emperor. In Blackstone City, Qin Yu's fair little hands tightly grasped the small porcelain bottle, silently looking at the golden traces in the sky, and her whole mood could not calm down. The words left by Grandpa Tian before he left moved Qin Yu deeply. Because of the words, my child. You know, since her mother died, she was left alone to live. If she hadn't been lucky, often picking up money, often missing various dangers, and often getting help from others, she might have died long ago. But now, Qin Yu, who had always thought that she had no relatives, felt that Grandpa Tian might be her relative. But this relative passed away like this. This had a great impact on Qin Yu's mood, making her feel uneasy. Sister Xiaomei, is he my great-grandfather? Qin Yu turned her head to look at Song Xiaomei, wanting to confirm. When a man is about to die, his words are good. I think what Grandpa Tian said is true, and his strength is so terrible. There is no need to come here to lie and give us gifts. Song Xiaomei took out the small sword jade pendant with a complicated expression, and faintly sensed the power contained in the small sword. Yes, he didn't have to lie to me. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I don't know why. Tears slid down the corners of her eyes, dripping, somewhat uncontrollably. Alas! Song Xiaomei lent her shoulder to Qin Yu, patted Qin Yu back gently, and silently looked at the golden trace that gradually disappeared in the sky. That trace was the last splendor left by Grandpa Tian in this world. After a long time, seeing that Qin Yu's emotions finally stabilized, Song Xiaomei couldn't help but urge her to quickly take the blood in the small porcelain bottle. Yeah. Take it quickly. It can cause space vibration. It must be a rare treasure. If you take it, it may help Li Xian. After all, he is in a dangerous place. Well, I understand. Qin Yu took a deep breath, opened the small porcelain bottle with a shaking hand, and 3 drops of blood floated into the air in an instant, emitting a strong glow. It was the glow that belonged to the gods. The moment these 3 drops of blood appeared, all the creatures in the city felt a strong desire. An extreme desire for high-level energy from a low level. Even Song Xiaomei was extremely eager, staring at the 3 drops of blood. Yeah. Hurry up and eat a drop of blood, and put the rest away quickly. I can't control myself anymore. Song Xiaomei tried her best to suppress the desire in her heart and urged hurriedly. Okay. Qin Yu's desire was even stronger. Several times stronger than Song Xiaomei. Because the blood belonged to her. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu immediately took the 2 larger drops of blood and swallowed the smallest drop of blood into her mouth. Rumble. The terrible energy was bubbling in her body. Qin Yu's soul was surging violently, and a power belonging to the soul began to surge. Qin Yu was shaking all over, and her soul was undergoing a violent transformation, and her soul level went from half-step gold level, directly breaking through to the lower gold level. But this was just the beginning. After the soul reached the lower gold level, it took only 5 breaths, and the soul broke through again, and reached the middle gold level. But Qin Yu did not feel the slightest bit of happiness, and there was only sadness, a strong sadness, that was the sadness hidden in the blood. Tears fell from the corners of Qin Yu's eyes, dripping like pearls from a broken string, and sadness gradually spread. Seeing this, Song Xiaomei hurriedly asked, Yeah? What's wrong with you? Don't get into trouble. It's okay. It's the sadness in the blood. Is she crying? Who is she? There are so many fighting skills in this drop of blood. My head hurts. Qin Yu's state was a little confused. Various battle scenes and various fighting skills emerged in her mind. The vast amount of memory made Qin Yu's brain seem to be stuck, and she was unable to think. At this moment, she felt a splitting headache and needed to have a good sleep to absorb the knowledge in her mind and the terrible power in her blood. In this way, Qin Yu fell asleep and fell into a long sleep. Only when she absorbed everything in her blood, she would wake up. Chapter 435 Weird. God Domain World. Li Xian stood in a green valley, looking at the little hedgehog standing still on the throne in the center of the valley. The little hedgehog at this time had undergone a great change. It was a whole circle bigger, and the thorns on its back had turned red, standing upright, sharp and sharp. Its whole body was glowing with blood-red light, and its every move exuded a frightening power, and its aura was extremely strong. Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog standing quietly, and sighed. Little hedgehog, you are getting stronger and stronger. Yes. Thank you for your knowledge and teaching. I have learned a lot. I want to be like you and transform into a human form in the future. The little hedgehog said lightly, and a blood-red halo spread from its body to all directions from time to time. I agree. When do you plan to go back for revenge? Li Xian looked at the stone tablet behind the little hedgehog and walked forward with some doubts. I will leave tomorrow. What about you? You have reached the maximum level. Right? When will you go back to change your job? The little hedgehog asked back. I go back right away. This time I came here to say goodbye to you. Li Xian replied, and continued to look at the stone tablet. There was a portrait of a beautiful woman carved on the stone tablet. It was a beautiful female warrior wearing armor, holding a long sword, and looking heroic. Li Xian didn't care about the woman's appearance. He just thought that the woman's state was a bit like a lord. But he was too lazy to pay more attention to it. Instead, he waved his hand and said, I'm leaving. See you in the middle-level danger zone. See you in the middle-level danger zone. After that, Li Xian left, and walked out of the valley with big strides. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of footsteps echoed in the valley. Li Xian walked with big strides, and checked his level as he walked. I didn't expect it would take so long to reach level 100. Now I can finally go back and change my job to a hero. By then, I will be a saint level warrior. Li Xian felt a deep joy in his heart. He felt that reaching saint level was really too difficult. And it took several months. But this was fast enough. According to his speculation, if others want to reach the saint level, it will probably take hundreds of years to achieve it. Even if they are the son of destiny, it will probably take decades. But it only took Li Xian a few months to reach level 100. If others knew this, they would definitely be jealous. There is no way. Li Xian's speed of improvement is too fast. As fast as lightning. And it is completely impossible to calculate according to common sense. Saint level. I am really looking forward to it. Although it takes a lot of time, it is all worth it. After all, it is saint level. Li Xian said happily, walking to the valley entrance. Suddenly his ears moved, turning his head to look at the bluewood forest on the right side of the valley entrance. In the forest, Li Xian heard the crisp voice of a woman and the roar of a beast. It seemed that there was a woman fighting. Swish. The god perspective quickly expanded, covering the bluewood forest, and instantly locked onto the center of several blue trees. There, a beautiful woman wearing silver armor, holding a two-handed sword, was fighting with a two-headed wolf. This beauty was very powerful. She danced with her two-handed sword with great force. She blocked the two-headed wolf's claws accurately every time, and even hurt the two-headed wolf. She was very powerful. In addition, she had a hot body, with curves, which made her particularly attractive. Li Xian was attracted involuntarily. While watching quietly, he also calculated through analysis that the two-headed wolf would soon be defeated. Sure enough, after a battle, with a horizontal slash of the two-handed sword, the two-headed wolf was cut in half, and fell on the black ground with a wail, bleeding red blood. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Li Xian observed the beauty carefully, and found that she was really beautiful and more attractive. Of course, the golden light on her body was exactly the golden light that flashed when she upgraded. What really surprised Li Xian was that this beautiful warrior was exactly the same as the beauty on the stone tablet. Are all the lords nowadays so boring? They actually carved their own portraits on the stone tablet. You know, stone tablets are for the dead. Wait, maybe it wasn't drawn by her. Could it be drawn by the little hedgehog? Li Xian thought secretly. It seems that the beautiful warrior didn't draw it herself, because no matter how she looked at it, she didn't look like such a boring person. Sure enough, after the beautiful warrior won, she dragged her two-handed sword and went deeper into the bluewood forest step by step. There was a smile on her fair face, and that smile was like that of a pure little girl, so innocent. Li Xian watched her move forward step by step, watching her step into the depths of the bluewood forest, gradually walking under the lush trees, and being blocked by the leaves. Li Xian God perspective can be like perspective, looking deeper, but he usually does not activate this ability, only when he needs to watch. Just like now, Li Xian feels that the girl's smile is very beautiful, and can't help but use the god perspective to penetrate the lush leaves and look down. Huh? Li Xian's eyes flashed with surprise, because there was no figure of the beautiful warrior in the forest. Li Xian quickly adjusted his perspective, continued to watch carefully, looking for the other party's figure. But he couldn't find it after searching for a long time, which made Li Xian frown more and more. Strange. Where is the person? Why can't I see him? Li Xian felt a deep sense of loss, as if he had lost his most beloved thing. The feeling of reluctance made him eager to know where the other person was. Instinctively, he wanted to chase after him, but reason suppressed his instinct. Let's ask the little hedgehog first. There is a stone tablet in its valley. He must know more information. Li Xian did not rush to chase after him, but turned back to the valley, and saw the little hedgehog standing quietly in the middle of the valley. Why are you back? The little hedgehog saw Li Xian coming back, and asked in confusion. I want to ask you, where is the beauty on the stone tablet? Li Xian pointed to the stone tablet next to the little hedgehog. Stone tablet? What stone tablet? I don't have a stone tablet here. The little hedgehog said in confusion. No stone tablet. Impossible, it's right next to you. Look, there's a painting on it. Li Xian hurriedly pointed to the stone tablet next to the little hedgehog, pointing to the beautiful warrior carrying a two-handed sword on the stone tablet. Li Xian, are you sick? Why are you talking nonsense? The little hedgehog asked again in confusion. You really can't see? Li Xian's expression became serious, gradually came to his senses, and found that something seemed wrong with him. In his heart, Qin Yu could never be replaced, but just now, he actually felt infatuated with the beautiful warrior, wanted to keep looking at her, and follow her. Just now, the beautiful warrior disappeared. Li Xian instinctively wanted to chase her. If it wasn't for his reason telling him to come over and ask first, he would probably have chased her. Damn it! Li Xian hurriedly released his purification talent, and the whole person was filled with the power of holy light, and the strange feeling in his heart was reduced a bit. Li Xian, who was slightly relieved, looked at the portrait of the beautiful warrior on the stone tablet again. In the portrait, the beautiful warrior was looking diagonally downward, as if looking at something. Chapter 436 Age Spots. Li Xian followed the view of the beautiful warrior and looked diagonally downward. At this time, Li Xian suddenly found that the beautiful warrior in the portrait moved. Yes, the beautiful warrior turned her head towards Li Xian strangely and glanced at him. Instantly, a strange sense of horror surged into Li Xian's heart, and a cold chill rose from his back, from his coccyx to the top of his head. Purification. An even stronger purification power shone, and circles of holy light power enveloped Li Xian, protecting Li Xian in the holy light like a ball. Li Xian, who was in the holy light, was not reassured. He continued to release his various abilities frantically, trying to eliminate this strange sense of horror. As his innate abilities were released one by one, the sense of horror did not disappear at all, but became even more strange. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heartbeats rang out. Li Xian stared at the beautiful warrior in the portrait with his eyes, and moved his feet slowly backwards, retreating a little bit, trying to stay away from the portrait and the stone tablet. It was abrupt. The beautiful warrior in the portrait turned her head, and her dark eyes stared at Li Xian. I don't know when. Red blood flowed from the eyes of the beautiful warrior, and flowed down her cheeks little by little, leaving bloody traces where it flowed, which looked extremely hideous and terrifying. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Li Xian looked at the beautiful warrior, looking at her dark eyes, and the increasingly scarlet blood on her cheeks. Li Xian felt his scalp tingling, and was extremely terrified. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't. Boom! The dull sound of the explosion echoed. Li Xian felt that he was in warmth, but the warmth was too strong. He felt as if he was burned by fire, and his skin hurt. In such pain and burning sensation, the scene in front of Li Xian was slightly trembling. After he blinked, suddenly he found himself in the flames, and his skin was burned red. What's going on? Why am I in the flames? Li Xian regained consciousness, somewhat confused, and murmured a little slowly. Li Xian, you finally woke up. What happened to you? You stood here for so long without moving. I called you for a long time, but it was useless. Later, your facial features were all full of blood. I burned you with fire. And you finally woke up. A familiar voice came. It was the voice of the little hedgehog. Li Xian shook his dizzy head and looked to the side. Sure enough, he saw the little hedgehog standing there nervously. Li Xian shook his head and observed himself from a god perspective. He found that blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He had no idea when it came out. Li Xian raised his hand to wipe away the blood flowing from his facial features. His peripheral vision swept towards the location of the stone tablet, and he suddenly found that the stone tablet was gone. Li Xian's heart tightened. He looked carefully at the ground below the stone tablet and found that there were lush weeds growing on the ground. There was no sign of being pressed, as if the stone tablet had never appeared. Such a scene made Li Xian take a breath of cold air, and he couldn't help asking, Little hedgehog, how long have I been standing? It's been a long time. You said you wanted to go back and change your job, but you didn't leave. You just stood there. It's very strange. The little hedgehog looked at Li Xian in confusion. Not leaving? Didn't I go out just now? Didn't I go to the valley entrance? Li Xian was shocked, and even stopped wiping off the blood. No, you were standing here all the time, looking very strange, and then blood flowed from your facial features, and there was a dead aura on your body. I was worried that something had happened to you, so I quickly burned you with a big fireball, and that's how you woke up. The little hedgehog said solemnly. That's what happened. Li Xian couldn't help but feel frightened. You know, he had gone out before, and saw a beautiful warrior in the blue wood forest. But now the little hedgehog said that he had never left the valley. The key point is that when he was affected by the portrait on the stone tablet, he released the holy light, and released a lot of self-rescue abilities. But now it seems that he has never released it at all. This is a bit scary. The more Li Xian thought about it, the more scared he became. He carefully checked himself and found that except for the bleeding of his facial features, he had no special abnormalities. But soon his face changed, because he saw age spots on his hands, which usually only appear on old people. How can there be age spots? I haven't even been a little hero for a year. According to my calculations, this body has at least 100 years of life left. How can there be age spots? Li Xian felt that things were getting more and more difficult, and the atmosphere was getting more and more wrong. He felt that the strange portrait would appear again. Little hedgehog, help me. Take me out of here. And go to Nancy territory. If I encounter abnormal situations again, you must find a way to wake me up. Do you understand? Li Xian said solemnly. Okay, what happened? This is the first time I see you like this. The little hedgehog couldn't help asking. Let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, it's not safe here. Let's leave here first. I won't have to worry about it after I change my job. It's okay even if I die. Li Xian spoke solemnly. He didn't want to mention what happened just now, because he was worried that mentioning what happened just now would cause trouble again. According to his understanding of his previous life, some strange existences, as soon as they are mentioned, may attract the attention of strange existences. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. The man and the hedgehog left in a hurry, and ran quickly towards the valley entrance in worry and solemnity. But as he ran, Li Xian suddenly found that he was actually running into the valley. Li Xian even saw the stone tablet standing on the grass again. The key point was that the portrait of the woman on the stone tablet became a little bigger, occupying more space on the stone tablet, about 1/3, and the woman in the portrait became clearly visible. Li Xian was far away from the stone tablet, but he could clearly see the strange dark eyes on the stone tablet, staring at him intently. Boom, boom, boom. The flames were steaming, and a strong burning sensation surged into Li Xian's heart. He found that his skin was being burned, burning towards dryness. The scene in front of him changed again. Li Xian woke up again, and found himself in the flames again, and the strong flames had burned his body. Li Xian turned his head to look to the side, and found that the little hedgehog was looking at him worriedly, and they were still 2/3 of the distance from the valley entrance. Li Xian did not mean to blame the little hedgehog, but said gratefully, Let's go. Let's run out of the valley quickly. I have a feeling that we will be safe once we run out of the valley, Li Xian said, and continued to run with the little hedgehog. But the more they ran, the slower they ran, as if someone was pulling them hard from behind. Suddenly, Li Xian found that he couldn't move. His legs were directly restrained by something, and he couldn't move at all. Li Xian found out of the corner of his eye that his legs were being tightly grasped by two slender little hands, pulling them backwards. The sense of horror became stronger and stronger. Li Xian felt someone patted his shoulder, and the heat of breath brushed against his neck. As the hot air blew over, Li Xian had more and more age spots on his body, and the smell of decay became stronger and stronger, and even all his abilities could not be used. Take me away. Quickly. Li Xian felt that the situation was getting worse and worse, and hurriedly shouted at the little hedgehog next to him, urging it to take him away. Okay. The little hedgehog suddenly grew larger, expanding to the size of an armored vehicle. And then the little hedgehog hugged Li Xian's body and rushed towards the valley entrance with all his strength. Chapter 437 Saint Level. The little hedgehog was very fast, like a speeding sports car. It rushed to the valley entrance, but as it ran, more things pulled the little hedgehog. This pulling feeling became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying, just like a spring getting tighter and tighter. When the little hedgehog rushed to the valley entrance, it could no longer rush forward. No matter how hard it rushed out, it could not move anymore. It could only lean forward, stay in place, trying to keep from being pulled back. The little hedgehog also sensed that something was going to happen. It felt something grabbing it on the spikes on its back. Almost every spike had something grabbing it. Even its feet were being grabbed, and were being pulled back frantically. The fog had filled the valley at some point, blocking not only the line of sight, but also all detection capabilities. Li Xian and the little hedgehog were in a very bad state at the entrance of the valley. Their vitality was fading quickly, and the smell of decay was getting stronger, especially Li Xian. His condition was very bad. His body was covered with age spots, his breathing became inaudible, and his eyes became cloudy. His consciousness gradually faded, his soul trembled slightly, and there was a pale hand, grabbing his soul, trying to pull his soul away. The two sides were temporarily deadlocked at the mouth of the valley, unable to move forward, nor did they want to take a step back. As their vitality faded, the situation of Li Xian and the little hedgehog became worse and worse, and worse and worse. My strength and vitality are decreasing rapidly. We are in big trouble. The little hedgehog's voice was hoarse. The rapid decrease in vitality made it likely Xian moved towards old age. It could feel that death was coming soon. It wanted to take Li Xian away as soon as possible. But it couldn't do it. The terrifying pulling feeling was getting stronger and stronger. The little hedgehog vaguely saw that there were countless arms holding it tightly and pulling it into the valley. Are you going to die? Despair rose in the little hedgehog's heart. Looking at the densely packed hands, the little hedgehog realized that he could not leave. If he continued, he and Li Xian would die here. After taking a deep breath, the little hedgehog became determined. Its two little claws grabbed Li Xian's body. Then, it suddenly threw Li Xian out of the valley, using all its strength, throwing Li Xian out of the valley. The little hedgehog had great strength, and in an instant, threw Li Xian more than 10 meters away, directly left the valley, and landed outside the valley. Bang! 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 Pale hands stretched out from the mist, like long snakes, grabbing Li Xian outside the valley, trying to grab Li Xian back. But the moment those hands left the valley, they suddenly collapsed, as if some shackles affected those hands, causing them to be unable to leave the valley. In the end, those hands did not stretch out of the valley again, but like ordinary densely packed snakes, gradually covering the little hedgehog, wrapping the little hedgehog, grabbing the mist in the valley. Li Xian, help me kill the ruler of the middle-level danger zone and avenge my parents. Please. The little hedgehog, whose body was wrapped by pale hands, only had time to shout out the last sentence before being grabbed by the dense hands and dragged into the depths of the valley. Outside the valley, Li Xian lay motionless on the ground, his cloudy eyes watching the little hedgehog being entangled by the dense hands, dragged into the valley little by little, and dragged into the fog. Li Xian felt very heavy, and for the first time, he felt decadent in his heart, just because he couldn't mobilize any strength now, and couldn't even move a bit. He could only watch the little hedgehog being pulled into the mist in despair. Why is this happening? How could this happen? Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog getting farther and farther away. Looking at the desperate little hedgehog, Li Xian fell silent. The confidence in his heart was shattered at this moment. Qin Yu World. Blackstone City. The City Lord Mansion. Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes while sleeping, and sat up suddenly. His dark eyes turned golden. I heard Brother Li Xian crying in his heart. He needs help. But my power cannot help him in that world. Unless. Qin Yu took out the small porcelain bottle, looking at the 2 drops of blood remaining in the small porcelain bottle, remembering Grandpa Tian's instructions, remembering the requirement to only take 1 drop a month. Qin Yu knew that if she took 3 drops of blood in a short period of time, she would suffer a strong backlash, but she didn't care about the backlash, because she didn't want to see Li Xian crying. Without hesitation, Qin Yu swallowed the 2 drops of blood in one gulp, and in an instant, the terrible power surged from Qin Yu's body, and spread violently to the outside world. The power in the blood was too strong. It was unknown blood, a mysterious blood that could even affect space. How could the delicate little Qin Yu bear this terrible power? Soon, cracks appeared on her skin, so dense and numerous that they were innumerable. At this moment, she was like a porcelain doll about to break. The terrifying power spread from the cracks, but she was desperate. The whole person suddenly disappeared in the vast power. The world of the gods. The mouth of the valley. In front of Li Xian, who was lying on the ground. Qin Yu suddenly appeared. She was still so petite and cute, but there were more and more cracks on her skin, and more terrifying power was dissipating through the cracks in her skin. A knife suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's little hand. It was a long energy knife, composed of unknown pure energy. She slashed at the valley with a knife. The world-destroying blade light slashed the sky, slashed the darkness, slashed everything, and fell from the sky, slashing fiercely into the valley. Rumble. The earth trembled, trees flew, endless light enveloped the entire valley, dispelling all the fog and darkness in the valley. With a loud noise, the strange stone tablet in the valley collapsed directly, disappeared into nothingness amid screams. The next moment, Qin Yu disappeared in the world of God domain. Alas! A sigh came from the depths of the world of God domain. That was the most dangerous and most terrifying place in the world of God domain, an area that even the ancient gods feared, and a terrifying existence that frightened the abyss. After sighing, a sentence rang out. That's my blood. She's my descendant. Silly child. At the mouth of the valley, The little hedgehog walked out of the valley, dirty all over, with a blank look in his eyes, and obviously a little confused. It walked quickly to Li Xian, picked him up and left, asking as it walked, "Li Xian, what happened just now? What was that light? My level actually rose by 10 levels. What's going on?" The little hedgehog didn't understand what was going on at all, just like a stupid hedgehog. But Li Xian didn't answer it, just kept silent, staring blankly at the place where Qin Yu disappeared. Not long after, the little hedgehog rushed to Nancy territory with Li Xian, scare Nancy in the territory. "Quick, help Li Xian change his job, he's dying." The little hedgehog rushed into Nancy territory with an armored vehicle-like body and directly smashed the protective light gate. "Good." Nancy Lord nodded immediately, fearing the little hedgehog's strength in her heart, but after seeing Li Xian, she felt relieved, and immediately took out the ancient token, helped Li Xian change his job. Buzz! The colorful light shines, Li Xian is bathed in the colorful ocean, and begins to transform from the inside out. Crack! Li Xian's body begins to collapse. The endless colorful light reshapes his soul, reshapes his body, and completely transforms him. Hint: successfully changed jobs, promoted to become a hero. Congratulations, Li Xian, congratulations on becoming a hero. Lord Nancy congratulated Li Xian as he stood quietly. Thank you. Li Xian did not check his status, but opened the portable space and dumped a large pile of supplies on the ground. I am leaving now. I don't know if I can come back in the future. Little hedgehog, please take good care of Nancy territory. Li Xian was anxious to go back to see Qin Yu. After the job transfer was completed and his soul reached the saint level, Li Xian took out the supplies as soon as possible to repay Nancy kindness. As for the little hedgehog's kindness, Li Xian could only repay it later. He had to leave and check on Qin Yu's situation as soon as possible. Goodbye everyone. Li Xian waved goodbye, and his soul separated from his body and began to return to the world of summoned beasts. Chapter 438: The Symbol of Saint Level. When Li Xian's soul left, he deliberately used the heroic spirit transformation for a short time, in order to reassure the little hedgehog and Lord Nancy. The scene of him leaving his body also surprised Lord Nancy, who had never expected that Li Xian had this ability. Thinking of Li Xian leaving just after he became a hero, Lord Nancy was very disappointed and reluctant to let Li Xian leave. Of course, Lord Nancy also saw that Li Xian had something urgent to do and had to leave. Although she was reluctant, she still said with blessing, "Take care. Li Xian. Take care." The little hedgehog also waved his claws and shouted, looking reluctantly at Li Xian floating towards the sky. "If possible, I will definitely come back to find you." Li Xian left his words, as the faint light gradually dissipated, leaving the world of God domain little by little, and returning to the world of summoned beasts. Ding! You have died, resurrecting randomly. With the sound of the machine's prompt, Li Xian world returned to light, and he was reincarnated as a wounded big black cat. Li Xian did not look at the newly acquired talent, but directly gave up his physical body and chose to transform into a heroic spirit. Descend? The talent's ability to descend suddenly activated, and the heroic spirit Li Xian passed through the contract array, disappeared in a ray of light, and descended into Qin Yu world. Blackstone City. The bedroom of the city lord mansion. Qin Yu lay dying on the soft couch, her small body motionless, like a porcelain doll, and her fair skin was covered with dense cracks. The delicate body covered with cracks was very fragile, as if Qin Yu would break if touched. The key point is that a terrible power is flowing in Qin Yu's body. A heart-pounding power is constantly evaporating, leaking out from the cracks on her skin. The surging power leaked out, causing Qin Yu, who was already close to collapse, to become more and more withered. And the cracks are increasing. Fortunately, there is an unknown power protecting her, allowing her to maintain the status quo. But her white face covered with cracks flashes with pain from time to time. Li Xian, who had just arrived, was extremely distressed when he saw the scene. He mobilized the holy healing ability in his talent with heartache and began to treat quickly. Buzz! The power of light surged out from Li Xian's hands, forming two sacred balls of light, wrapping Li Xian's hands. Under the surge of Li Xian power, the two balls of light gradually expanded, and finally turned into a larger ball of light that slowly sank, enveloping Qin Yu's body, completely enveloping her from head to toe. The powerful holy healing ability flashed, and the holy light shone, healing her skin with all its strength, her internal organs, and all her injuries. The holy healing talent is a very special talent. It takes 1 year to use it again. It is a very rare talent with a strong healing effect. Li Xian has never used this talent. Just in case. Now looking at the weak little Qingyu, Li Xian has been extremely distressed. And the holy healing talent is naturally activated without hesitation. With the powerful holy healing talent, Qingyu's condition gradually began to improve. The injuries in her body healed quickly, and the cracked skin gradually healed, returning to soft and white skin like snow. Li Xian saw the scene, and his heavy mood was slightly relieved. But he still tried hard to release his holy healing talent, and had no intention of stopping. He knew clearly that Qingyu's injuries were only temporarily suppressed. The violent power in her body was still surging, and continued to destroy Qingyu's body. She could become the same as before at any time. Li Xian knew this very well, and naturally healed her and protected her without stopping for a second. After the soul reached the holy level, the power that Li Xian could mobilize was even more terrifying. With a powerful holy healing talent, the healing effect that could be achieved was simply amazing. As for consumption, Li Xian didn't care at all. Saint-level Li Xian had already reached the stage of endless life. Even if he didn't practice, his strength would continue to grow. Saint-level Li Xian no longer needed to unilaterally demand soul power from Qinyu. Instead, he began to give back to Qinyu to strengthen her soul. Saint-level signs, domain, companion holy weapon, wandering in the void, Saint-level blood, returning to nature, endless life, and complementing the master. Needless to say, domain is the most obvious sign of Saint-level. Without domain, one cannot become Saint-level. The companion holy weapon is a holy weapon and armor of the holy level, which can be condensed at will with the thoughts of the holy level strong, and is a truly powerful holy weapon. Void travel is flying, which does not require condensing golden wings like the gold level, and can fly in the void and walk in the void. Saint-level blood means that Li Xian descendants can get blood amplification, have powerful strength at birth, and are more likely to reach the holy level. As for returning to nature, it is to completely restrain one's own power, look like an ordinary person, and no longer be as ostentatious as the gold level. Finally, he and Qinyu will form a magical cycle of complementarity, amplifying each other, and strengthening each other's souls. This kind of complementarity accelerates the improvement of both parties' strength, which is an extremely terrifying auxiliary cultivation ability. If an ordinary person signs a contract with a holy beast, he will definitely be able to rapidly improve his strength in a short period of time, which is very abnormal. Li Xian is now mobilizing his strength without restraint to heal Qinyu. If he were an ordinary warrior, he would definitely not be able to sustain such consumption. But for Li Xian, this consumption is nothing at all. Even when he was healing Qinyu, his and Qinyu's strengths were increasing rapidly. Li Xian clearly felt that Qinyu's strength had reached the upper level of gold, and was moving towards the great perfection of gold. This was due to Li Xian's increase, and also the help of the terrifying power in Qinyu's body. With the improvement of these two aspects, Qinyu's strength increased like a rocket. The treatment continued. Li Xian's hands were always radiant with divine light. Even after Song Xiaomei came back and noticed the situation here and rushed over, Li Xian did not stop. Today, Song Xiaomei was busy dealing with the affairs of Blackstone City, and did not know about Qinyu and Li Xian. But seeing Li Xian's solemn look, she could not help but worry, and stood nervously aside. Time passed little by little, and the treatment continued. Li Xian had no intention of stopping at all, and released his holy healing ability with all his strength. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 10 days, Li Xian felt that Qinyu's injuries had completely recovered. So he stopped the treatment, sat beside Qinyu, and gently held her fair little hand. At this moment, Qinyu had recovered, and the surging power in her body gradually subsided. But those powers had not been completely absorbed by Qinyu, and they just calmed down. All of Qinyu's internal and external injuries had recovered, and she had returned to her cute and innocent appearance, which looked extremely cute. Li Xian gently placed Qinyu's little hand on his cheek, looked at her quietly, and waited for her to wake up. After a while, Li Xian suddenly locked onto the long knife next to the soft couch, and looked at the handle, where a special mark was left. Chapter 439. The Palace of the Divine Emperor may have split up. Li Xian discovered that this mark had the function of recording images, and it contained a piece of video information. Li Xian remembered the origin of this knife, which was the weapon of Qin Buhui, the guardian of the Qin state, and it was she who dropped the weapon from the air at that time. Li Xian later investigated Qin Buhui intelligence, and learned some of her information, only knowing that she was the guardian of the Qin state, and was severely injured by the Divine Emperor, and later knelt and died in front of the tombstone. Li Xian naturally had to check the image mark left by such a person, to prevent bad information from being left. After all, Qin Yu would use this long sword again, so Li Xian had to be cautious. With curiosity, Li Xian's holy thoughts directly penetrated the mark and began to explore. After reaching the holy level, Li Xian saw through the hidden picture in the mark at a glance, and his brows gradually frowned. It turned out to be like this. How could it be? Li Xian was in doubt, and he doubted the authenticity of the image mark. The information on the photo mark is about Qin Yu life experience. It says that Qin Yu identity is very special. She is a descendant of the Qin royal family, and has a very special bloodline. Of course, there is other information. Li Xian is a little skeptical, mainly because it is too fantasy. It seems that I need to find a time to go to the Qin royal family to investigate the authenticity of the matter, and see what is going on. Li Xian muttered secretly, retracting his holy thoughts and silently watching Qin Yu wake up. After a long time, Qin Yu moved in her deep sleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes, and looked at the wooden roof in a daze. As if she sensed something, Qin Yu tilted her head slightly, and just happened to see Li Xian's handsome face. Feeling her little hand being held, Qin Yu felt warm in her heart, and said softly, "Hubby, you're back." "Yes, I'm back." Li Xian's cheek was against Qin Yu's soft little hand, and he said with some blame and some heartache, "I don't want to see you get hurt again." "I'm sorry." Qin Yu sat up slowly, looking at Li Xian apologetically, not because she did something wrong, but because she felt sorry for making Li Xian worry. Alas! Li Xian sighed deeply, hugged Qin Yu's body in his arms, and said softly, "I will stay by your side and take care of you for a while, until the power in your body is completely stable." "Really?" Qin Yu raised her head with some joy when she heard that Li Xian was going to stay for a while, and looked at Li Xian with surprise with her big black eyes. "Of course, I make you something delicious when the time comes." Li Xian smiled gently. "Yeah, I want to eat braised pork." Qin Yu showed a greedy look. "Okay, I make you braised pork." "Yeah." The two chatted quietly, talking about what happened in the past few days, quietly enjoying their world. Qin Yun City. Yifan City Lord Mansion. Yifan, with a little black cat lying on his shoulder, sat solemnly on the main seat in the conference hall, holding two pieces of intelligence and carefully looking at them. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. "Xiao Lu, have these two intelligence reports been confirmed? Is there really no one on the third underground floor of the Divine Emperor Palace?" "Yes. Lord City Lord, our people entered the Divine Emperor Palace and explored the environment on the third underground floor. We really didn't see anyone, only blood everywhere. If we weren't worried about the danger behind, our people might have gone to the fourth underground floor of the Divine Emperor Palace," Xiao Lu said with certainty. "That's right. Strange, what happened in the Divine Emperor Palace?" Yifan frowned, unable to figure out what was going on, and couldn't help but turn his head to look over his shoulder. "Mr. Cat, can you use your detection ability to look at the palace of the Divine Emperor again? There were so many witch giants last time. How come there are none now? I can't see it now. Last time I was attacked by the Divine Emperor, my detection ability backfired, and I need to rest for a while to recover." The little black cat shook his head. "Is that so? Okay then, I send someone to investigate again." Yifan was still very wary of the palace of the Divine Emperor. Not to mention the many terrifying witch giants. The three generals under the Divine Emperor alone were very terrifying. For example, Mimian, that was the legendary half-saint. He could destroy all the rebels by himself. If it weren't for Mimian's good and evil nature, and if he hadn't let them go, Yifan felt that he would have been finished long ago. In addition to Mimian, there were two other stronger generals, who were all feared. To be honest, Yifan felt that the reason he and others were able to survive was probably because of Mimian. If Mimian showed the mood to destroy the rebels, then all the rebels will be destroyed, and there will be no survivors. "Master Cat, do you think that Mimian has turned against the Emperor of God? Why do I feel that he seems to be protecting us?" Yifan suddenly asked a strange question. This the little black cat pondered for a moment. Through the information he had collected during this period of time, he felt that the rebels were able to survive, which was completely due to the generosity of the Emperor of God Palace. After all, Yifan was the strongest among the rebels. But Yi Fan was not even at the gold level. Such a weak strength, compared with the palace of the gods, is simply the difference between an ant and a dragon. So the little black cat sighed and said, I have this feeling too. Maybe there is a split within the palace of the gods. And there are strong people who tend to help humans. If so, then it makes sense. Otherwise we would have been destroyed long ago. So, let's investigate the palace of the gods and see who is protecting us. Is it Squinty Eyes? Or other strong human beings? Yi Fan made a suggestion. Well, you should first send people to slowly investigate the palace of the God Emperor, see how many layers there are underground in the palace of the God Emperor, and let them be careful. The little black cat thought for a while and said, Okay. Yi Fan nodded and began to give instructions to Xiao Lu, arranging people to investigate the palace of the God Emperor. On the other side, the second largest rebel leader, Monk Ku, also received similar information and began to arrange people to investigate the palace of the God Emperor. Not only the rebels, but also the major surviving countries are taking action, investigating the information of the palace of the God Emperor, and seeing what happened in the palace of the God Emperor. 3 days later, Blackstone City. Li Xian embraced Qin Yu and leaned on the recliner. The two of them sat on the rocking recliner, quietly looking at the blue sky, feeling the light breeze, smelling the rich fragrance of flowers, enjoying their own world. Qin Yu's health was getting better and better. Except for the occasional burst of power in her body, there was nothing else. She couldn't be better. Looking at the cute and adorable Qin Yu beside him, Li Xian's mood was getting better and better, but he was somewhat curious about Qin Yu's life experience. Honey, what's wrong with you? Qin Yu asked softly, her little head resting in Li Xian's arms without moving. It's about your background. I got some information. Li Xian told the truth. Background? Is it Grandpa Tian? Qin Yu asked in surprise. No. But I will also investigate this Grandpa Tian. This person must be very unusual. Those 3 drops of blood are too extraordinary. Li Xian said seriously. Well, those 3 drops of blood are really scary. Qin Yu whispered, leaning towards Li Xian's arms. Well, I go to the Divine Emperor Palace to investigate. If you have something to do, call me as soon as possible. I can feel it. Li Xian made a suggestion. Well, go ahead. Come back soon. Qin Yu squeezed Li Xian's right hand, reluctantly saying, Don't worry. Your husband is a saint-level strongman. I can kill an ordinary half-saint with a flick of my finger. Li Xian smiled gently, raised his hand and pinched Qin Yu's soft and tender face, and his body disappeared into the void in the illusion. Chapter 440. They see no hope. Qinhuang City. This is the most prosperous city in Qin State. There are countless royal nobles and children of high officials. If it weren't for the massacre many years ago, it would be even more lively. That massacre was a massacre of the royal children. It was done by the God Emperor himself. The entire royal family's direct descendants were almost killed. Even Qin Buhui was severely injured by the God Emperor and left. Not long after, Qin Buhui returned after destroying the mutant beast's nest, knelt alone and died in front of the royal tombstone. The ending can be said to be extremely desolate. Later, the Qin state was without a ruler for a long time. And it was seen that the Qin state was falling apart. An old prince, who had no descendants, unwilling to see the Qin state fall apart, took on the huge pressure of being killed by the Divine Emperor. He took over the throne and became the new emperor of the Qin state, managing the country for more than 10 years. In these years, the Qin state did not have much development, and even regressed a little, but at least the Qin state was still alive. But the old prince was too old and could no longer support the country. Under such circumstances, Li Xian came to Qinhuang City, walked step by step on the streets, checked the human geography, and learned about the culture here. Occasionally, he would go to the tavern to listen to people chatting, go to Baixialu to buy information, and sneak into the palace of Qinhuang City to explore the news. After Li Xian learned an important news, he came to the Shenhuang Palace without hesitation, and found out a terrible news from a lame old woman. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. At this time, Li Xian was no longer in Qin State, but stood in a desert full of yellow sand. In the whistling wind, he scanned the dark desert area in the center of the desert from a god perspective. Under this dark desert, there is a 99-story underground city. Its name is the City of Hope. It is a desert city built by the God Emperor, who spent manpower and material resources, and forced countless humans to sign. This city is huge. There are a huge amount of supplies stored in the city. There are also underground plants similar to mushrooms planted inside, which can be used for food. There are also magical filtering fruit trees, water collection equipment, and many plants that can keep people alive for a long time. All kinds of facilities are fully prepared. Li Xian looked at the city from a god perspective. Looking at the soldiers of the Divine Emperor Palace in the city, Li Xian's heart was agitated, and he couldn't calm down for a while. No wonder Qin Yu was always taken care of in various ways. Even after swallowing those 3 drops of blood, her body was about to collapse. There was still a mysterious power protecting her. It turned out that this world was taking care of her. The reason was that this world was repaying the favor. This favor, it was really a great favor. Li Xian sighed, and continued to scan the huge city of hope with complicated eyes. He saw the soldiers of the Divine Emperor Palace in the city, and looked at their young faces. These soldiers were all talented warriors, and they had very good cultivation qualifications. Many resources were open to them, which provided them with crazy cultivation. But Li Xian found that there was deep despair hidden in the eyes of these talented warriors. They can't see hope. Li Xian sighed, not knowing what to say, and not knowing how to explain this to Qin Yu. Go back and tell her. It will happen sooner or later. Li Xian's body disappeared into the void, disappearing in the yellow desert. Only the footprints that gradually disappeared in the desert indicated that he had been here. The Palace of the Emperor of Gods. The Palace of the Emperor of Gods has become a ruin at this moment, with broken walls everywhere. The blood that had been surrounding the Palace of the Emperor of Gods for many years has disappeared, and tender grass and green leaves have grown on the ground again. Outside the ruins, Yi Fan, the little black cat, and the bitter monk led many soldiers, looking solemnly at the Palace of the Emperor of Gods, preparing to enter the passage of the Palace of the Emperor of Gods to investigate intelligence. During these 7 days, they found a lot of information, and the exploration team also went deep into the 98th floor of the Emperor's Palace. Then on the 98th floor, they found a lame old woman. Except for this old woman, no one else was seen on the 1st to 98th floors of the Emperor's Palace. After encountering the lame old woman, the old woman showed terrible strength, and a power called Domain was released by the old woman. The exploration team was frightened and was frozen on the spot. Then the exploration team was released in fear. But they also brought back a worrying news. The news was that the old woman asked Yi Fan, Ku Monk, and Qin Yu to go to the Divine Emperor Palace. Otherwise the lame old woman would come to visit in person. Facing such a terrible lame old woman, Yi Fan and Ku Monk considered again, and finally came. There was no other way. The strongman who had a domain was a saint-level strongman, a true peerless master. They really couldn't afford to offend him, so they had to come. Looking at the team that came, which lacked Qin Yu, Ku Monk looked at Yi Fan and asked with a hint of inquiry. Qin Yu didn't reply to our message. I wonder if she will dare to come. She should come. The lame old lady is the strongest among the 3 generals of the Emperor of God. The little black cat said that the lame old lady has reached the saint level. If you anger her, the consequences will be serious. Yi Fan said solemnly. Yes. The consequences are really serious. The bitter monk sighed deeply. The harder he tried to improve, the more desperate he felt. The power of the Emperor of God Palace was too strong. The more they understood, the more they could feel the power of the Emperor of God Palace. This power was so powerful that it made people despair to the extreme. Let's go! If the lame old woman wants to kill us, there's no need to go through so much trouble. All we can do is look for a glimmer of hope. Yi Fan smiled bitterly, holding the little black cat, and with 5 loyal subordinates, he walked into the underground level of the Palace of the Divine Emperor step by step. Yes, if the saint wants to kill me, he only needs to blow a breath. The bitter monk had no choice but to also walk into the Palace of the Divine Emperor with his subordinates, and walk to the 98th floor one by one. The Palace of the Divine Emperor was too big, like an underground fortress, with all kinds of war facilities everywhere, and almost every floor was like a battlefield, which was frightening to watch. Everyone walked down the stairs, smelling the bloody smell in the air, looking at the mottled dark red blood on the ground, and the dense scratches on the wall. Everyone always felt like they were on a battlefield, full of tension and murderous atmosphere, murderous aura, death, and the iron-blooded fighting spirit of the soldiers. It's really an incredible place. What happened here? The little black cat was in a very solemn mood, and his cat eyes scanned around, flashing from time to time. That lame old woman must know everything. She should have told us. Otherwise she wouldn't have let us come. Yi Fan analyzed some details inside, and felt that the deeper he went, the closer he felt to the truth. There are so many traps here, many of which I can't see. Fortunately, they are closed. Otherwise we would have died long ago. The little black cat jumped onto Yi Fan's shoulder, carefully explored the surroundings, and found that there were many holes in the wall, and there were sharp barbs hidden in the holes, ready to strike out at any time to attack the enemy. In addition to the holes on the walls, the little black cat also found that the roofs of each floor, as well as the ground under his feet, also had various holes hidden. These holes were densely packed, and each one was frightening. Even on the open door, there were various sharp spikes. These spikes were more than 1 meter long and extremely sharp. If you were not careful, you might get pierced. In addition to these, there were many war tools placed on the ground, and some of them were even poisoned. Looking at the Divine Emperor Palace like this, the little black cat felt that the entire Divine Emperor Palace was a ferocious fighting machine. Chapter 441: The Abyss Giant in the Palace of the God Emperor. This also made the little black cat more and more solemn, and he felt more and more that the palace of the God Emperor was hiding a big secret. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. I smell the smell of the abyss. Could it be that the God Emperor is related to the abyss? The little black cat's face finally changed. No way. Yi Fan was shocked. You know, the abyss is the source of evil. If the God Emperor is really related to the abyss, he is definitely a great traitor to mankind, and will bring endless despair to mankind. I don't know, but I smell the smell of the abyss, and it's getting stronger and stronger. I will never forget that smell of sin. The little black cat explained seriously. This Yi Fan, the bitter monk and others looked more and more solemn. They moved forward step by step with full vigilance. In anxiety, they finally came to the 50th floor, and saw a scene that stunned them. In the center of the 50th floor of the Divine Emperor Palace, there was a huge laboratory, which was filled with various experimental devices, and various instruments were placed everywhere. The key is that in many research tools, there are many creatures sealed. These creatures are twisted, weird, ugly, and the breath they exude is all the breath of the abyss. Among them, a 5-meter-tall giant attracted everyone's attention. The giant was strong, with knotted muscles, and a face full of flesh. Just standing there, it gave people a frightening feeling, and the weak would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was actually used for research. This is a gold-level abyss giant, the little black cat said solemnly. Abyss giant? Isn't it a witch giant? Yi Fan was puzzled. He had seen the scene of transforming humans into witch giants in the screen before. The size of the witch giant is similar to that of the abyss giant, the same muscular knots, and they look very similar. No, the aura emitted by the witch giant is the aura of life, and most of them are silver level, half-step gold level, and there are very few gold level strongmen. The aura emitted by this giant is the disgusting abyss aura. It is the most orthodox abyss giant. As long as these abyss giants reach adulthood, they have the strength of gold level. So, the abyss giant is much stronger than the witch giant, and they are not the same race at all. The little black cat explained solemnly. So that's how it is. Why are there abyss giants here? Is it to research the witch giants, and find the abyss giants for experiments? Yi Fan made a bold guess. I don't know, but the witch giants and the abyss giants do have something in common. It's possible that the God Emperor cooperated with the abyss to become a god, get the abyss giants, and then create the witch giants. The little black cat felt more and more that the God Emperor did something that angered the heavens and the people in order to become a god, but it always felt that something was wrong, and it couldn't be sure what was going on for a while. Let's keep going. There must be more information on the next floor, Monk Ku suggested. Okay. Everyone continued to move forward, along the 50th floor, and walk quickly forward, because the breath of the abyss giant was too strong. Everyone present, except the little black cat, felt heavy and walked slowly. Some people were even under terrible pressure, and their faces were pale. Even Yi Fan and Monk Ku felt like they were being pressed down by a mountain, and it felt very heavy. The aura emitted by the gold level is too terrifying. Under such an aura, our walking is affected. The bitter monk sighed helplessly. That's for sure. The gold level and the silver level are a huge watershed. The life level has been differentiated, which is equivalent to the difference between higher life forms and lower life forms. So facing the gold level, the human wave tactics have no effect at all. We can only face them with the gold level. Alas, your strength is too weak. The little black cat glanced at Yi Fan and the bitter monk, and thought of the strength of the countries in the world, and sighed helplessly. Since the death of Qin Buhui, the guardian of the Qin state, there are almost no gold-level people in this world. Even if there are gold-level people, they are from the Divine Emperor Palace, the Weird God Cult, and the Evil Energy Organization. Facing these three powerful organizations, the combined power of mankind cannot beat a gold-level person. This is the most desperate thing for the little black cat. It is also fortunate that the Weird God Cult and the Evil Energy Organization fought to death. The two sides had a real fight some time ago, and the gold-level people were almost extinct. Now that the Divine Emperor Palace has problems, the little black cat feels that the humans in this world are really lucky, and they have survived to this day. Don't move. The little black cat suddenly reminded everyone, releasing a mysterious force that enveloped everyone, and everyone instantly fell into invisibility. What's wrong, Master Cat? Yi Fan asked in a low voice, not knowing what happened. Look at the abyss giant. It's awake. The little black cat reminded faintly. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and hurriedly looked up at the abyss giant, and found that its eyes moved slightly, and then opened its eyes. In an instant, a violent aura suddenly rippled, and a heart-pounding force enveloped the entire 50 floors. The entire space seemed to be stretched tight, and it looked solemn and oppressive. Yi Fan and others were frightened when they saw this scene. A sense of crisis that was extremely terrifying enveloped them, making them extremely terrified. But they covered their mouths tightly, not daring to move, standing there nervously and worriedly, hiding in the strange energy that enveloped them. After a while, the abyss giant closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep, and the terrible pressure began to weaken. Huh? Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a deep breath, and then everyone realized that they were so scared that they had cold sweats on their backs. This pressure is too terrifying. Is this the strength of the gold level? Too strong. The bitter monk envied. Yes, it alone can destroy you. If it goes out, it can easily destroy more than a dozen countries. Now you understand the horror of the gold level. The little black cat said. I understand. Since the abyss giant is so dangerous, why did the Divine Emperor Palace bring in such a terrifying existence? The key is that the giant is left here without any care, and no one can be seen. This is too much. Someone couldn't help but say. Yes, although we don't know what happened in the Divine Emperor Palace, if the abyss giant is left unattended, something bad will happen sooner or later. The bitter monk was also solemn. Indeed, what should we do? Yi Fan looked at the little black cat. What should we do? Of course we should go to the next level. With your strength, you can't even break the skin of a gold-level giant. How can you possibly deal with this giant? In my opinion, instead of thinking about it here, you might as well find that lame old woman and ask her for help. She can kill this abyss giant with just one finger. The little black cat said. Is he so strong? Someone was shocked. You know, they couldn't even break the skin of a gold-level giant. But the lame old woman could kill such a terrifying gold-level abyss giant with just one finger. Such a gap made them deeply feel the horror of the palace of the Divine Emperor. Chapter 442 Saint-level Strongman tells a story. You know, the lame old woman is just one of the 3 generals under the God Emperor. The real power is the God Emperor. That is the existence that makes people feel suffocated. When they thought that the unknown, mysterious and terrifying God Emperor was still there, the mood of the people sank to the bottom. Let's go, keep going down, see what's going on. The little black cat urged. It couldn't wait to know everything. With deep expectations, the team continued to set off, walking down layer by layer along the God Emperor Palace. As they moved forward, the smell of blood and the breath of the abyss became stronger, and the various defense measures became more and more complete and more, until they came to the 95th floor. They saw a dissected corpse of an abyss giant. The people were getting more and more depressed, and finally walked into the 96th floor underground, and saw a dense variety of broken weapons. It's the weapons depot. Everyone looked at the various weapons on the 96th floor curiously, and found that these broken weapons were of various kinds. Some large and some small, and many were weapons for giants. Most of these weapons were covered in blood. Various kinds of blood. Black, blue, purple, brown, and only red blood was the rarest. Everyone looked at the scene here, frowning, and felt very strange. Only the little black cat had a twinkling look in his eyes, and couldn't help urging, go to the next floor. Quickly. Okay. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon arrived at the 97th floor, and saw many broken armors. These armors are very large, very different from ordinary armors, and they are obviously for giants. Everyone stopped in front of a huge silver armor, and saw a huge fist mark on the silver armor. Such a large fist mark, it is obvious that it was made by a giant. It seems that someone wearing armor was injured and left marks. These marks on armor are actually left by fighting with the Abyss Giant. The little black cat's voice trembled. What do you mean? There was a little red-eyed beauty in Efan team. She was a little silly and asked stupidly. Go to the next floor. You will know soon. The little black cat continued to urge, and his body was shaking. Okay. Everyone continued to move forward, and quickly came to the 98th floor along the stairs, and looked at the scene inside the 98th floor. It didn't matter if they saw it. They were scared again. There were a lot of combat tools on the 98th floor. These combat tools were very large, including giant crossbows, giant bows and arrows, and giant magic-breaking arrows. The key point was that in the corner of the 98th floor, there were densely packed poison barrels of various kinds. On these poison barrels, there were the words Giant Poison and some different model logos. Such a scene, with so many scenes, made the little black cat even more shocked. Master Cat, with so many weapons against giants. Why do I feel like the palace of the Divine Emperor is fighting with giants? Yifan boldly guessed. Even if they are fighting with giants, there is a lot of blood of abyssal creatures on the broken weapons on the 96th floor, and the silver armor on the 97th floor is the fist mark of abyssal creatures. In addition, the many defense measures of the abyss are all aimed at the underground of the palace of the Divine Emperor. In other words, there is a great danger hidden deep in the Divine Emperor Palace. I am afraid that the Divine Emperor Palace is completely different from what we imagined. The little black cat said solemnly. It is like this. Wait, I sent people to investigate before, and they found nothing. The bitter monk frowned in confusion. I cast an illusion, and they did not see these supplies. A hoarse voice sounded slowly, and with this voice, a lame old woman with a cane walked slowly out of the corridor. The old woman exuded a decayed smell, proving that she was very old. The lame old woman. The little black cat whispered. Welcome, the gods of the ancient world. The Lord God Emperor mentioned you to me, he said. You will have more power to protect this world. The lame old woman said faintly. Protect this world? The little red-eyed beauty in the team was at a loss. She still hadn't figured out what was going on. Everyone, do you want to hear the old woman tell a story? The lame old woman's voice was hoarse, and her eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Please speak, old woman. The little black cat said hurriedly. Okay. The lame old woman glanced at the little black cat, and slowly began to tell the story. In the ancient world of gods, there is a mysterious family of guardian gods. They take it as their responsibility to protect the world. Many powerful geniuses appear in every generation. In the family of guardian gods, there is a young man named Tion, who has excellent qualifications and extraordinary strength. At the age of 15, he has cultivated to the semi-god realm, and is only one step away from becoming a god. According to the rules of becoming a god, the young man went to the world of gods, blocked waves of attacks, established a huge territory, and defeated all the lords within 1,000 miles. He was about to establish an empire and become a god. But unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Because of a mysterious little porcelain bottle, the boy suffered a catastrophe and fell in the world of the gods. After falling, the boy's soul was severely damaged. He was reincarnated into this world with only one life left. His hope of becoming a god was completely cut off. The only thing that accompanied him was the mysterious little porcelain bottle. The lame old woman said this, glanced at the little black cat, found a chair to sit down, and continued. In this life, he was reincarnated into the Qin royal family. His father was the king of Qin. He had high expectations for him, and hoped that he could become a truly powerful person. He named him Qin Zhantian. Unfortunately, he was obsessed with becoming a god. He gave up on himself at a young age and never practiced. Even though he was born in the Qin royal family, he was drunk in the tavern every day. The royal family was completely disappointed in him. No one paid attention to him. Many people regarded him as a waste. Until that day, he met a girl who was like an elf. The girl's heart was very beautiful. After meeting Qin Zhantian, a series of events gradually changed Qin Zhantian and made him realize the truth. Qin Zhantian started practicing again. He reached the ordinary level in one day. the black iron level in 7 days, the bronze level in 2 months, and the silver level in 8 months. In just 3 years, Qin Zhantian officially entered the gold level. 5 years later, he achieved the powerful saint level, which is stronger than I am now. Such a powerful Qin Zhantian became the strongest person in the true sense of the Qin state. At that time, the obvious genius was Qin Buhui, whose level was only silver. Qin Zhantian was too talented. Even if he hid his martial arts, his strategy alone made him valued by the Qin Emperor. At that time, the Qin Emperor abdicated and gave the throne to Qin Zhantian. Unfortunately, Qin Zhantian got tired of being the emperor for only a few months, and directly threw the throne to someone else, choosing to live a carefree life. He did not tell others about his strength, but married the woman and had children, and lived in seclusion to enjoy the peace of this life. However, the good times did not last long, and danger appeared. The weird god cult set its sights on this world and began to invade. They used smuggling methods to infiltrate and invade this world. These weird god cult invaders were not strong, only at the gold level, at most half-saint. And to Qin Zhantian, the invaders were all garbage. But for this world, the invaders are a natural disaster, and no one in the world can defeat them. Faced with such a crisis, Qin Zhantian finally took action, blocking the smuggling point alone, and killing all the invaders, leaving no one alive. The invasion of the weird god cult awakened the world's will, and Qin Zhantian helped led to the world's will, blessing Qin Zhantian. And naturally he became the son of destiny. But Qin Zhantian didn't care about the blessing of the world at all, and instead gave up the blessing and asked the world's will to repair the world's loopholes as much as possible. Because Qin Zhantian knew that the invasion of the weird god cult had just begun. As expected, in the following time, the strange god sent waves of masters, infiltrating from all over the world, and invading this world. Among the masters they sent, there are already saints, who are true overlords. Facing masters of this level, except Qin Zhantian, ordinary warriors are not even qualified to find the enemy, let alone resist. Facing the impending catastrophe, facing the terrible enemy, it was still Qin Zhantian who took action. As a former demigod, the power and domain he controlled were extremely terrible. Those invaders had just entered this world, and before they could react, they were killed by Qin Zhantian. No one in the world knew about these things except Qin Zhantian family. In this way, Qin Zhantian went out early and came back late, killing invaders everywhere, silently guarding this world for many years, and protecting people from living in peace. No one knew about these things. Only Qin Zhantian's wife and son knew all this, and silently supported him, because his wife and son admired him. They practiced hard and gradually became stronger. However, the good times did not last long. Chapter 443: The Heartbroken Emperor. The lackeys of the Abyss world, the evil god world, also set its sights on this world, joined the invasion. Qin Zhantian was under more pressure. But Qin Zhantian was too strong. Even if two worlds invaded, Qin Zhantian still won the battle. With his own strength, he blocked the invasion of the two worlds. Sometimes, Qin Zhantian also thought about telling the world about these things, but during that time, mutant beasts were rampant, and people were invaded by mutant beasts. Qin Buhui, the strongest man in the human race, gathered the strength of all the countries in the world and barely stopped the mutant beast. If Qin Zhantian told them that two worlds were invading, the whole world would probably be in chaos. The point is, facing gold level, semi-saint, and saint level enemies, all the masters in the world combined can't beat a gold level enemy, and can't even break his skin. Even if Qin Zhantian told everyone about the invasion, it would not have much effect except increasing panic and unrest. In addition, the invasion of mutant beasts can train humans and stimulate their slow growth. Qin Zhantian said nothing in the end, but traveled the world with his wife and children, killing all invaders and silently guarding the world for many years. Later, Qin Zhantian's son grew up, married and had children, and Qin Zhantian had a grandson. He worked harder to protect the world. Only 10 years later, a greater disaster came. On this day, Qin Zhantian keenly detected that there was a spatial fluctuation in the valley outside Qinhuang City, and a passage from the abyss. The appearance of this passage made Qin Zhantian realize the seriousness of the matter. He immediately went deep underground and temporarily sealed the abyss passage. However, the passage opened by the abyss was not so easy to seal. The cracks continued to expand, and Qin Zhantian felt tremendous pressure, facing the more terrifying abyss. the invasion of the weird god cult, and the evil god world. Qin Zhantian was really anxious and felt the pressure was getting greater and greater. Qin Zhantian wanted to make this matter public, unite all forces, and stop foreign invasion. But at this time, mutated beasts appeared at the half-step gold level. Mutated beasts rioted, madly attacked human cities, and humans fell into a great catastrophe. Almost all humans realized the great crisis of survival and trembled under the half-step gold level. Qin Zhantian saw the weakness of humans, thought that the basic arms in the abyss were all gold level. Qin Zhantian sighed, and finally took on everything alone. He first used his royal identity to position this area as a restricted area, forbidding anyone to enter, and built it into a large manor. Qin Zhantian secretly built a temporary battle area underground, strangling the low-level monsters that occasionally rushed in. Of course, the weakest of these low-level monsters are all gold level, and the strong ones are semi-saints. And the saint level occasionally appears. Except for Qin Zhantian, no one can stop these enemies, and even the aftermath cannot be withstood. In addition to guarding the abyss passage, Qin Zhantian also has to attack everywhere, destroy the infiltration of the weird god cult and the evil god world. He even helps humans from time to time, helping humans to overcome the difficulties of mutant beasts. He felt his shoulders getting heavier and heavier. All the things were weighing on his shoulders, making him physically and mentally exhausted. As time went by, the abyss took up more of Qin Zhantian energy. He became busier and busier, more and more tired, and even had the idea of giving up. But every time he came home and ate the lotus seed porridge made by his wife, Qin Zhantian's fighting spirit was full again, and he resolutely continued to protect the world. Afterwards, Qin Zhantian's son gradually grew up, reached the gold level, and shared some of the pressure for Qin Zhantian. Qin Zhantian's grandson was also 16 years old. His talent gradually emerged, and his strength gradually caught up. He had the tendency to become the second Qin Zhantian. However, the good times did not last long. An invasion of the evil god world caused Qin Zhantian's son and daughter-in-law to die in battle. Even his grandson was severely injured and lost all his cultivation. That day, Qin Zhantian held his grandson covered in blood, and looked at his son and daughter-in-law who had lost their lives. His heart was broken, but he did not shed a single tear, because in this world anyone can cry, but he can't. He is the last guardian, and he must be strong. Qin Zhantian, who was grieving, buried his son and daughter-in-law, and sent his grandson to the imperial city. The grandson, who lost his cultivation, could no longer practice. Qin Zhantian hoped that his grandson could live a peaceful life, so he told Qin Buhui to protect his grandson. Luckily, Qin Zhantian's strength finally broke through to the semi-god, and he started a big plan, which was to severely damage the evil god world. That day, he entered the evil god world alone. Amid the endless siege of enemies, he slashed the evil god with his sword, and shocked the entire evil god world. In that battle, Qin Zhantian's name resounded throughout many worlds, and shocked the weird god cult to suspend its invasion. Only the powerful abyss was not afraid of Qin Zhantian, and continued to attack. The demigod Qin Zhantian was also unwilling to be outdone. He entered the abyss, and in the sky mountain range of the abyss, he slashed 100,000 abyss creatures with his sword, and won the battle. After that, he entered the lake of death, the valley of extinction, the cave of the dead, the giant forest and other abyss areas, killing many abyss creatures, finally temporarily shocked the abyss, and ushered in a brief peace. Half a year later, a huge abyss dog tribe demigod descended, bringing with him 18 saint-level great masters, and 1,000,000 gold-level giants. Facing such a powerful enemy, Qin Zhantian felt tremendous pressure, and felt the crisis of life and death. What made Qin Zhantian even more desperate was that the evil god world took the opportunity to invade, descended a demigod-level evil god, and 10,000 gold-level masters. Can you imagine? Facing such a terrible enemy, what should Qin Zhantian do alone? He only felt that the world was dark. But looking at the lotus porridge brought by his wife, Qin Zhantian drank the warm lotus porridge. He knew that he had to shoulder it all. So, he set out again, single-handedly into the abyss, fighting for 7 days and 7 nights. That battle was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sky and the earth were dark. The abyss army was defeated, and almost died. The blood flowing from the giants' bodies gathered together, forming a long river of blood, stretching for miles, shocking the world, and once again establishing Qin Zhantian's name. He won again, but this victory was not easy. Qin Zhantian paid a heavy price. He lost his heart, his left leg, his right arm, and his internal organs were all broken. If he had not been a demigod, he would have died. Qin Zhantian, covered in blood, relied on the demigod's strong vitality, leaned on a long knife, and dragged his seriously injured body back home. He just wanted to drink a bowl of lotus seed porridge in this warm home. But when he returned home, he saw his wife lying on the ground tragically dead. At that moment, Qin Zhantian felt like the sky was about to fall, and the whole world was collapsing. He trembled with his only left arm, and picked up his wife in a pool of blood, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Blood and tears flowed from Qin Zhantian's eyes, and his emotions almost collapsed. He seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. He wanted to die with his wife, to accompany her forever, and even his whole body slowly lost its spirit. Fortunately, he thought of revenge, and Qin Zhantian recovered a little. He did not hesitate to use the forbidden power, and went back in time to see the scene when his wife died. He saw the murderer, a member of the evil organization under the evil god, and also saw his wife lying in a pool of blood, saying something silently. Qin Zhantian understood what his wife said, which was to let him continue to protect this world, and protect their only grandson. Qin Zhantian stood for a long time, and finally nodded, deciding to fulfill his wife's last wish, and work hard to protect this world. However, Qin Zhantian, who had just decided to protect this world, received new bad news. His grandson in Qinhuang City was killed. Qin Zhantian originally thought it was the work of the evil god, but through time travel, he found out that the one who did it was actually a member of the Qin royal family. The reason was that his grandson wanted to become the new Qin emperor, and wanted to use the power of the country to help Qin Zhantian do some auxiliary work and help the world. However, some people in the Qin royal family had evil thoughts, and were worried that the throne would be taken away. They secretly contacted the evil organization, and killed Qin Zhantian's grandson. These royal family members thought they were doing it secretly, but they didn't know that Qin Zhantian, who was at the demigod level, used the ability to travel back in time and saw everything. Having lost all his relatives, Qin Zhantian, who was in a rage, finally exploded. Overnight, he slaughtered all the murderers, eradicating the roots, and the entire palace was flooded with blood. At this time, Qin Buhui could not stand it anymore, thinking that Qin Zhantian had killed too many people in the royal family, and wanted to stop him, but was finally severely injured by Qin Zhantian. Qin Zhantian, who was heartbroken, buried the bodies of his wife and grandson alone, and then returned to the Forbidden Manor, using his great magic power to create the palace of the Divine Emperor, and was called the Divine Emperor. At that time, he was the only one in the palace of the Divine Emperor. He dragged his seriously injured body to the bottom of the palace of the Divine Emperor, silently following his wife's last wish, and guarding this world that broke his heart. Chapter 444 Iron Blood City. The 98th floor of the Divine Emperor Palace. Yi Fan, Bitter Monk and others, after listening to the lame old woman's story, they were shocked to the extreme. When they saw the supplies of the Divine Emperor Palace before, they had a vague guess, but after hearing these words, the shock in their hearts simply rose straight up. You know, just now when they passed by the Abyss Giant, the terrible pressure of the gold level made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention the Bitter Monk and others, even the Son of Destiny. Yi Fan felt solemn from the bottom of his heart. But such a terrifying gold level Abyss Giant was just a small soldier in the Abyss invasion. Above the gold level, there are semi-saints, lower saints, middle saints, upper saints, great saints, and the legendary demigods. These existences beyond the gold level, people can no longer imagine how powerful, how shocking they would be. Millions of gold level troops, a large number of saint level masters, and the invasion of 2 demigods, were actually blocked by Qin Zhantian, who took it all on his own. In everyone's mind, they couldn't help but imagine the battle scene of Qin Zhantian. They could feel the terrible pressure Qin Zhantian was under at that time. At that time, Qin Zhantian had no one to rely on. No teammates to accompany him. No helpers to help him out. He could only rely on himself, relying on his thin shoulders to support the hope of mankind. Such a scene shocked everyone, and they couldn't imagine how tragic the scene was at that time. Inexplicably, the power of the world enveloped Yi Fan. Instantly, in Yi Fan's mind, a scene of Qin Zhantian fighting in the abyss appeared. It was a scene of Qin Zhantian fighting alone in a million-strong army. Blood dyed Qin Zhantian robe red, soaked his long hair, and wounds covered his body. Qin Zhantian, who was not strong, fought alone in the tide-like enemy army. He fought bloody battles in all directions with one man and one sword. In the attack of two demigod enemies, he tragically blocked the enemy invasion. Various sneak attacks, curses, weakening abilities enveloped Qin Zhantian. Insidious traps, green poison gas, blood-colored formations, terrible space cutting, locked around Qin Zhantian. The enemy attacked frantically regardless of casualties, fighting with all possible means, and even formed a giant formation, constantly besieging and killing Qin Zhantian, putting Qin Zhantian into desperate situations again and again. But Qin Zhantian did not despair, because he could not despair. If even he despaired, then mankind would have no hope at all, and he could only become hope, with his powerful strength and repeated brutal counterattacks. He finally won. His bloody body stood on a sea of millions of corpses, leaning on his long sword and howling at the sky. The scene shocked Yi Fan so much that he took several steps back. Yi Fan, what's wrong with you? The bitter monk looked at Yi Fan in confusion. It's okay. I just saw the battle scene of the God Emperor. It was too brutal. We all owe him. Yi Fan said with a heavy heart. Yes. I didn't expect that the infamous God Emperor would actually protect this world alone. The resistance army we established is simply a joke. The bitter monk sighed deeply. God Emperor. God Emperor should make this matter public, so that we can help. The red-eyed little beauty in the team said. Help? How to help? Not to mention the past. Even now, all our national forces combined can't beat a small soldier of the Abyss Giant. How can we help? If this matter is made public, it will basically have no effect except making the world more chaotic. Yi Fan smiled bitterly, and finally understood why the Emperor of God concealed this matter. Some things are better left unsaid. Everyone can live in a made-up lie and continue to survive and maintain basic order, just like the current world order. But if someone tells you that there is a terrible abyss invading, and all human countries combined cannot defeat a small soldier, that kind of despair will instantly cause the world order to collapse. By then, the world will be in chaos. The world does not need others to invade, it will gradually collapse. Yi Fan finally understood the God Emperor's approach. But regarding the matter of the witch giant, Yi Fan was still a little confused. He couldn't help but look at the lame grandmother and said solemnly, Grandma, can you tell us about the witch giant? By the way, there is also the weird god cult. As the weird god cult that invaded the world, why did the God Emperor let them occupy the slums of major cities? Because it's your turn to hold up this world. The God Emperor can't hold on any longer. The lame old woman sighed, which also made everyone at the scene feel depressed. Everyone had been guessing where the Emperor had gone, why he hadn't appeared, and where the people in the Emperor's palace had gone. Everyone actually had many questions. But now, what everyone feared most was that the Emperor would not be able to hold on. If the Emperor was gone, what would happen to the world? Listen carefully. I will continue to tell you the story of the Emperor. That is, the deeds of the Emperor and the millions of Abyss troops. The lame old woman paused for a moment, and then said, we call that battle the loneliest battle in history. After that battle, the name of the God Emperor resounded throughout the surrounding world, and also reached our ears, attracting many admirers and followers. At that time, the millions of troops of the Abyss, in addition to invading your world, would also invade a total of 15 surrounding worlds. However, because of the victory of the God Emperor, 15 worlds ushered in a brief peace, including the Shark World, the Little Giant World, the Berserker World, the Mad Demon World, and the Lingian World. Too many powerful people from too many worlds passed through the world maze and joined the God Emperor. The defectors formed the 3 generals under the Emperor, the 12 commanders, the 36 guards, and the Emperor's army. We worship the Emperor and are willing to serve him as our master. For example, the 9th commander is good at treatment. She helped the Emperor to reshape his lost limbs and heal his internal organs. However, the Emperor was too strong. The reshaped limbs and organs could not bear the Emperor's too strong power and could only play a supporting role. But even so, there was still a glimmer of light in the Emperor's dead eyes. Later, we formed the God Emperor army, held high the banner of the God Emperor Tian, and fought everywhere in the Abyss, weakening the power of the Abyss. In this area, the God Emperor army defeated the Abyss army. Wherever the God Emperor's flag passed, the Abyss creatures retreated, and no Abyss creature dared to approach. If you enter the abyss in the future, you will have the opportunity to see many God Emperor flags. Even after every victory, we would carve the word Tion on the mountain wall. The purpose is to intimidate the abyss creatures, so that they dare not approach the area with these words. Because we have built a huge iron blood city here in the abyss as a base camp for fighting the abyss. Chapter 445. The Witch Giant Transformation Plan. Those few years were our most glorious years, and also the happiest years. But gradually, more abyss armies gathered. Although we attacked everywhere and won continuously, the abyss was too strong, and there were too many masters. We finally encountered the most tragic battle. This time, 3 demigods came, and they brought 5 million abyss creatures, and killed into our iron blood city. That day, we once again felt the fear from the abyss. Facing a powerful enemy, we simply couldn't stop it. Even if we gathered all the masters from 15 worlds, we still couldn't stop it. In the end, it was the God Emperor who held up everything. It was him who took action again. That battle was too tragic. It was so tragic that I don't want to talk about it anymore. I can only say that after that battle, there were only 3 worlds left out of the 15 worlds, and only 23 people in the God Emperor's army. But we won. 5 million abyss troops were buried here, and 2 of the 3 abyss demigods died. The remaining abyss demigod fled 30,000 miles in terror, hiding 30,000 miles away and never daring to approach. So far, we have once again ushered in a brief peace. We no longer need to fight against enemies above the gold level, but only need to deal with the harassment of gold level soldiers. But the condition of the God Emperor is very bad. That day, he was lying on the hospital bed with wounds all over his body, and told us in a hoarse voice that he could not hold on. To be honest, we are not afraid of anything. As long as the God Emperor is here, we can fight to the last man. But what we feared most was hearing his words. At that moment, we felt like the sky was falling. It was also on this day. As the strongest person under the God Emperor, I took over part of the God Emperor's responsibility, which was to stop the harassment of the abyss gold level soldiers. Our strength was too weak. A gold level soldier team had 10 gold level soldiers. At that time, we were seriously injured and our combat power was only 1/10 of what it was. In order to fight against the harassment of these soldiers, I decided to let the humans in your world join the battle. Weak humans naturally cannot deal with gold level soldiers. But my bloodline is inherited from the Witch Giant world. The Witch Giant Transformation Plan has begun. We collected talents and formed a weak new God Emperor army. In the early stage, we searched for criminals everywhere and brought them to the God Emperor Palace for transformation, and told them the desperate situation they were facing, and let them choose to transform into witch giants. Most criminals are very selfish, and do not want to accept transformation. They still want to live, and do not care whether the world will perish. In addition, the mortality rate of the witch giant plan is too high. Even if the transformation is successful, they will fight against the abyss, and will definitely die. We really hope they will agree to the transformation, because there is an important prerequisite for the transformation of the Wu Giant. The transformee must be willing. Otherwise it will fail. There is no other way. We thought of the City of Hope, which is the last hope prepared by the Emperor of God for the future of mankind. The Emperor of God intends to leave the seeds of hope for mankind in this city. He hopes that these seeds of hope can lead mankind to survive in the future and take back this world. For example, Yi Fan, you are the person the Emperor of God values. In the future, this world will be occupied by the abyss. You have to lead the remaining humans to hide in the City of Hope and find hope for rise. The lame old woman said this, looked at Yi Fan deeply, paused the topic. This. It turned out to be like this. Yi Fan, bitter monk, even the little black cat were shocked, trying to absorb the meaning of the words. They had never expected that. The God Emperor had done so much, including the City of Hope in the desert. You know, at that time, the God Emperor built the City of Hope, convened various countries to build it, and consumed too much manpower and material resources. Yi Fan and others believed that the God Emperor was tyrannical, and that building an underground city in the desert was simply a brain-sucking thing. Yi Fan even said that it was not the City of Hope, but the City of Death. But now, after understanding the cause and effect, Yi Fan finally realized that this city was really the City of Hope, the last hope of the human race. As for why it was built in the desert, it was because it was desolate and sparsely populated, and turning the desert into a Jedi was to stop the enemy. If you are lucky, You may be able to hide in the City of Hope for many years, looking for hope to rise, thinking of everything the God Emperor had done, thinking of the God Emperor's sacrifice, and looking at the resistance army formed by himself and others, rebelling against the God Emperor. Yi Fan only felt that he and others were so hateful. He said self-deprecatingly, "Our resistance army. It's a joke. He actually allowed us to make trouble. Yes, the resistance army. Rebelling against the God Emperor. What have we done?" The bitter monk's face showed a miserable look, and he felt more and more that he and others were fooling around. It's okay. The God Emperor doesn't care about these, and doesn't even interfere with the development of the human world. Before Mimian went out, the God Emperor had not paid attention to you. After all, we still have many enemies. The lame old woman paused, sighed deeply, and continued. The reason why I insisted on launching the witch giant plan at that time was that although the abyss had retreated, the evil god world was still watching us. And there was also the weird god cult. In addition to the gold level harassment team of the abyss, there were also smugglers from the evil god world and the weird god cult. Facing so many enemies, this world was already in extreme danger. At that time, the Emperor of God was seriously injured. His breathing was extremely weak. He had to lie in bed all the time. He was often drowsy, and his body was filled with a strong smell of decay. We knew that the Emperor of God could die at any time, and the rest could only rely on us. So we launched the Wu Giant plan, recruiting humans everywhere, and promised, as long as they are willing to transform into Wu Giants and fight for humans, their children can enter the City of Hope and become the last hope of the human race. What surprised us was that, even though these weak people were afraid and terrified, they were willing to be transformed into witch giants for the sake of their children. There were also some people with patriotism. Even though they were in fear, they were willing to be transformed into witch giants. In this way, the witch giant plan was officially implemented, transforming a large number of witch giants every year, forming a witch giant formation, and then fighting against the Abyss Gold harassment team, and many humans died every year. At that time, the Divine Emperor Palace was filled with the smell of blood because too many people died. The entire Divine Emperor Palace was like a den of ghosts. But here, there are also many parents who are willing to transform into witch giants for their children. They often need hundreds of witch giants to form a witch giant formation to kill a gold-level abyss. The remaining gold-level abyss will be blocked by our 3 generals. Almost every battle is tragic. After fighting for these years, of the 23 people who survived at that time, only 3 generals are left. But this can only stop the harassment team of the abyss, like the evil energy organization under the evil god world, and the infiltration of the strange god cult. We are no longer able to face them. They are hiding in various places in the human world, slowly developing, and gradually showing their fangs. The crisis has appeared again. Chapter 446, The Last Guardian of the God Emperor. Without the obstruction of the God Emperor, the weird god cult and the evil energy organization have developed better and better, and occupied more and more areas of this world. As long as they take formal action, it will only take a month for this world to fall, and mankind is on the verge of collapse again. Fortunately, there is still the God Emperor. His deterrent power is great, especially for the weird god cult, which is even greater. Although the weird god cult is hidden in the human world, it dares not act at will, and only hides in the slums of major cities, cautiously testing. Only the evil god organization assassinated human geniuses everywhere, absorbing the power of geniuses, strengthening itself, causing the signs of world unrest to gradually emerge. We have no choice. The newly formed God Emperor army is made up of humans, very weak. All we can do is to capture geniuses everywhere, let geniuses join the God Emperor army, protect them in disguise, and leave the last seeds for mankind. But this way, the effect is very low. In the end, it was the God Emperor who once again held up hope. That day, he dragged his dying body, walked out of the God Emperor Palace alone, and stood under the sun, letting all the spies in the dark see the figure of the God Emperor. After that day, the weird god cult went into hiding, and the evil energy organization stopped making trouble, shrinking in the dark, staring at the world like a venomous snake. The appearance of the God Emperor really frightened the weird god cult. They were too afraid of the God Emperor. In addition, they did not want to destroy the world, but only wanted to collect believers and absorb their faith, in order to preserve their current foundation and prevent the God Emperor from taking action. The weird god cult sent people to the God Emperor Palace to pay homage to the God Emperor. They promised that as long as they were allowed to keep their current slums and stay in the slums, they would never touch other areas. They were also willing to block the evil God world for us, fight with the evil God world outside the domain, and fight against the evil energy organization in this world to stop the expansion of the evil energy organization. The weird God cult had already occupied the slums at that time. We didn't have the power to drive them away, and we had to protect more geniuses and the human race from being destroyed by the evil organization. In desperation, the God Emperor finally nodded in agreement, and he became older that day. 3 days later, a gold-level member of the evil organization, hiding as a guardian of a country, wanted to rebel against the God Emperor, and also to test the God Emperor. That person used the righteousness to pressure the God Emperor, saying that the God Emperor agreed to the weird God cult occupying the slums, which was a heinous crime, and they would never obey. He thought he was hiding well. But the soul of the God Emperor came from the ancient world, and he saw through the gold level at a glance, and then killed him with one move. This scene shocked the world, and also shocked the evil energy organization that was ready to move, so that they no longer dared to clamor, and could only shrink. After that, the weird God cult legitimately developed in the slums, and became a mortal enemy of the evil energy organization. The two sides often fought in this world, and also in the battlefield outside the domain, strangling each other. The long-term battle between the two sides gradually turned into a real fire, and they fought to the death outside the domain, and also bought a lot of time for your world, and finally maintained until now. A few days ago, when the Emperor's palace had not yet collapsed, the weird God cult and the evil energy organization fought fiercely again. The Emperor suddenly ordered the weird God cult to destroy 300 bases of the evil energy organization. The weird God cult attacked the evil energy organization frantically, and both sides suffered heavy losses. This was also the Emperor's last order, the last order he gave before his death. The lame old woman sighed deeply, with helplessness and sadness in her eyes. After hearing these words, Yi Fan and others were also shocked. They finally understood why the weird God cult was locked in the slums, and why the weird God cult fought the evil energy organization. Yi Fan was very puzzled before. The weird God cult was so powerful, but they all huddled in the slums. This was very strange. Especially in the battle with the weird God cult, Yi Fan clearly realized how powerful the weird God cult was. It was totally unreasonable that such a powerful weird God cult huddled like this. There were also evil energy organizations. They often fought to the death with the weird God cult. Yi Fan thought they were fighting for territory, but now he understood that all this was actually the Emperor of God trying to protect the world. This decision was very cruel to the slums, but the God Emperor still agreed, sacrificing a small number of people to protect the majority. From this, we can infer that the God Emperor's situation is probably extremely bad, and he has no other way. Yi Fan couldn't help thinking, if he were the God Emperor, how would he protect this world? The answer is no way. If he protected this world, the world might have collapsed. I'm sorry. I apologize to the God Emperor for the previous misunderstanding. Yi Fan apologized solemnly, and asked again, how is the Lord God Emperor now? Dead. The lame old woman sighed deeply, and walked towards the stairs step by step. Dead? Although everyone had some guesses, they were still slightly shocked after hearing this sentence, and their hearts were filled with sadness and sorrow, thinking of the God Emperor who silently protected the world, and finally died alone here, with few people around him. Everyone felt very complicated. Can we see the remains of the Lord God Emperor? Express your gratitude to this old man, the bitter monk said hoarsely. No need, his remains no longer exist, because he did the last thing for you. Come with me. The lame old woman walked down the stairs step by step, finally came to the 99th floor, and came to a huge empty hall. After entering the hall, everyone's pupil shrank, looking at the huge space crack deep in the hall in disbelief. From the huge twisted crack, black gas would occasionally emerge, trying to pollute the world and even expand the space crack. However, these black gas were covered by a layer of light golden light, preventing the crack from expanding. On the other side of the crack, Abyss Giant stared at this side from the abyss, bloodthirsty and violent, with a hint of resentment slowly emerging. This is it. The bitter monk and the Abyss Giant looked at each other, and they were immediately frightened. They were horrified, and the weaker ones collapsed directly to the ground. Don't be afraid, they are just low-level golden soldiers. They don't dare to approach, because a demigod just died. The lame old woman said indifferently. A demigod died? The bitter monk was puzzled. Yes, The last thing the Emperor did for you was to use his last strength, turn it into a long sword, rush into the abyss, kill a demigod in the abyss, and then turn it into the purest energy, cover the space crack, protect the crack from being destroyed for 3 years. That is, he bought you 3 years. The lame old woman raised her dry right hand, gently stroked the light film. Her eyes were filled with sadness. You mean, this light film is the God Emperor? Everyone was shocked, and deep sorrow emerged from their hearts. The God Emperor, who bore endless infamy, even after his death, still tried to protect this world. Chapter 447 The great-granddaughter of the God Emperor. Ordinary people in the outside world secretly insulted, hated, and insulted the God Emperor, and then looked at the light film that tightly locked the space crack and protected this world. Everyone's eyes were red, and they couldn't help but feel sad for the God Emperor's efforts. Even the little black cat admired the God Emperor from the bottom of his heart, admired him as a man who stood tall and upright. Bang! Yifan knelt down directly, and bowed deeply in front of the light film. I, Yifan, will not kneel to the sky, nor to the ground, but to my parents. But today, I am willing to kowtow to the Lord God Emperor. Bang bang bang. Yifan kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground. The sound was very loud, and it hurt to hear it. But Yifan did not hesitate at all, and kowtowed resolutely. Monku and others also knelt down, and knelt deeply in front of the light film, with the same resoluteness. Okay, get up. From now on, the task of protecting the world will be handed over to you. Our 3 generals will do their best to help you. In addition, Squint Eyes and Crazy Giant are in the City of Hope, training human geniuses. That is the seed of hope left for you. Yifan, you are the 2nd generation of Destiny protagonist. In the future, you must support the hope of mankind and save mankind. So in these 3 years, you must do your best to improve your strength. After the light film is broken, everything depends on you. Bitter monk, you must do your best to assist Yifan and save the world. The lame old lady reminded. Yes, Grandma. We will work hard to improve our strength. Yifan and Bitter Monk nodded solemnly. By the way, there is a strong man named Li Xian. You need to know that this man is very strong. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. His strength has reached the saint level. The real saint level. I have never seen him before. If he hadn't suddenly come to the Divine Emperor Palace and asked me about the Divine Emperor, I wouldn't have known that there is a saint level hidden in this world. The lame old woman spoke again, her expression very serious. Saint level? Li Xian? Saint level of the human race? The bitter monk was surprised. Not completely human, Li Xian's situation is very strange, like a soul body, like a summoned beast, very strange. I can't confirm Li Xian's situation for the time being. By the way, he reminded me of something in the past. There was a mysterious man who attacked the headquarters of the evil organization, and summoned the army of the undead, which caused quite a stir at the time. Later the mysterious man came to the vicinity of the God Emperor Palace, and seemed to be planning to explore the God Emperor Palace at that time. Squinting Eyes thought the mysterious man was an invader from the dark world, and was ready to go out to fight, but the mysterious man actually blew himself up. But self-destruction is a way to escape. Mimi Yen went to various cities to look for him, but unfortunately he didn't find him. I guess the mysterious man at that time was Li Xian. At that time, he should not have reached the saint level. But it has only been a short time, and he has become a saint. It is really amazing. The lame old woman looked complicated. It turned out to be that mysterious man. I have heard about that incident. It is said that there was a fierce man at that time who attacked the evil energy organization violently and killed many people. In the end, he escaped unscathed. It was the evil god in the evil energy organization who took action to repel the mysterious man. I didn't expect it to be this man named Li Xian. The bitter monk said seriously. I have heard about this too. The red-eyed beautiful girl nodded in agreement. Li Xian is not a simple person. I feel that he is very close to Qinyu. A few days ago, Li Xian came to the Divine Emperor Palace in person and asked about Qinyu. He seemed very concerned. This made me curious and relieved. After all, with such a person around, Qinyu will be safer. The lame old woman smiled. Is it related to Qinyu? Qinyu, the rebel from Blackstone City? The bitter monk continued to ask. Yes, it's her. The smile on the lame old woman's face became gentler. She took a deep breath and continued. At that time, Mimi Yen left the palace of the Divine Emperor, looking for the mysterious man, and on the way, he dealt with many sinful rebels, and also tested Yifan. Finally, Minian made a huge discovery, that is, Qin Yu was the biggest surprise given to the Divine Emperor by God before his death, and also the person the Divine Emperor least expected. The lame old woman raised her hand and touched the light film, with a deep sense of relief in her smile. Thinking of the smile on the old face of the God Emperor after Minian brought back the information. It was the first time they saw the God Emperor smile. The God Emperor was full of vitality because of Qin Yu. It turned out that Minian found Yifan as a test. No wonder there was no murderous aura in his knife. The little black cat was thoughtful, and thought of Qin Yu at the same time. The last time it felt this world. Qin Yu was more favored by God than Yifan. As if God owed Qin Yu. The little black cat felt incredible at the time. And couldn't figure out what the reason was. Now it had some guesses. And couldn't help asking. Grandma, is Qin Yu a relative of the God Emperor? Yes. She is the great-granddaughter of the God Emperor. The lame grandma said with a smile. Great-granddaughter? The little black cat suddenly realized. Yes. Before the death of the grandson of the Emperor of God, he had been secretly with a civilian girl. As a member of the Qin royal family, he could not be with ordinary people, so only the grandson of the Emperor of God knew about this. After the death of the grandson of the Emperor of God, the civilian girl was frightened, hid in Blackstone City, and gave birth to Qin Yu silently. Until more than 10 years later, she met Minian, who discovered the golden thread contained in Qin Yu's soul. This was the golden divine light, which was a special ability that only the guardian god clan had. When Minian discovered this, he was shocked and hurried back. After the Emperor of God woke up from his coma, he hurried to report the matter. After hearing this, the God Emperor was moved for the first time. He hurriedly took us to Blackstone City, and saw Qin Yu on the city wall. At just one glance, the God Emperor knew that this was his descendant. At that moment, the God Emperor laughed like a child, crying and laughing with tears. Later, he sent us away, and resolutely walked towards Blackstone City. The God Emperor did not recognize Qin Yu because he knew he was going to die, and only had 1 month left to live. He did not want to make his granddaughter sad. He only hoped that in the last moments of his life, he could see his great-granddaughter grow up happily, and live safely. That was enough. The lame grandmother said with red eyes. And she was also very relieved. I didn't expect it to be like this. Qin Yu. Li Xian. It was them. Yifan suddenly realized that he had seen Qin Yu. Li Xian. And even the black wild boar that Yifan raised often took away good things and lost them. Yifan was cheated many times. Later, he investigated for a long time, and found out that all these good things were given to Qin Yu. This made Yifan very angry, and finally drove the black wild boar away. Now think about it, if these things are for Qin Yu, then they should be given, because she is qualified to take these things. Now I finally understand why the heaven favors Qin Yu so much. The Emperor's contribution is too great, even the heaven can't repay it, and can only favor the Emperor's great-granddaughter. The little black cat completely understood, and knew the whole story. On the other side, Blackstone City, City Lord Mansion. Li Xian hugged Qin Yu and leaned on the recliner, quietly watching the picture in the air, listening to the story of the lame grandmother and others. He and Qin Yu saw and heard everything through the images in midair. At this moment, Qin Yu had already cried like a tearful person. Her big eyes were red, and she choked from time to time. Her tears had already wet Li Xian's clothes. She leaned on Li Xian's arms and cried, her little hands tightly grasping the small porcelain bottle. This was the last gift left to her by her great-grandfather, the Divine Emperor. Chapter 448 Golden Light. Alas! Li Xian sighed deeply, patted Qin Yu back gently with his right hand, comforted her tenderly, calmed her sadness. The Emperor of God is really conscientious. Just because of his promise to his wife, the Emperor of God is willing to give everything. The Emperor of God may not like this world, but he absolutely loves his wife deeply. That kind of persistence, even Li Xian admires it a little. I wonder if I can do this, Li Xian asked himself. But he couldn't find the answer. Without such a desperate situation, Li Xian really didn't know what choice he would make. Gently hugging Qin Yu, Li Xian frowned and thought about the next task. The first thing was to wipe out the remaining forces of the evil energy organization and drive away the base of the evil god cult. Although the evil god cult also helped the world, without the deterrence of the Emperor, they would definitely do crazy things. However, few people know about this matter now, and the Emperor killed another demigod before his death. During this period, the strange god church was very honest. Then we should destroy the evil organization first, and the weird god cult later. I will try to improve my strength. After all, the abyss will officially descend in 3 years. Li Xian's face was solemn. He was also very worried about the disappearance of the light film that sealed the space crack in 3 years. By then, a demigod might appear again. A being that people look up to. A demigod is a strong person who surpasses the saint level. A realm after the saint level great perfection. And a terrifying existence that has the power to control the sky and the earth. Although Li Xian has become a saint, he is only at the lower level of the saint. And there are still several realms to reach the semi-god. Facing such an enemy, Li Xian felt a huge pressure. Because if something goes wrong, this world will suffer a catastrophe. Xin Yu, Song Xiaomei, and others will also face the crisis of death. Li Xian does not want to see Qin Yu get into trouble. 3 years is enough. During these 3 years, I will reach the semi-god as soon as possible, Li Xian said secretly. And he couldn't help but think of the horror of the world of the gods in his mind. The strange stone tablet portrait. Even if Li Xian thinks about it now, he feels scared. After achieving saint level, my soul has undergone a great transformation. Then I will continue to reincarnate in the world of summoned beasts and gain a lot of talents. After reincarnating 1,000 times and gaining 1,000 talents, I will go to the world of God domain. By then, I will be stronger and will definitely be able to survive better in the world of God domain, Li Xian said secretly. The beautiful warrior on the stone tablet last time made Li Xian more cautious. Husband, what's wrong with you? Qin Yu felt the change in Li Xian's mood and asked with concern with tears in her eyes. It's okay. I just thought of something. Li Xian held Qin Yu in his arms, quietly looking at the sky. Looking at the black gas hidden in the blue sky and white clouds, which was the pollution of the abyss world. By the way, let me see the small porcelain bottle. This small porcelain bottle comes from the world of God domain. It must be extraordinary. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu in his arms. Yes, here it is. Qin Yu raised her fair little hand and obediently handed the small porcelain bottle to Li Xian. Strange. What is this material? After Li Xian took the small porcelain bottle, he found that it was a bit heavy, completely different from a real porcelain bottle, and it could even affect space, which was very strange. He gently opened the small porcelain bottle and looked inside it, but he did not find any special features. He just felt that this thing was not an ordinary item even in the world of God. I don't know what step the God Emperor had explored at that time. Where did he get this small porcelain bottle? The middle danger zone? The deep danger zone? Or the core danger zone? Li Xian muttered secretly, and handed the small porcelain bottle to Qin Yu again, secretly guessing everything. Hubby, I'm going to break through again. Qin Yu suddenly spoke, her voice soft and sticky. So fast? Li Xian was surprised. You know, Qin Yu improvement is too fast. Another breakthrough will reach the upper gold level, which is ridiculously fast. It's those 3 drops of blood. I am absorbing the power in the blood all the time. And your feedback compliments my husband. So the improvement is very fast. I can feel that these 3 drops of blood contain terrible power. I haven't even absorbed 1% of the energy of a drop of blood. And this blood also contains golden threads. Qin Yu said seriously. You mean the golden divine light? No way, aren't these 3 drops of blood from the God Realm world? Wait, could it be the blood left by the guardian god family in the God Realm world? Li Xian thought that the God Realm world was once the first God Realm. The guardian god family must have been here at the beginning. Later, they encountered a great disaster, and the gods fled, and they may not have taken many things with them. If so, it makes sense that the blood contains the golden divine light. You should absorb it well, and improve your strength as soon as possible. You will still have to face the abyss in 3 years. No one knows what kind of crisis you will encounter at that time, Li Xian said seriously. Yes, I understand. Qin Yu nodded hurriedly, her little face full of seriousness. She actually wanted to shoulder everything of her great-grandfather and protect the world on his behalf, but she didn't dare to say it now. Her strength was too weak, so she didn't dare to say it, so she decided to improve her strength and set it as her next goal. When she was strong enough, she dared to say this, and told Li Xian that she wanted to protect the world. That's it. The two arranged the next plan, preparing for the future crisis. On the other side, the 99th floor of the Divine Emperor Palace. After the lame old woman finished her story, she looked at Yi Fan seriously. Yi Fan, I'm going to ask you a question now, whether to continue to implement the witch giant plan You need to make a decision on this issue next. If you implement it, you will bear the corresponding infamy, because the Abyss invasion must not be announced. That would only lead to chaos in the world. This He Fan was a little panicked at the moment, and didn't know how to choose. To be honest, he really didn't have the courage of the God Emperor. And he couldn't ignore all the insults like the God Emperor. You know, in any city in the outside world, there are people secretly insulting the God Emperor. And the population of most cities hates the God Emperor. If He Fan took on this insult, he was really afraid that he couldn't bear it. There are still 3 years. You should think about it carefully next time. And tell me when you have made up your mind. That's it. The lame old woman left some words, limped away, and walked towards the small house next to her. This was actually her last test for Yi Fan. The real guardians did not care about any infamy at all. They were willing to bear everything. Time passed, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the Evil Valley, in a huge altar, dozens of plump and fat members of the evil organization gathered together with solemn faces, discussing the recent events. That fierce man appeared again, and destroyed our 12 bases overnight. All members were killed. Even the gold-level members could not withstand his finger. Chapter 449 Great Terror. Yes, Commander Gao cultivated the evil god body, and his strength reached the upper level of gold. But he was kicked to death by that fierce man. Hateful. This fierce man's strength is likely to be at the saint level. We must ask for help. Otherwise, if we continue, all our efforts will be in vain. It's all the fault of the weird god cult. We told them that the Emperor of God was dead, but they didn't believe it. They even intercepted our saint-level masters outside the domain. We must find a way to stop the weird god cult. Otherwise, our saints will not be able to infiltrate at all. How about asking the evil god Shadow to come? With the evil god Shadow, it will definitely kill the fierce man. It's useless. This fierce man is extremely powerful. The evil god Shadow tried once last time, but it came back empty-handed. Everyone was talking about it, and the more they talked, the uglier their faces became. They couldn't think of a solution. In the corner, a slightly thin bald man spoke in confusion. Who is the tough guy you were talking about? I just came back from Lanshan continent. I don't know the information here. Tough guy Li Xian, you don't even know this? Everyone looked at the thin bald man with contempt. Tough guy Li Xian? The thin bald man was puzzled. Yes, this guy is super scary. Whether it is magic or close combat, he is too strong. The key point is that he can summon dark creatures, which sweep across every time, extremely difficult to deal with. A fat man in the crowd said depressedly. Obviously he had suffered a great loss. Even the Dark World is involved? Isn't it agreed that the Dark World will not interfere with the invasion of the Abyss World? The thin bald man was puzzled. It is an agreement, but summoning does not count, and now all the major worlds are expanding. There is a chance to absorb the power of the world. Who wants to stop? The Great Terror is getting more and more greedy. A bad world will collapse. If it weren't for the Great Terror, how could our evil god world surrender to the Abyss World? That's right, now more and more worlds are collapsing. Even the weird world has been eaten by the Great Terror. What we can do is the big fish eat the small fish, and then give the extra meat to the Great Terror, so that we can ensure the survival of our world. Sigh, it's really too difficult. Everyone was talking with grim expressions, telling the secrets of the outside world, which also made a slender figure in the corner, and slowly narrowed his eyes. What kind of Great Terror is so terrible? Don't you dare to provoke the Abyss World? The slender figure said lightly. I don't know. We only know that the Great Terror has a subordinate organization called the World Destroyer Clan. They have destroyed more than 9,360 worlds. The Abyss was also beaten by the World Destroyer Clan and dared not show up. If the World Destroyer Clan had not involved too much energy of the Abyss, this world would have been razed to the ground long ago. A fat man with a black face said coldly. The Destroyer Clan? A special race? They can even make the Abyss dare not show up. The slender figure in the corner said again. The Destroyer Clan is extremely powerful. They are not limited to any race. Anyone can become a Destroyer Clan. By the way, they like to turn themselves into stone tablets and leave portraits on them. If you encounter a Destroyer Clan, you must be careful. The older the opponent is, the more dangerous it is. If we encounter a baby, we may be able to escape. Those old people, it is said that even the gods have been destroyed. The black-faced fat man gave a solemn admonition. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. He turned his head to the corner and looked at the slender figure. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The black-faced fat man said hurriedly. The portrait on the stone tablet. It turns out that it is the extinct clan. The slender figure suddenly realized. And his body slowly changed. And finally turned into a handsome young man. Hello everyone. I am Li Xian. And I am here to send you to death. Li Xian said lightly. And his right hand lightly snapped his fingers. Swish. A strange blood-colored area suddenly expanded, and instantly enveloped the entire valley, and enveloped everyone, and turned the environment on the scene into a blood-colored purgatory. It's the fierce man Li Xian, run, run. The black-faced fat man shouted hurriedly, and immediately rushed to the distance. Boom, boom, boom. One after another. Blood-colored big hands, suddenly stretched out from the blood-colored area underground, grabbed the fat men one by one like hungry ghosts, pulled them into the blood-colored area, and melted them bit by bit. Scorching sun. The black-faced fat man flew into the air, raised his hands high, and a scorching sun formed on his hands, bursting with rolling heat waves, sweeping all around. Devil. Die! The black-faced fat man slammed his hands down, hitting Li Xian in the center of the field fiercely. Devil? Li Xian raised his eyebrows and said coldly, the followers of the evil god actually called me an evil demon. Which is ridiculous. Evil god followers? Bullshit. We believe in the sun god, who is the guardian god of our entire world. You have the emperor of gods to protect the world. And we also need to use our own strength to protect our own world. What qualifications do you have to call the gods we revere evil gods? The black-faced fat man said loudly. The rolling scorching sun swept down, like a mountain pressing down on one's head, and slammed towards Li Xian. Boom! The terrifying scorching sun shook the heaven and earth, with the vast power of the heavenly power, and slammed into Li Xian. Bang! A hand lightly flicked the terrifying scorching sun, and in an instant the scorching sun suddenly dissipated, and turned into nothingness, like a bubble. Too weak, however. I am somewhat interested in your sun god, tell me about it. Li Xian said lightly, and the densely packed bloody big hands grabbed the black-faced fat man, and gradually pulled him over. Damn evil demon, you still want to get our information, I will never tell you, explode. Boom. The black-faced fat man's body showed cracks, and it began to expand rapidly, became round, and then exploded with a bang. Very courageous. Li Xian raised his eyebrows, and the densely packed bloody hands grabbed the fat man one after another, trying to get more information from them. To Li Xian's surprise, all these people chose to self-destruct, and refused to reveal a single word. Finally, in the corner, Li Xian brought over a crocodile man, and asked in a cold voice, do you want to self-destruct too? No. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I'm just a mercenary. I come from the crocodile world. I'm not from the sun god world. The crocodile man hurriedly explained. Mercenaries? Then tell me about these fat guys. They arouse my curiosity. Li Xian said lightly. Okay. They are the Sun Tribe. They believe in the sun god. After the catastrophe began, they united with the moon god, the star god, the galaxy god, the universe god, and the Mora god. They formed the organization of gods, and began to invade other worlds, and absorb the power of the world. This behavior is naturally the behavior of evil gods in your eyes. But they don't think so. Of course, their behavior is too vicious. And absorbing other people's talents is really disgusting. So the name of the evil god is not wrong. The crocodile man hurriedly explained, and was very afraid that Li Xian would kill it. Haha. It's just self-glorification. To put it bluntly, it's hypocrisy. Li Xian sneered, and suddenly lost interest in understanding the world of the sun god, and turned to ask about the Great Terror. Chapter 450 Crazy Reincarnation. What is the Great Terror you just mentioned? Tell me about it. Li Xian said coldly. I'm not sure what it is. It is rumored that the Great Terror was formed by two super strong men, the strongest guardian god of the god realm world, and the strongest god and demon in the abyss. Later, for unknown reasons, the two strong men merged into the Great Terror, and devoured the strange world, gaining strange characteristics. The Great Terror also occupied the central area of the god realm world, derived a bunch of world-destroying people, very scary. The crocodile man hurriedly explained. It is said that two super strong men fought each other, and destroyed many worlds. Is that the Great Terror you just mentioned? Li Xian thought of the rumors about the summoned beast world, and couldn't help asking. Yes, it is the Great Terror you mentioned. At that time, the two strong men fought each other, and destroyed too many worlds, which caused all the disasters. The crocodile man continued to explain. Oh, Why do I feel that the time is wrong? Are you kidding me? Li Xian's eyes were cold. They had been reincarnated into the summoned beast world for only a few years, but the Qingwei world had suffered a disaster for many years, so the time was not right at all. So Li Xian thought this guy was lying. Sir, I am innocent. I did not lie, although I am not sure if the information I know is true or false, but the rumor is that it was caused by the battle between these two strong men. The crocodile man hurriedly explained, looking at Li Xian fearfully. Then tell me, why the time is not right? Li Xian asked again in a cold voice. My lord, it should be like this. This world is a super universe. There are countless worlds in the universe, such as the God Realm world, the Weird world, the Abyss world, the Sun God Realm, the Weird God world, the Summoning Beast world, and many other worlds. The two super strongmen fought in the God Realm world. The aftermath of their battle spread to the surroundings, but it takes time to spread. Some worlds encountered the aftermath in 5 days, such as the Weird world. Some worlds took 50 years to encounter the aftermath, and the worlds farther away may take hundreds of years. Anyway, the aftermath of the battle is still spreading. Many worlds that have not been affected will also face crises. Some extremely distant worlds may not be affected until tens of thousands of years later. This is the reason for the time asymmetry. The crocodile man explained with cold sweat, and was very worried that he would be slapped to death by Li Xian. So that's it. Li Xian suddenly realized, and probably understood the root of everything. At the same time, he was more afraid of the world of the gods. Originally, he was very afraid of the world of the gods, because of the strange stone tablet. Now that he knows that the stone tablet is the world-destroying clan, and that there is still great terror in the world of the gods, he is even more afraid of the world of the gods. The world of the gods. Li Xian sighed, and said again, tell me about the exterminating clan. I need to know more information. Yes. 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 The crocodile man hurriedly explained, not daring to hide anything, and told all the information he knew. It even told the intelligence of the major forces in the universe one by one. In short, Li Xian listened for a whole day and night, and only then did he hear the general information. Not bad. Your performance is not bad. Next, I will give you a task. To kill all the high-level mutant beasts in this world, and the mutant beasts above the black iron level. Not a single one can be left alive. Li Xian stared at the crocodile man coldly, raised his hand and condensed a curse mark, and pressed it on the crocodile man's head. Yes! Yes! My lord! The crocodile man was desperate. He could feel the horror of the mark on his forehead. But he didn't dare to refuse, because he would die immediately. Killing the mutant beast and completing the task assigned by Li Xian might take hundreds of years, but at least he was still alive. So the crocodile man didn't dare to refuse and agreed immediately. Go away. It's better not to play tricks. Otherwise the mark will be activated, and you will burn up along with your soul. Li Xian warned again. Yes. Yes. Sir, I will never play tricks, absolutely. The crocodile man ran away. He ran far away in panic, and rushed to the mutant jungle. It also started from this day. This world has one more tool to kill mutants. This killing will take hundreds of years, of course. This is all later. After Li Xian solved the high level of the evil organization, he continued to act, looking for their bases everywhere, killing them quickly, not letting any of them go. After 3 months of hard work, they finally pulled out the last base of the evil organization, and finally solved the evil organization perfectly. However, 3 days later, the evil organization infiltrated with a saint, 3 semi-saints, and dozens of gold level. This lineup was very luxurious, but they encountered Li Xian, who had transformed into the Divine Emperor. Li Xian, as the Divine Emperor, killed these infiltrators of the evil organization, and only let them escape with 2 seriously injured gold level. From that day on, the evil organization never sent anyone to infiltrate again. On the contrary, the weird god cult attacked the evil organization more frantically in the outer domain, and the world finally stabilized. Huh? Finally. It is temporarily stable. On the snow-capped mountain, Li Xian stood on the top of the mountain, stepped on the thick snow, and looked into the distance in the cold wind. He didn't want to be dragged down by this world, which would seriously hinder his improvement. Now that the evil organization and the weird god cult are temporarily frightened, Li Xian can also develop well. It's time to go. Go to the summoned beast world as soon as possible, get more talents, and then go to the divine world, and work hard to become a demigod. Li Xian made a decision, and the whole person disappeared like smoke. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Qinyu Mansion, and saw Qinyu practicing. The enemies of the three worlds brought great pressure to Qinyu. She practiced hard whenever she had time, and tried her best to improve her strength, so that she could support this world in the future. In order to practice, she even gave Blackstone City to Song Xiaomei. She practiced hard all day long. Only when Li Xian came back, she would stop and accompany Li Xian silently. Swish! Li Xian teleported to Qinyu's side, put his arms around her slender waist, and whispered, "I will be away for a while. If you have anything, contact me through the contract. As a saint, I can feel it. Well, you have to be careful and protect yourself." Qinyu slowly opened her eyes, leaned her little head on Li Xian's shoulder, and looked at him reluctantly. "You too, work hard to improve your strength." "Yes." The two of them spent a few moments together, and Li Xian finally left, and in the ripples of the void, returned to the world of summoned beasts. Ding! You have died, and are being resurrected. With the sound of the machine, Li Xian's world turned from darkness to light, and he saw the desert all over the sky. Desert spider? The talent is to drill the ground? What a rubbish talent. It would be great if there was a talent to repair space cracks. Li Xian muttered secretly, and he really wanted to obtain the talent to repair space cracks, and in this urgent thought, he was reborn again. Chapter 451 8,000 Talents. Based on his previous reincarnation process, his thoughts can occasionally affect reincarnation. So every time he reincarnates, he tries hard to think about repairing the space cracks, or sealing the space cracks. Ding! You have died, and are resurrecting immediately. Ding! You have died, and are resurrecting immediately. The crazy resurrection and reincarnation began. Relying on the powerful saint-level soul, Li Xian didn't care and reincarnated a full 1,000 times. Basically, after resurrection, he left his body and continued to reincarnate. It took 10 days to complete the reincarnation. The central area of the summoned beast world. Area 10. Li Xian stood quietly in the woods, his lava body burning with flames, emitting a scorching temperature. This time, he reincarnated into a lava stone man. It is also a guardian race living in Area 10, and its goal is to protect the summoned beast world. This race is powerful, and the adult lava giant has already reached the strength of the gold level. It can be said that the lava clan is worthy of being a guardian clan. However, now, Li Xian looked at the Spire Mountain outside the woods, and the scene of the constant roaring and fighting, and he was very surprised, because a group of winged, demon-like cowhoof creatures were fighting madly with the lava clan. The two sides fought very fiercely, and no one retreated, but fought madly, fighting in blood and flames. Li Xian clearly saw that a 3-meter-tall lava giant was waving his big fist wildly, pounding a 2-legged demon, and smashing the demon to the ground madly, making the demon scream. But there were too many demons. From time to time, demons would fall from the sky and join the battle. Looking up, above the sky, a space vortex with flashing electric light, rotating in the air, emitting an inexplicable aura. This was a temporary space vortex, opened by a super strongman. The strongest can only be reached by a gold-level strongman, and it would be closed after a while. After these demons rushed in from the space vortex, some went to fight, and some brought strange things. Tools, materials, black rune stones, space stones, these things are obviously prepared to create permanent space cracks. Do these abyss demons want to create permanent space cracks? It's really annoying. Even the summoned beast world has been invaded by the abyss. We can't let them succeed. What if they kill all the creatures in the summoned beast world? I want to reincarnate, I can't even find a corpse. Li Xian twisted his neck, walked out of the forest step by step, towards the battle site. The Spire Mountain. Boom! You troublesome lava stone people, you are just seeking your own death. You only have more than 1,000 people, and we have 100,000 people. You will definitely die, ha ha ha. An unpleasant voice came from midair. A majestic abyss demon was holding a skull, and his voice was distorted and roared, emitting a tyrannical breath. This voice was very strange, like 1,000 people talking at the same time, and it sounded strange and harsh. This abyss demon was the vanguard officer of this invasion, the leader of the skeleton demons. Kill all these stone men, kill! With a compound strange voice, a large number of demons rushed out of the space vortex, and roared and killed the lava stone men. Damn it, everyone unite together quickly! The chief of the lava stone men hurriedly urged, anxiously waving his big fist, fighting with more than a dozen demons, killing them in a dark and chaotic way. Facing an enemy that was 100 times more powerful than their own, the lava stone men suffered more and more casualties, gradually becoming exhausted, and the signs of failure became more and more obvious. The lava stone people all saw this scene, and they fought even more frantically, trying to find hope for victory. Unfortunately, there were too many enemies. Facing the same level of gold level abyss demons, the lava stone people simply could not fight 1 against 100. They could only fight and retreat in despair. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the summoned beast world to be so weak. Before, the Lord was still concerned about the horror of the summoned beast world. But now it seems that it is just a garbage world. Ha ha ha. The leader of the skeleton demons laughed wildly, flapping his bat wings in the air and looking down at the earth. Looking down at all the lava stone men. At this time, a steel mantis suddenly appeared in the air. Appeared in front of the space crack. And then a white light appeared. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly appeared. And a strong shock wave reverberated between heaven and earth, shaking large areas. The people who were fighting couldn't help but look in the direction of the space vortex, looking at the explosion site. In the sky, the strong explosion gradually dissipated, and the space vortex and the thunder and lightning began to crack and collapse little by little in the terrifying explosion. The leader of the skeleton demons saw this scene. His pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted, "Damn it! The space vortex is going to collapse. Damn it!" Boom! Another loud noise came. The space vortex finally collapsed. And in the incredible eyes of the demons, it disappeared. Who is it? Who is it? The skeleton demon leader roared angrily, and his violent eyes swept around, and soon saw Li Xian, who was walking slowly in the distant forest. "It's you? It must be you. Kill him." Although he was not sure what was going on, the skeleton abyss leader still gave the order without hesitation, and commanded the demons to kill Li Xian. Sure enough, the gap between the gold level and the saint level cannot be made up by numbers, Li Xian said lightly, and his right hand suddenly slapped the ground. Corrosion domain. The pale green halo suddenly spread out, and in an instant spread to the feet of all the abyss demons, enveloping them. The next second, a pale green hand stretched out from the green halo, wrapped around and imprisoned the demons, pulling them downwards tightly. Sizzle! The terrible corrosive power rippled. The demons in the domain were quickly corroded, struggling madly in fear and screaming, and finally, in despair, the demons were corroded bit by bit, and turned into nothingness. Above the sky, the pupils of the skeleton demons saw this scene, and their pupils shrank, and their wings flashed rapidly, and they flew away decisively. Its speed was too fast, it seemed to have burned some secret method, and flew away directly. At this speed, if it was an ordinary lava stone man, it would not be able to catch up. But Li Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he killed all the demons at the scene, and then snapped his fingers in the distance. The lava stone people looked at Li Xian gratefully, and didn't understand why this companion was so powerful, and why he snapped his fingers. While the stone man was puzzled, an incredible scene appeared. In the sky, between the dense clouds, a huge black hand descended from the sky, like a pillar of heaven, with a terrible force like the power of heaven. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black hand, like a natural disaster, killed the flying demon leader on the spot, and shattered him in despair and fear. Chapter 452 The Road to Demigod. Solved. Li Xian glanced at the lava stone man clan calmly, and smiled at the sluggish stone man. The next second, a circle of water ripples appeared behind Li Xian, and spread out in a regular manner. Li Xian's entire body slowly merged into the water ripples, and disappeared completely. Only a group of confused and shocked lava stone men were left on the spot. They looked at the demon corpses all over the ground, looked at the giant hand that was slowly dissipating in the sky, and smelled the strong smell of blood. They were stunned and shocked. After a long while, they finally recovered, and talked about it in shock. "I didn't expect that old fate actually had such a terrible power. This is too incredible," a lava stone man said in shock. "We have lived together for so long, but we didn't know that old fate was so terrible. He is too strong." Yes, 100,000 abyss demons were killed by old fate in a short time. The point is that the giant hand is too terrifying. It is just like the arm of God. There is also a domain. I remember that only saints have domains. So old fate is a saint, everyone said in disbelief. Everyone was shocked when they talked about the scene just now. It felt like a dream. Everyone was very curious about this tribe member named Old Fight, and wanted to know more about him. But Old Fight was very lonely, and liked to live alone in the woods. So everyone didn't know much about him. But everyone looked at the old patriarch at the same time. Because the old patriarch and Old Fate have a good relationship, this morning, I also went to visit Old Fate. It's not Old Fate. Old Fate died in the early morning. I didn't remember to bury him before the Abyss Demon invaded. The Lava Stone Man patriarch said solemnly. His eyes were vaguely enlightened, as if he guessed something. Old Fate is dead? Then who is this? Why is he so powerful? Someone couldn't help asking. This saint-level strongman should be a powerful existence in the central area 1 to 3. Old Fate should be parasitized by this saint-level strongman, and he saved us by the way, repaying the favor of parasitism. The Lava Stone Man chief continued to explain. And the flames around him flickered slightly. Zone 1 to 3? It turned out to be like this. Everyone's faces changed drastically when they heard this. And they didn't dare to continue. It was really that Zone 1 to 3 of the Summoned Beast world was too dangerous. And there were many powerful and strange beings hidden in it. Sometimes, when people mentioned the names of the strong in Zone 1 to 3, they might be noticed by those strong people, causing unpredictable consequences. This happened before. A gold-level member of the Miayun tribe mentioned the strange existence in Zone 1, causing the member of the Miayun tribe to collapse on the spot. Even this collapse can be contagious. The entire Miayun tribe was completely wiped out within half a month, and disappeared forever in the Summoned Beast world. At that time, many races tried to help, but they could not stop the spread, and could only watch the tribe perish. The Lava Stone people naturally did not dare to provoke such a terrible area 1 to 3. Now everyone heard the words of the tribe leader, and they did not dare to continue speaking, and chose to remain silent. But they were saved, and they looked at the direction where Li Xian left with a complicated look in their hearts. They wanted to say something, but they did not know how to say it, and could only hide their gratitude in their hearts. Sanlong Lord District. Li Xian returned to his own territory, and returned to his own territory. At this time, Sanlong territory was thriving, and more excellent humans appeared. For example, there were already 13 silver-level humans in the territory. These humans could not compare with Li Xian, but according to the growth time, compared with the ordinary humans in Qinwei world, they were not bad. Li Xian inspected the territory, and saw more and more alien races joining the territory, and saw the densely packed materials in the auction house, and he nodded with satisfaction. I don't lack low-level materials now. The materials provided by the people are enough for everyone to consume. However, there are still a few high-level materials. I need more powerful people to join the territory. Then, I won't have to worry about the material problem. Li Xian said, as he opened the data panel to check his attributes. Ding! Li Xian, Lord of the Wolf, 1.76 billion honor points. Master, Qin Yu Little Fatty. Physique, Golden Lava Stone Man. Soul, Lower Saint Level. Domain, Dark Domain, Blood Domain, Poison Domain, Thunder Domain, Wind Domain. Origin, Fire, Water, Wind, Earth, Thunder, Wood, Light, Poison, Ice, Light, Darkness, Space and other origins. Talents, Heroic Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Telekinesis, God Perspective, Heroic Spirit, Mantis Puppet, Soul Hand, Treasure Hunt, Companion Holy Suit, Void Wandering, Endless Life, Self-Destruction, Seal. It's getting stronger and stronger. Too many talents have led to a qualitative change and quantitative change. Even if my level is lower saint, I can still kill the same level with one blow. As for the middle saint, the upper saint, and the great saint, you need to fight to know. Li Xian said quietly. His eyes swept across the attribute panel, looking at one powerful ability after another. I still lack the light domain, space domain, and other major domains. As long as I complete the light domain and space domain, I can integrate all the domains, let the domains form a small world, and move towards demigod. Of course, the soul needs to be promoted to demigod. Li Xian muttered to himself, with deep expectations in his eyes. At this point, he has a very clear view of the future, and has already felt what to do next. For example, a demigod is actually a super strong person who owns a small world. However, a demigod's small world cannot have any living creatures. It is a dead small world. If you want to make a demigod dead small world accommodate living creatures, you need to raise the throne of God and create a kingdom of God. Which is the God? My road is very smooth. The Songlong territory can be used as the basis for becoming a god and integrating into the kingdom of God. I also have a portable space, which can play a vital role. Li Xian's eyes flashed with joy. After seeing the future path clearly, as long as he comprehends the realm of light, the realm of space, and the soul reaches a certain level, you can use the portable space as the basis, and the major fields as the prototype, to condense the dead small world. After becoming a demigod, you can transform the dead small world into a real small world, and then you can hold high the divine work and become a god. But there is an important premise here, that is to comprehend time. The reason why the dead small world cannot become a real small world is because of the lack of time. Time talent. I have never got one so far. Where can this talent be? Li Xian felt heavy-hearted. He could not help looking towards the center of the summoned beast world. He had some guesses about the existence of the central area. Perhaps only areas 1 to 3 have such strong talents. After I become a demigod, I will definitely explore areas 1 to 3. I should be cautious now. Chapter 453 Sealing Heart. Li Xian withdrew his thoughts and began to buy various materials from the trading auction house and improved his talents. For example, the sealing talent. This is the only talent that Li Xian has found, which can seal space cracks. It cannot permanently eliminate space cracks, but it is still okay to seal for a few years. And these few years can bring Li Xian more opportunities, giving him the opportunity to become stronger. With deep expectations, Li Xian began to absorb the promotion materials and improve his sealing talent. Ding! Your seal talent has been successfully upgraded to the intermediate level. Intermediate level. Keep absorbing. Keep upgrading. Li Xian did not hesitate and continued to eat materials to upgrade his seal talent. He already had 1.7 billion honor points, which could buy countless materials, and he didn't care about the consumption at all. So Li Xian absorbed them all at once, and soon heard the prompt sound again. Ding! Your seal talent has been successfully upgraded to the advanced level. Ding! Your seal talent has been successfully upgraded to the Great Perfection. Great Perfection. But unfortunately, I lack the seal heart, so I can't upgrade to the extraordinary level. Li Xian sighed, thinking about where the heart of seal was, and wanted to improve his sealing talent to extraordinary as soon as possible. But after thinking about it, Li Xian could not think of where the heart of seal was, so he could only publish the task of the heart of seal, offering a high reward, attracting the people to find it. In the Songlong territory, the task hall in the auction house. In the bustling hall, people carrying weapons were looking for tasks, preparing to complete the tasks and gain honor points. These figures were not only human, but also the beast-eared tribe with wagging tails, the angel tribe with wings, the honest black bear tribe, the beautiful spirit tribe, and almost a dozen races. They are all races that have taken refuge in the Songlong territory. Because Li Xian does not discriminate against foreign races, these races have a strong sense of belonging to the Songlong territory and want to stay here forever. The last time Li Xian went to the God Realm world, the Songlong territory was attacked by the Three-Eyed tribe. Facing the Three-Eyed tribe like a tide, the human reincarnations could not stop the enemy at all, and finally these alien races took action. These alien races are powerful, especially the Angel tribe, who directly swept away the Three-Eyed tribe in a crushing manner, protecting the Songlong territory and also protecting the human race. This battle made more and more alien races see the power of the Songlong territory and began to come to join them, creating the current lively scene. At this moment, at the door of the mission hall, a figure walked in quietly, and a small black cat was lying on his shoulder. After this figure came in, he silently watched the roll of honor points and the various good things in the auction house, as well as various tasks and rewards. I didn't expect that there would be such a huge city in the summoned beast world, which really surprised me. The figure whispered, looking at the strong man in the mission hall with complicated eyes. That's why I asked you to look more. Don't stick to your world. The world outside is too big. For example, the world of summoned beasts. This world is one of the super big worlds. In a list of billions of worlds, it can be ranked 9th. It is a very remarkable world. The little black cat also transmitted the message, telling the hugeness of the world of summoned beasts. 9th place, it's so strong. The figure continued to transmit in shock. Of course, that's why I spent a lot of money to send you to the summoned beast world, to make you grow faster. Yi Fan, you must work hard. The little black cat warned. Don't worry, Master Cat, I still have to protect my own world. I must grow up as soon as possible, improve my strength, and then go back to protect my world. Yi Fan looked determined. Work hard, to be as powerful as the owner of this territory. To have such a huge territory here, the Lord of the Sunlong here is definitely extraordinary. The little black cat said seriously. Master Cat, how strong do you think the Lord here is? Yi Fan asked curiously. I don't know either. But look at the angel who is arranging the task over there. He is a powerful golden master. And the angels here are all golden level. I heard that there are semi-saints in the angels. To make such a strong angel willing to manage this territory, the Lord of the Sunlong must have at least the strength of a saint, maybe even the strength of a semi-god. The little black cat explained. Demigod? It's really a level to look up to. I don't know when I can reach it. Yi Fan sighed. It won't be too late. You have extraordinary talent and character. With my help, you will definitely become a demigod in the future. According to my calculation, you only need 500 years to reach demigod. The little black cat said. 500 years? Isn't it too long? Yi Fan smiled bitterly. This is already very fast. Okay. This is with my help, and your identity as the child of destiny, to become a demigod in 500 years. Otherwise, you will probably die of old age and never become a demigod. The little black cat looked down on him. I have already left my own world. Is the identity of the child of destiny still useful? Yi Fan was puzzled. Of course it is useful. The child of destiny is equivalent to being blessed. As long as you don't leave your world too far, you will have good luck and grow faster. The world of summoned beasts is a world that connects all worlds, and is closely connected to your world. You will have good luck here too. The little black cat continued to tell the story. So that's how it is. I understand. I will continue to work hard, and become a demigod within 500 years. Yi Fan clenched his fist with a determined look on his face, and then looked at the task panel above the task hall, preparing to do some tasks to earn honor points. At this time, the task panel suddenly flashed red. A big red special task appeared above the panel, flashing a faint red light. Exchange task. A sealed heart can be exchanged for 10 million honor points. The big red font appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the task of 10 million honor points, and their eyes widened. Oh my god, 10 million honor points? This is the first time I have seen a task with so many honor points. It's really too generous. Someone exclaimed. Yes, this is probably a task issued by the Lord. Only this Lord can issue such a generous task. What is the heart of the sealer? Why haven't I heard of it? Someone was puzzled. I don't know, it seems to be some kind of material or something. Everyone looked at the task above in surprise. Everyone was very curious about what the sealed heart was, and it was so valuable. In the corner, Yi Fan looked at the exchange task eagerly. He really wanted to complete this task and get honor points, but he didn't know what the sealed heart was. At this time, Yi Fan found that there was a light flashing in the eyes of the little black cat, and it seemed to know where it was. Mr. Cat, do you know where the sealed heart is? Yi Fan hurriedly sent a message. I know, but that thing is on the 1000th floor of the abyss. It is very, very dangerous to get it on the 1000th floor of the abyss, because there are already gods starting from the 1000th floor of the abyss. If a saint enters, he will be locked in and then killed. With your strength, you can't come back once you go in. The little black cat shook his head. Chapter 454 Bloodstained Duan City. Alas, my strength is still too weak. It would be better if I could be stronger. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, and he was very eager to improve his strength. No way, the abyss is not easy to deal with, even if you become a demigod. You can only move in the first 1000 layers of the abyss. In the latter part, even a demigod is doomed. Although the God Emperor is very powerful, the first to 998th layers of the abyss cannot afford to offend the God Emperor, but the 999th layer of the abyss can fight the God Emperor until now. This shows that the strength of a demigod can only reach the 999th floor at most. If you want to reach the 1000th floor, you don't have the strength of a god. Don't even think about it. With your strength, you will be a dead end if you go to the 1000th floor of the abyss. If the god wants to kill you, he only needs to look at you. The little black cat shook his head helplessly. This abyss is really scary. The God Emperor is so extraordinary. But he can only withstand the 999th floor of the abyss. It's really unexpected. Yi Fan sighed. Yes, each floor of the abyss is a world. When they choose the world to invade, they invade according to their own combat power. The monsters on the 1st to 900th floors of the abyss are very weak. But the 999th floor is much stronger. The soldiers have gold level strength. You can't even beat a soldier if you go there. The little black cat said helplessly. What should I do? This is 10 million honor points, which can buy a lot of valuable things. Yifan said unwillingly. I don't know either. The 1000th floor of the abyss is too strong. If you go to that world, it will be equivalent to the ants you see in your current world. The soldiers can kill you in one blow, not to mention the gods. The little black cat shook his head. Oh! If you think about it from another angle, I am very weak, very inconspicuous. Will the gods ignore me? Will the creatures in the abyss not take me seriously? So I have a chance to get the heart of the sealer? Yifan asked tentatively. Huh? This is a good idea. A strong person who enters the 1000th layer of the abyss will definitely be noticed by the gods. But according to my understanding of the world of the gods, the more powerful the gods are, the less they care about the weaker beings. You are so weak, the gods will automatically filter you out. If that's the case, with my help, you have a chance to get the heart of the sealer. The little black cat carefully analyzed the pros and cons, and felt that the chance was great. As long as the gods did not interfere. It could take Yifan away at any time and ensure Yifan's safety. In this way, Yifan might be able to complete the task and obtain a terrifying amount of honor points. They had just seen that 10 million honor points could buy a lot of good things, including many precious materials, which could greatly improve Yifan's strength. There were even many things that could help the little black cat recover quickly. Thinking of this, the little black cat was ready to give it a try and go to the abyss. After making the decision, the little black cat leaned close to Yifan's ear and began to transmit his voice, analyzing the pros and cons. After some discussion, they agreed on a plan and thought it was feasible. Finally, they left the main city of Sanlong. On the other side, after Li Xian issued the task, he began to improve other talents. 1,000 talents require a lot of materials. Li Xian has no shortage of honor points. So he naturally started to buy. After buying, he fell into the world of foodies again. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. After 3 days of eating, Li Xian finally upgraded his 1,000 talents, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although most of his abilities did not reach the extraordinary level, but only reached the great perfection, his strength was still greatly improved. After all, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. 1,000 talents is not a small number. The effect of superposition is amazing. The only thing that makes Li Xian frown is that most of the talents do not reach the extraordinary level. There is no way. The high-level materials are seriously lacking, and Li Xian can only think of a way later, such as going to the world of God domain, where there are more opportunities. Buzz! The summoning array suddenly lit up from all around. Li Xian, who was thinking, was slightly stunned, and then responded to the summoning. The source of the summoning array was the world of the little fat man, and this summoning was very urgent, and it seemed that there was a serious problem. Li Xian did not intend to give up the world of the little fat man, and naturally teleported there as soon as possible. The key point is that he owed too many favors in that world, and these favors must be repaid. Otherwise it would involve invisible cause and effect, which is something that can only be involved at a high level. Li Xian only sensed it now, and naturally had to repay the favor as soon as possible. Li Xian, who responded to the call, quickly disappeared in the summoning array. The world of the little fat man, 50,000 miles away from the beast-taming sect. The ruined Duan city. At this time, the shouts and screams in the city were deafening, and the roars and laughter of beasts were deafening. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the cries of women for help, and the cries of children. These sounds intertwined, plus the dense abyss creatures inside and outside the city, made the blood-stained Duan city look like a hell on earth. The city has collapsed. Surrounded by the endless abyss two-headed dogs, they broke through the city gates and entered the city, madly attacking all humans they saw. The human warriors fought desperately, but facing the dense abyss two-headed dogs, the human warriors fell one by one in the blood and died bravely. The battle was quite tragic. The human race fought bloody battles in despair and crying. In the residential area, in a dead-end corner, the fat man and a few middle-aged women wives huddled together, looking at the approaching abyss two-headed dogs in despair. The size of these two-headed dogs was like calves, covered with dark scales, with blood on their sharp claws, and barbs on their necks. They opened their bloody mouths, and the smell of fishy air filled the air, making the air at the scene smell bad. The two-headed dogs stared at the little fat man with their bloody eyes, and approached step by step. What should we do? What should we do? Several middle-aged women looked at the little fat man anxiously. And it was obvious that he was the backbone. No. It's okay. I have summoned my summoned beast. It is very powerful. It will definitely defeat these two-headed dogs. Definitely. The little fat man said tremblingly. Under the gaze of several two-headed dogs, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Really? Several middle-aged women were very worried. Their summoned beasts were also summoned just now. In the end, they were all killed by the two-headed dogs. And most of them were killed instantly. This made them despair. Even after hearing what the little fat man said, they were still very worried. Buzz! The summoning magic circle suddenly rippled, appearing in front of the little fat man and the others. With the appearance of the magic circle, an extremely terrifying force rippled into Duan City. This breath was too violent, and instantly stopped the attacking two-headed dogs. At this moment, inside and outside the city, the abyss two-headed dogs like a tide, all stopped fighting, looking around in horror. Boom! The lava stone man more than 5 meters high suddenly appeared, and landed like an iron tower, stomping hard on several abyss two-headed dogs, stomping them to death. Blood-colored domain. The cold voice suddenly echoed, and the terrible blood-colored domain suddenly enveloped the entire Duan City, and enveloped all living beings. Chapter 455. One man makes an army. In an instant, dense blood-red arms came from deep underground, grabbed one abyss two-headed dog after another, and pulled them fiercely into the domain. The blood-colored domain seemed to have turned into a swamp. All the captured abyss two-headed dogs, after being taken into the blood-colored domain, gradually sank into the blood-colored domain and disappeared, dying in screams. In a short period of time, nearly 1/3 of the abyss two-headed dogs were caught in the blood-colored domain, making the precarious Duan City finally stabilized. Who is it? How dare you stop my abyss two-headed dog clan? I think you are seeking your own death. The violent voice resounded through the world. A huge abyss two-headed dog, as big as a hill, suddenly flew into the air, looking down at the earth and the people like a demon. Its body was covered with golden armor, and golden wings appeared behind it. The huge body enveloped the sky above Duan City, making the depressing atmosphere even heavier. This is not the end. The abyss two-headed dog in the sky exuded a violent killing aura, and the strange black fog filled the surroundings, making it even more terrifying. The humans in Duan City were horrified when they saw this scene. And they could not help but feel despair in their hearts. A little half-saint, who doesn't even know the domain, dares to jump out and seek death. Boom! The deafening sound shook the sky, and the mountain-like two-headed abyss dog exploded, shattered under the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and turned directly into blood mist in the air. Raindrops formed by blood fell from the sky, and blood rain fell throughout Duan City. This blood rain covered all the creatures in the city, and many people were soaked. But they didn't care, but looked at the sky in shock, looking at the slender figure in white. Above the city, in the air, Li Xian, who had transformed into a heroic spirit, stood quietly in the void, his white robe fluttering in the wind, looking down at the common people like a god. At this moment, the humans in the city looked at the sky in horror, looking at the godlike Li Xian, as if they were dreaming. Only the little fat man was dumbfounded, looking at the lava stone man on the ground. His mind seemed to be confused, and he stood there stupidly. Above the sky, Li Xian did not pay attention to the shocked humans, but waved his hand, and once again expanded the scope of the domain, covering all the two-headed dogs of the abyss inside and outside the city. The slaughter was staged in Duan City. For humans, the abyss two-headed dog core was extremely powerful. Just like that, in a short period of time, they were pulled into the bloody barrier by bloody arms one by one, and completely dissolved. The battle soon stopped. Facing the saint-level Li Xian, the abyss two-headed dog core was wiped out, and no two-headed dog could survive. All the two-headed dogs were swallowed by the bloody domain, and became the energy of the domain. The catastrophe of Duan City ended here. Only the ruined buildings still clearly proved that there was a great crisis here. Whoosh! Among the human race, a silver-level commander covered in blood quickly jumped onto the city wall, and saluted Li Xian respectfully. Greetings to Lord Li Xian, thank you for saving me. Do you know me? Li Xian fell from the sky, standing on the city wall, glancing at the other party. Lord, I used to serve in the Abyss Fortress, and I once saw you from afar. The silver-level commander hurriedly explained. Well, tell me what happened recently. Why are there two-headed abyss dogs here? Li Xian asked. The strength of these two-headed abyss dogs is not that strong. They should be abyss creatures in the first 500 layers of the abyss. And they are not as good as the abyss giants in the 999th layer of the abyss. But these two-headed abyss dogs are still not what this world can face. Now that the two-headed abyss dogs have invaded the human world, they will inevitably bring disaster to this world. My lord, this is what happened. The space cracks of the Beastmaster sect collapsed, and the abyss army invaded our world from all directions. The saint-level ancestor led the army to stop it with all his strength, but still failed. Now only 1/10 of the army is left. The saint-level ancestor is seriously injured and dying, and many generals died in the battle. Now the remaining human army, led by Lei Wuxuang, is in the Qingniu fortress, fighting with the Abyss Mad Lion Legion with all their strength. We are only facing the weakest Abyss two-headed dog legion, and the Mad Lion Legion on the other side is the real disaster. The human leader hurriedly told the story, and reported the situation on the scene. I know. I will leave it to you to take care of it. Li Xian left a word, and the whole person disappeared in the void, leaving everyone looking at the place where Li Xian disappeared in shock. Thousands of miles away, Baiyun City. This place was also invaded by the Abyss two-headed dog legion. The battle was even more brutal. The two-headed dogs had occupied half of the city. Many human warriors, knowing that they could not win, still tried their best to stand at the forefront, protecting their families behind them in despair. Boom! A dark big hand suddenly appeared in the sky, like Optimus Prime falling from the sky, and slammed the two-headed dog legion outside the city, instantly causing the two-headed dog legion to collapse. After doing all this, the pitch-black hand did not stop, but waved wildly, fiercely attacking the two-headed abyss dog in the city. However, the buildings in the city affected the performance of the pitch-black hand. There were probably humans hiding in these buildings. The pitch-black hand needed to pay attention to these humans, so it took more time to fight. This was a big consumption for the pitch-black hand. But the pitch-black hand still did not hurt innocent people. Instead, it tried its best to crush the two-headed abyss dog while protecting the human race. Civilian area. The humans who were guarding the last area all showed horrified expressions when they saw this vast scene, and they couldn't believe what they saw. There was no way. The dark hand that fell from the sky was too terrifying. It was just like the hand of God. It was suffocating. Is this God protecting us? Someone in the crowd said in shock. It must be God. It must be God. Such a terrifying giant hand. Humans can never do it. It must be God. God, can you help me save my sister? She is trapped in the work area. Please save my sister. A little girl put her hands together and prayed, looking at the giant hand that held up the sky. 10 miles away from the beast-taming sect, Li Xian stepped on the void, put his hands together, and his strong aura rushed into the sky. The terrible power in the sky condensed hundreds of black hands, saving all the attacked cities within a radius of 100,000 miles at the same time. But this was not all of Li Xian power. Behind him, a huge black space vortex was slowly condensing. This space vortex rotates slowly. Each rotation expands a little. Each expansion, more and more powerful dark creatures will emerge. At this moment, on the ground under Li Xian feet, there has appeared a dense, tide-like dark army. Under Li Xian amplification, they take mechanical steps, step by step, killing the beast-taming sect, killing the abyss creatures that emerge from the abyss cracks. Chapter 456, Who is helping humans? Here is the real battlefield. As long as Li Xian blocks the invasion of the abyss army from here, the city behind will gradually become safe. However, Li Xian will be under great pressure, because the abyss world is not simple, even if it is not the 999th layer of the abyss. 2 middle-level saints? In the sky, Li Xian's eyes flashed solemnly. He felt that from the beast-taming sect, 2 terrible auras were coming rapidly, approaching him. Obviously, his move attracted the attention of the abyss masters, and the real battle was about to begin. Here they come! In just a few breaths, 2 terrifying figures suddenly stopped 100 meters in front of Li Xian, staring at him intently. One of these 2 figures was a mad lion man, with a lion's head and a human body, with a pair of cold claws. The other was a strange eyeball, as big as a car, with a dead light flashing in his eyes from time to time. A human warrior? How can there be 2 saint-level warriors in this world? No, the power you use is the power of darkness. Does the dark world also want to get involved in our abyss territory? The lion man's eyes were cold, and his fierce aura was rippling in all directions, making the surrounding space flash with black lightning. Get involved? No, you are just tools for me to test my power. Li Xian smiled slightly, His long hair fluttered in the air, his white robes fluttered in the wind, and his strong aura soared into the sky. Human is looking for death. The two Saint-level Abyss Masters were furious when they heard this, and immediately mobilized their domain power to kill Li Xian. Bang! The space shook slightly, and fine cracks covered the air, revealing the dark world inside the cracks, which were space cracks caused by power. The two Saint-level mid-level Masters expanded their domains at the first time, mobilized their domain power, and frantically strangled Li Xian. The two sides fought a life-and-death battle in the air, in the empty Baiyan grassland. Qingyou Fortress. Lei Wuxuang covered her snow-white neck and leaned against the city gate. Blood dripped down her fair little hand, staining her silver armor red. She didn't care about these things, but looked at the giant hand in horror, watching it sweep across the Abyss Lion Legion. Such a giant hand is actually helping us. Who is it? What kind of high-level existence is saving mankind? Lei Wuxuang looked at the giant hand with a trembling face, and was grateful for surviving the disaster. The Saint-level ancestor was seriously injured. 3 generals died in battle, and many commanders were buried. She was the only one in the entire human army who was still holding on, leading the last human army to protect the Qingyou Fortress. Just now, they were on the verge of danger, and could be destroyed by the Abyss Lion army at any time. However, at such a desperate moment, the sky-lifting giant hand suddenly appeared, forcefully rushed into the Abyss Lion army, and swept away all the creatures in the abyss. In just a short time, the sky-lifting giant hand completely stabilized the precarious front line. Watching the collapse of the Abyss Lion Legion, watching the number of the Lion Legion drop rapidly, Lei Wuxuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She breathed a sigh of relief, and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air after surviving the catastrophe, recovering her strength. Suddenly, she felt something, and looked towards the direction of the beast-taming sect. There, 3 terrifying auras were shaking the heaven and earth, affecting the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles. That scene was like the end of the world, and it was suffocating. A battle of Saint level. This is definitely a battle of Saint level. Could it be the ancestor? No. The ancestor is recovering from his injuries in the Abyss Fortress. Now he can't even exert his black iron level strength. How could it be the ancestor? But this fluctuation is stronger than the fluctuation caused by the ancestor's battle. Who is fighting? The owner of the giant hand? Lei Wuxuang's face was full of shock and curiosity. He didn't know who was protecting the human race. It's Li Xian who is fighting with 2 Abyss Saints. And they are both in the middle of the Saint level. An old voice came from the Thunder Blade. It's Li Xian. He actually has Saint level power. Wait, the enemies are 2 middle Saint level ones? Then Li Xian is in danger. Lei Wuxuang immediately became worried, holding his weapon and wanting to go to support. Don't worry, Li Xian won't lose. He took on the enemy alone, and he looked comfortable. An old voice came from the Thunder Blade again. How could it be? Even if Li Xian reached Saint level, he would be at most lower Saint level. Facing 2 middle Saint level ones, how could he be comfortable? Lei Wuxuang was surprised. His aura is indeed lower than the Saint level, but his fighting power is very strong. Wait, my god, look at the sky. The old voice was full of shock. Even the Thunder Blade was shaking. Sky? Lei Wuxuang raised his head, looking up at the sky with his big eyes. In the blue sky, a strange eyeball the size of a car suddenly appeared from the crack in the space, and then looked back in horror. At this moment, the strange eyeball was covered with blood and looked very miserable, with wounds all over. But it didn't dare to stay, and flew away quickly. But at this moment, when the eyeball flew away quickly, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky, and then clenched his fist and hit the strange eyeball hard. Boom! The deafening sound echoed in the sky, and the terrible flames burned the void for thousands of miles, making the whole world seem like the end of the world. The escaping eyeball exploded on the spot, and turned into blood mist in the void, without even a scream. Such a scene, such a picture, shocked Lei Wuxuang, and he opened his mouth directly, as if he was dreaming. Surprisingly, Li Xian suddenly showed his terrifying strength, and blew up the Saint level. Too strong. The old voice came from the Thunder Blade, and the voice was trembling. Suddenly showed? The Saint level ancestor once said that the Saint level eyeball is extremely difficult to deal with. Several times more difficult than the Saint level lion. I didn't expect that such a difficult eyeball would be blown up by Li Xian. And it was such a short time, too powerful. Lei Wuxuang was horrified, looking at Li Xian with his eyes piercing, and he was dumbfounded. Wuxuang, look at Li Xian's left hand. He is holding a person. Wait, That's a mid-level Saint Lion. What? Lei Wuxiang was shocked, and hurriedly looked at Li Xian left hand in the sky, and sure enough, the Abyss Lion that had severely injured the ancestor of mankind was being held by Li Xian. The key point was that the Abyss Lion was in a terrible state at this time, with a bloody hole in its heart, and the rich blood energy gradually filled the sky, dyeing the sky red. They died just like that. 2 middle-level saints were killed by Li Xian. He is too terrifying. The old voice was full of awe. Yes, he is so powerful. He is really admirable and fascinating. Lei Wuxiang looked at Li Xian in the sky with admiration. He admired and respected this handsome young man from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! Li Xian disappeared in the sky and left the sky. Soon, a terrible breath rose from the direction of the beast-taming sect. Not good, another Abyss Saint appeared in the space crack, and this time it's even more powerful. Wait, Li Xian actually rushed over and rushed into the space crack. An old voice came out from the thunder blade immediately, making Lei Wuxiang heart tighten. Rush into the abyss? It's so dangerous there. Why would he rush in? Lei Wuxiang said hurriedly. He is protecting this world. His power is too strong. If he fights for a long time, it will bring great harm to this world. So Li Xian would rather risk life and death and rush into the abyss. The old voice continued to explain. Chapter 457 Saint Level Battle. This. Lei Wuxiang sighed, with deep worry flashing in his eyes, very afraid that something bad might happen to Li Xian, and that he would be in danger in the abyss. Lei Wuxiang, I have a bad feeling. I suggest you contact the human ancestor in the Abyss Fortress, find a way to cure him, and ask him to come and help. I just felt a more terrifying breath from the cracks in the abyss. If Li Xian rushes into the abyss rashly, he may encounter a terrible life and death crisis. The old voice continued, suggesting Lei Wuxiang to help. Okay, I write a letter right away. But how can I cure the human ancestor? I don't have any idea. Lei Wuxiang said worriedly. Go find the sky-devouring demon. Merge with it. Form a saint-level powerhouse with you as the main one. And become the patron saint of mankind. This is your destiny. And it is also the world's greatest investment in you. When you succeed in merging, you can cure the ancestor and help Li Xian. The old voice was helpless. Because this was a dead end. Whether Lei Wuxiang and the heaven-devouring demon merge successfully or not, the newly formed personality is no longer hers, but directly forms a new individual. At that time, it can be considered that Lei Wuxiang is dead, and only the new heaven-devouring demon remains. This Lei Wuxiang sighed. She opened her mouth to say something, but finally remained silent, because she was the child of destiny and had to shoulder this responsibility. After a deep sigh, Lei Wuxiang resolutely took out a pen and paper, and began to write a letter quickly. After finishing writing, she arranged to send the letter to the messenger eagle. She carried the thunder blade on her back and resolutely left this place to look for the devouring demon. The direction she was heading in, for some unknown reason, turned out to be the direction where the devouring demon was hiding, in the abyss crack. After Li Xian passed through the abyss crack, he stood quietly in the void, looking down on the world from a god perspective, looking down on everything. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and the malice from all directions kept surging into his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures flew quickly from a distance, and the aura they exuded was all holy. Lower saint, middle saint, upper saint, even saint. The only thing to be thankful for is that they don't have demigods. This is the biggest surprise. Humans dare to step into the abyss. They are really courting death. Do you really think there is no one in our abyss? We are just too powerful. The space cracks cannot bear our stronger power, and we want to attack other worlds. We didn't send more saints into your world this time, but since you have come to the abyss, then go and die. The abyss will be your burial place. Rumble. The deafening sound shook the heaven and earth. The earth cracked with cracks, densely packed, like a spider web. Dozens of figures, emitting a terrifying aura, came quickly, surrounding Li Xian, ready to go, and fighting at any time. In secret, there were even demons secretly weakening the space cracks, preventing Li Xian from escaping through the cracks. Weakening the space cracks would reduce the carrying capacity of the space cracks, making it impossible for the strong to pass through, in order to kill Li Xian in the abyss. What a strong lineup! 32 Abyss Saints. 3 saints of great perfection. And most of the rest are saints of upper and middle levels. Li Xian felt a strong sense of crisis. But he was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and looked at the saints in all directions with a hint of madness. since he dared to fight into the abyss. He did not plan to go back alive. At worst, he would die here. Anyway, he would be reborn in the world of summoned beasts and fear nothing. Thinking of this, Li Xian was surrounded by streamlined silver armor, which wrapped him up. It was the companion holy armor, which put him in the best fighting posture. Kill him! The roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. Two huge arms suddenly emerged from space, suddenly appeared in the direction where Li Xian was standing, and appeared directly on Li Xian's abdomen. But surprisingly, the hit Li Xian was just a shadow, and the real Li Xian had appeared 1,000 meters away. Today, let my name, Li Xian, resound through the abyss, and let you all know that as long as I, Li Xian, live, the human race will not be destroyed. Boom! The terrifying shock waves swept across the 8 directions, and one after another, the power of the domain quickly unfolded, covering the 4 directions and the abyss. Domain open. The saints of the abyss were equally unwilling to be outdone. One by one, they released their own domains, and in a bloodthirsty frenzy, they attacked Li Xian. In an instant, the earth-shattering battle began, and a shocking battle swept across the abyss. Facing dozens of saint-level powerhouses, even though Li Xian had many talents, but in the home court of the abyss, under the attacks of many enemies, Li Xian soon fell into injury. He was hit by unknown forces more than once, and his heart and chest were bleeding, but it also brought a lot of trouble to the enemy. Curse! Behead! A strange force suddenly appeared, and acted directly on Li Xian's neck. A bloodline appeared instantly, and Li Xian's head fell directly to the ground, and was separated from his body. I killed another human saint. It's great. It's so great. An unpleasant hoarse voice sounded from the darkness, and a one-horned old woman with a cane appeared from the darkness of the void. She slowly walked to Li Xian's side and picked up the head on the ground. This corpse will become my test material. Do you have any objection? The one-horned old woman looked at the saints around her coldly. No, we have no objection. The saints shook their heads hurriedly, looking at the one-horned old woman with fear. That's more like it. Otherwise I curse my cane again. The one-horned old woman laughed, and was about to do something, when she suddenly found that her heart was pierced. Poof! Blood flowed, the one-horned old woman's arm was cut off, the cane was crushed by one hand, only the one-horned old woman's body was left, motionless. How is that possible? Aren't you dead? The one-horned old woman said dully. It's just that the head is off. Just put it back on. Why make a fuss? As Li Xian spoke, his head floated on his neck, swayed left and right, and then reinstalled. Such a scene, such a sense of horror, made the saints of the abyss feel a little chilly. Bang! The one-horned old woman's head was smashed, and Li Xian killed her with one punch, even smashing the body directly. The powerful saint-level great perfection was killed here, completely perished. One-horned granny. The saint levels of the abyss saw this scene, and were furious, and rushed towards Li Xian one by one, and roared. You are finished. You killed the one-horned granny. She is from the 1004 demigod family. You will never be able to bear the anger of the demigod. Die. Boom. The battle continued. The power of many saint-level powerhouses of the abyss was fully exerted, and they attacked crazily with the momentum of siege and killing, swearing to kill Li Xian here. Facing the brutal enemy, Li Xian was equally unwilling to be outdone. He fought with them in the most violent form, launching a life-and-death battle that lasted for centuries. During the battle, the highest peak in the abyss, the Cursed Peak, was flattened. The land of 100,000 miles became a barren pit, and countless abyss creatures were affected and buried in the aftermath of the battle, causing huge casualties to the abyss. But this was just the beginning. Li Xian's difficulty really made the Abyss Saint feel that the almost immortal ability was too abnormal, which made the Abyss Saint furious. However, the battle here attracted the attention of more powerful people. In the vast abyss, more Abyss Saints came to support. Even the Abyss Saints who were attacking other worlds stopped attacking and came to kill Li Xian instead. They called their friends and vowed to kill Li Xian here and eliminate the huge trouble of Li Xian. The world of the little fat man. In the Abyss Fortress full of formations, the safe house where the soul lamp is located. Several strong guards are quietly guarding the soul lamp here, and report the extinguishing situation at any time. The soul lamps here were left by many powerful human beings, including saint-level ancestors, generals, commanders, and major sects. Many masters from different forces left soul lamps. Even Li Xian left one. The soul lamp has only one function. When the strong man who left the soul lamp is in danger, the soul lamp will shake. If he dies, the soul lamp will go out. Chapter 458 The Gradually Dimming Soul Lamps. Some time ago, many soul lamps here went out, all in the battle with the abyss. At that time, the soul lamps of the saint-level ancestors were shaking frequently. Now, although they are not extinguished, the soul lamps have become 10 times dimmer. These guards were originally staring at the soul lamps, wanting to know which strong man would die today. Because too many people died in the past few days, they have become numb. They just report the situation again and again, reporting one bad news after another, making the atmosphere here more and more depressing. Just today, I don't know why, the soul lamps that were constantly extinguishing suddenly stopped, and no longer extinguished, which made everyone confused, and they didn't understand what happened. Captain, isn't the abyss attacking humans on a large scale? Why are the soul lamps suddenly not extinguished? Does that mean the abyss invasion has stopped? A guard named Lao Lu asked. Impossible, as long as there is a chance. The abyss will definitely invade crazily, killing all humans. Now that the saint-level ancestor is seriously injured, no one can stop the abyss. This moment is a great opportunity for the abyss to attack. They will definitely not stop the invasion. There must be a major event that we don't know about, the captain said solemnly. Big event? You mean a super strong man appeared and blocked the invasion of the abyss? Old Six guessed. It's possible. Report what happened here first. The higher-ups will definitely pay attention to it. We just need to keep an eye on the soul lamps here. After the captain finished speaking, he quickly sent Old Six to report the situation here. Not long after, Old Six hurried back. Behind him were a group of military leaders, even the injured saint-level ancestor. Master Ancestor, Generals, why are you here? The captain hurriedly stood up and saluted. Don't ask this first. Where is Li Xian's soul lamp? Which one is his soul lamp? The saint-level ancestor covered his heart and asked weakly. Here, this brightest soul lamp belongs to Marshal Li Xian. The captain hurriedly pointed to the soul lamp placed alone. Huh? Fortunately, the soul lamp is normal. Nothing happened. The upgraded ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, and the generals around him also breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? The captain was at a loss, not understanding what was going on. Captain, this is what happened. The sixth brother pulled the captain aside and whispered in his ear. I heard from the adults that the abyss invaded the human world in all directions, and humans were already in a catastrophe. But at the critical moment, Marshal Li Xian appeared. He took on everything by himself, annihilated the abyss army, crushed the saint-level lion man, blew up the strange eyeball of the saint-level middle level, and even rushed into the abyss. Now the space cracks are filled with all kinds of terrible auras. According to the detector, there are dozens of saint-level strongmen in these auras. In other words, Marshal Li Xian is fighting dozens of saint-level enemies in the abyss alone. It is very, very dangerous. What? Dozens of saints? The captain was horrified when he heard this, and looked at Lao Lu in disbelief. It's true. When I went to report the situation, the detector just happened to send back information, detecting that Marshal Li Xian was fighting madly in the abyss. We didn't know what the consequences would be, so we came here to observe the soul lamp of Marshal Li Xian. Lao Jiu explained again. It turned out to be like this. No wonder the soul lamp suddenly didn't go out. It turned out that Marshal Li Xian had returned and was fighting with dozens of saints. That scene must have been very shocking. The captain was shocked. Although he didn't know what the battle scene was like, he knew that Li Xian was definitely in extreme danger. Thinking of this, the captain turned his head and looked at Li Xian's soul lamp, staring at the candle-like light, worried that it would go out. Huh? As if there was a breeze, Li Xian's soul lamp suddenly shook. In an instant, everyone held their breath and looked at Li Xian's soul lamp nervously, their eyes full of worry. The old saint-level ancestor, who had an old face and was running out of time, also struggled to stand up and looked at the soul lamp worriedly. Whoosh! The soul lamp shook again, and again, and each time it moved everyone's heart. They knew that Li Xian must have encountered a very terrible crisis. Even if they couldn't see it, they still knew it from the soul lamp. Don't let anything happen. The captain clenched his fists, murmured worriedly, and his whole body was shaking. The people around him were also worried, and they really wanted to replace Li Xian and help him. But they knew that they were completely useless in the past, and even the aftermath of the battle could shock them to death. Hoo. The soul lamp shook again, shaking more frequently, and flickering. Even the soul lamp dimmed a little. At this moment, the hearts of everyone at the scene were lifted, and the saint-level ancestors couldn't help but want to drag their seriously injured bodies to help. Ancestor, don't let Li Xian be distracted. We can't help in the past, and will only distract him. A graceful beauty persuaded. Her name is Huolinger. She is the new general, from the 7 Stars Gate, and Li Xian master in this world, a gold-level strongman. But at her level, she is still not qualified to participate in the saint-level battle. Even if she gets closer, she will die. All she can do is stabilize the fortress and fight for the last glimmer of hope. It will only distract him. I know that. But I am really worried about him. He is now under the attack of dozens of saint-level people. And in a place like the Abyss, there may be more and more saint-level people appearing. I am really worried about Li Xian. The saint-level ancestor said hoarsely. We have no choice. All we can do is to bless you. Huolinger sighed, and continued to stare at the slightly dim soul lamp. Fortunately, although the soul lamp was shaking, it gradually stabilized. Everyone relaxed a little, but still did not dare to be careless. After all, there was an abyss. That's it. Everyone watched nervously, and from time to time, they saw the soul lamp shaking violently, dimming again and again. Later, the soul lamp had dimmed by more than half. The weak little flame made everyone extremely worried. After half a day, the little flame did not change again, but completely stabilized, and even gradually became brighter. Rumble. The terrifying roar suddenly appeared in the Abyss Fortress. The source of the sound was from the depths of the Abyss Passage. The people who were paying attention to the soul lamp were shocked, and hurriedly sent people to investigate the Abyss Passage. You know, since Li Xian arranged the formation in the Abyss Passage, there has been no enemy in the Abyss Passage for a long time. But now, there was a loud roar in the Abyss Passage. Something must have happened. With worry, Huolinger led a group of masters, and hurried to the entrance of the Abyss Passage, wanting to rush into the Abyss Passage to check. Chapter 459 Killing Through the Abyss for Millions of Miles. But at this moment, just when they were about to enter the Abyss Passage, a blood-stained figure, holding a spear in his right hand, staggered, walked out of the Abyss Passage step by step. He was covered in blood, and his whole body was filled with a strong smell of blood. Even his messy hair was covered with blood. In his left hand was sliding a demon dragon corpse emitting the aura of saint-level great perfection. Seeing this figure, the pupils of the people present shrank, and all showed a look of shock. Li Xian, is it you? Looking at the blood-stained figure, looking at the knife marks on his handsome face, looking at the damaged armor, and the long hair. Huolinger was stunned, looking at Li Xian in disbelief. Never thought that. It was Li Xian who came out from here. Grand Marshal, it's Grand Marshal Li Xian. Someone couldn't help shouting. The voice was full of shock and disbelief. His words attracted more people, and also woke up Huolinger. Whoosh! Huolinger's delicate body flashed, and suddenly stopped beside Li Xian. Her snow-white little hand held his shoulder, and said worriedly, Li Xian, are you okay? You actually came back from the Abyss Passage here. It's okay. Those bastards in the Abyss were worried that I would escape, so they temporarily closed the space crack of the Beast Tamer sect. But they underestimated me. Since the Beast Tamer sect can't get through, I will kill through 1,000,000 miles of the Abyss. Find the passage here in their fear, and then come back, Li Xian said proudly, his dark eyes flashing with strong confidence. Even though he was covered in blood, he still couldn't hide this strong confidence. Kill through the Abyss for 1,000,000 miles? Huolinger heard this, looked at Li Xian who was covered in wounds, felt the domineering power contained in the words. Her heartbeat slightly accelerated, and then stared at Li Xian blankly. The people around were also scared. They couldn't imagine what kind of tragic battle Li Xian had experienced in the Abyss. But just killing through the Abyss for 1,000,000 miles is scary enough. It makes people's blood boil just thinking about it. By the way, the corpse of this saint-level dragon is very valuable. It is immune to attacks below the saint level. I will select the best dragon skin and make a set of women's clothes. I want to give it to someone. You can arrange the remaining scraps as you like. It should be able to make many sets of armor, Li Xian said lightly, and with the support of Huolinger, he walked out step by step. Grand Marshal, we will help you carry it. Someone rushed over to help, but was repelled by the power of the dragon's corpse. You can't lift it. It contains a gravity field. You can only lift it after the remaining gravity field dissipates. Now, no one below the saint level can lift it, Li Xian said calmly, carrying the dragon's body forward step by step. His words made everyone at the scene slightly stunned, and then they felt powerless. They never thought that. The bodies of the enemies killed by Li Xian, they couldn't lift them. The key point is that no one below the saint level can lift it. Such a comparison has made them guess how terrible and extraordinary the enemy is. Is this the horror of the saint level? The dead body cannot be carried by anyone below the saint level. Someone said with a complicated look. Yes, this kind of high-level power, just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. It's too strong. It's really strong. The point is that such a terrifying saint-level dragon corpse, it's already dead. It's being carried by Marshal Li Xian. So how strong is Marshal Li Xian? The crowd swallowed their saliva wildly, and looked at Li Xian with more admiration, admiring Li Xian's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Including Li Xian Master Linger. They all looked at Li Xian with admiration, and then carefully helped Li Xian forward. When they arrived at the Grand Marshal Mansion, all the high-level officials had gathered here, including the saint-level ancestors. Although he was pale and extremely weak, he still stood here resolutely, wanting to see Li Xian return with his own eyes. He's back. After seeing Li Xian figure, the saint-level ancestor finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Li Xian with a kind look, "Yeah, I'm back." Li Xian nodded. His voice was gentle. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Sit down quickly. Everything is okay. I found dozens of saint-level auras before. Don't be so reckless in the future," the saint-level ancestor said with concern, worried that something might happen to Li Xian. "It's okay. They won't dare to attack again. There are a total of 62 saint levels, and I killed 32 of them. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to step into this world," Li Xian said domineeringly, his face full of pride. After this battle, he truly realized how strong he was, and he was basically invincible under the demigod. In addition, the 30 saints who survived in the abyss were all middle and lower saints, and they didn't dare to attack again. That's why Li Xian spoke so arrogantly, and it also calmed everyone's hearts. Killed 32 saints? My God, a leader in the crowd said in horror, and he was terrified and stared at Li Xian blankly. He had seen the battles of saint-level warriors with his own eyes, and he clearly knew how terrifying saint-level warriors were. But Li Xian went into the abyss alone, and faced the siege of 62 abyss saint-level warriors. But he actually killed 32 of them. Such a record was so scary that the commander collapsed on the ground. Not only him, but even the saint-level ancestors of mankind were terrified, and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. "Did you really kill 32? The saint-level ancestor asked hurriedly. "Oh no, I counted it wrong." Li Xian shook his head, then said calmly, "The 2 who rushed into our world should also be counted. Then, there are a total of 34, including 3 saint-level great perfection." "What? 34? And 3 saint-level great perfection? This is too strong. Oh my God. Too strong, too strong. This is saint-level, not cabbage. The key is that there are 3 saint-level great perfection. This is simply unimaginable." The crowd was talking about it, and they were looking at Li Xian in shock, feeling that their worldview had collapsed. The worldview of the human saint-level ancestor also collapsed, and he felt that the way he went out was a bit wrong. You know, the one he fought before was the Lion Man and the familiar one from the abyss, and he was seriously injured, and finally escaped back with wounds. The result was unexpected. These 2 saints also died, and there were others. A total of 34 saint-level powerhouses. Such a fierce record was simply shocking. "Li Xian, will we no longer worry about the invasion of the abyss in the future?" Linger asked hurriedly. Now she was the only one who dared to call Li Xian by his name, and even the human saint-level ancestor was a little afraid. Chapter 460, Borrowing 10 Years of Life. "Yes, as long as I am here, no one can conquer this world. If the abyss saints dare to come again, I will make them come but never return," Li Xian said domineeringly. His voice was powerful. "Let them go but never return." When everyone heard this, their hearts were shocked again. Each of them was very excited, and they felt proud. You know, they have been suppressed by the abyss for many years, and they have always been bullied and invaded by the abyss. As a result, now, their Grand Marshal actually said such domineering words, which made people want to shout and scream. Even the human saint-level ancestors were the same. No one knew better than him how much pressure he had been under. He had taken on everything alone, and that kind of pressure almost broke him down. Especially after being seriously injured in the last battle, he was already desperate. But who could have thought that, at this desperate moment, Li Xian appeared, turned the tide with his own strength, fought back, and killed so many Abyss Saint level. This kind of record can no longer be described as fierce. It can be described as a miracle. Li Xian, thank you very much. With you here, I can leave with peace of mind. The Saint-level ancestor smiled. He was already very close to his death, and this heavy blow brought his death forward. So he was going to go back and find a deserted place to sit and die. Leave it to me? Forget it. I have too many things to do, and I still need your help. Li Xian shook his head and refused. But my lifespan. The Saint-level ancestor did not expect Li Xian to refuse, and hurriedly explained the reason. It's okay. Who is willing to lend the Saint-level ancestor 10 years of life? I can help the ancestor extend his life for 10 years. But I can only extend his life once. Li Xian said seriously. Extend life? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. They did not expect that Li Xian had such a magical ability. Let me do it, great-grandfather, and let your great-grandson extend your life for 10 years. In the corner, a young man resolutely walked out, and said with determination in his eyes. Okay. It's you? The direct bloodline has a higher success rate. Li Xian saw what the Saint-level ancestor wanted to say, and interrupted him immediately, making a decision in advance, and not giving the Saint-level ancestor a chance to speak. Here, only he dared to say this. No one else dared. When the Saint-level ancestor heard what Li Xian said, he sighed deeply, and looked at his great-grandson with some heartache. Child, this is 10 years of life. It is not a joke. Don't make a decision casually. It's okay. Great-grandfather. I am your great-grandson. I am willing to do this. Now there is a chance to help you prolong your life. I naturally cannot let this opportunity go. Don't feel any psychological pressure. After all, you have to protect this world, and your responsibility is heavier. The young man spoke calmly, and was very generous, and willing to sacrifice his life. Good child. The Saint-level ancestor burst into tears. Who would want to die if they can live, not to mention living 10 more years? In these 10 years, he can better protect this world, and perhaps at that time, he can truly see the world completely stable. Come here and do it. I need to start the ceremony, and officially implement the life borrowing. Li Xian pointed to the seat next to him, and said, Okay. The Saint-level ancestor and his great-grandson walked to their seats, became quiet, and waited for the ceremony to begin. Swish. The bright light shone, floating out from Li Xian's palm, forming a light ball emitting colorful brilliance. This light ball is the size of a ping-pong ball round. After it appeared, it quickly floated into the air, quickly split, forming 36 light balls of the same appearance. These light balls, in a specific formation, floated around the Saint-level ancestor and his great-grandson, flashing light continuously, and slowly forming a new structure. Faintly, a special mysterious pattern began to slowly take shape. Li Xian saw that the time was almost up, and suddenly injected spiritual power into one of the 7 colored light balls. The next second, all the light balls shone brightly, like the sun, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The light was so strong that the guards, who were stabbed, could not see clearly, and could only close their eyes. Only those with gold-level strength or above could see everything clearly. Buzz! A strange sound rang out. A mysterious force gathered in the air, slowly condensed into shape, began to slowly rotate, and continued to evaporate. In this process, the old face of the Saint-level ancestor actually looked younger, and the dead air around him faded, becoming more lively. The face of his great-grandson next to him gradually aged. A piece of white hair appeared at his temples, dancing gently with the wind. All right. Li Xian waved his right hand, and all the strange images disappeared in an instant, and the ritual of borrowing life was officially completed. I can feel it. I can live another 10 years. The Saint-level ancestor slowly stood up, and his somewhat hunched body slowly became straight. The powerful aura rippled in all directions, like the power of a mountain torrent and tsunami, which made him excited. Thank you. The Saint-level ancestor bowed deeply to Li Xian. You're welcome. I leave this to you next. I go find 2 people. Li Xian waved his hand, and the whole person disappeared in a circle of water ripples. After Li Xian left, the Saint-level ancestor then looked at his great-grandson, then stretched out his hand to hold him, and said softly, Let's go, child. The family will focus on training you in the future, and hope you can become the next Saint-level. Thank you, great-grandfather. The young man immediately showed a look of surprise, and lamented that his 10 years of life were not wasted in vain. With this effort, He was completely recognized by his great-grandfather, and would embark on the road of a true strongman, and he was naturally very happy. The people around him hurriedly congratulated, and the atmosphere at the scene was very good, and everyone was happy. Without mentioning the situation here, the sight came to Lei Wuxiang. At this time, Lei Wuxiang was standing next to a big stone, looking at the big stone with complicated eyes. The devouring demon was hidden in this stone. As long as she merged with the devouring demon, she would be able to gain powerful strength. According to the voice in the Thunder Blade, the devouring demon was very terrifying and could rapidly become stronger by swallowing. If she could become the dominant personality in the future, she would have a high probability of relying on swallowing to reach the saint level and become a truly super strong person. After all, the devouring demon was a saint before, but because of a serious injury, his strength was greatly reduced, and he had no choice but to seal himself. As the son of destiny, Lei Wuxiang would definitely gain terrible power if he merged with the devouring demon. That kind of power could even reach the extreme of the saint level. But if he wanted to become a demigod, he would need to rely on luck. After all, when the devouring demon was at its strongest, he did not become a demigod, but only the saint level. Now, it depends on Lei Wuxiang what to choose. What should I do? Lei Wuxiang hesitated in her heart. She felt vaguely that after the fusion, she would no longer be herself, even if she became the main personality. So she was very conflicted. But she thought of the terrifying abyss, the crisis facing mankind, and Li Xian protection. Lei Wuxiang clenched her fists and finally chose to merge. Chapter 461. The heart of the sealed is in hand. Merge. If I am no longer me, then please let the merge me. Save this world. Lei Wuxiang smiled bitterly, looked at this world with nostalgia, then raised his snow-white little hand, reached for the big stone. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Lei Wuxiang flew out, lying on the ground in a horse-like manner, his butt hurt, and there were even footprints. Obviously someone appeared, and kicked Lei Wuxiang away. The mission of saving the world has ended. You will no longer be needed in the future. I will take the Sky Devourer away. Li Xian glanced at Lei Wuxiang, who was lying on the ground in a daze, and directly put away the big stone that the Sky Devourer had transformed into, and escaped into the void again, above the fresh soil and green grass. Lei Wuxiang stared blankly at Li Xian leaving. Feeling the pain after being kicked in the buttocks, she pouted helplessly, and slowly stood up. How cruel! You kicked a beauty like me away. You really can't bear it. But why am I in such a good mood? The sky feels bluer, and the whole world feels warmer. Lei Wuxiang smiled, and felt his shoulders unusually relaxed. Something called fate had dissipated. Yes, the fate that should have belonged to her was taken away by someone. She no longer had to carry a heavy fate. Someone was helping her carry the burden, and that person was even about to complete her fate. This guy. He obviously helped me, but he used this method, kicked me and left, and didn't even give me a chance to say thank you. Sure enough, there are some people whom I can never reach. Alas. Lei Wuxiang looked at the green locust trees, smelled the pleasant fragrance of flowers, and felt the breeze in the forest. She felt relaxed, warm inside, and felt that she was not oppressed by fate. It was really relaxing. She completely let go of her responsibilities, turned around and left, leaving a beautiful back in the wind. Abyss Fortress, the deepest part of the passage. Li Xian slowly appeared, looking at the closing space crack, his eyes flashing. It was thinking whether it should rush into the abyss again and kill it to the ground. But after thinking it over again and again, Li Xian finally gave up. The abysses can be connected to each other. Li Xian killed through this abyss world, and there are other abyss worlds. Maybe it will cause the arrival of the demigod. Li Xian is confident that he can escape from the demigod, but he can't escape from this world. This world is already in ruins. Stability is the best result. Li Xian was silent for a while, and finally watched the abyss close little by little, and the creatures from the other side of the abyss closed the passage. The abyss on the opposite side was frightened by the attack, and was also worried that Li Xian would rush over. So the abyss on the other side chose to close the space crack. 3 days later, the space crack completely disappeared, and there was no trace of it. But Li Xian knew that the space coordinates were still there, and if the other party wanted to invade, they could reopen the space channel. Seal. Li Xian pressed his hands on the space crack, and in an instant, the mysterious symbol spread all around, covering a large area, and slowly flashing white light. The spatial coordinates disappeared in the seal. Even if the Abyss wants to invade in the future, it will not be able to find the corresponding coordinates. The Abyss can only spend a lot of time to test other spatial coordinates bit by bit. If you are lucky, you can test them out within a few decades. If you are unlucky, it may take thousands of years. With this time, Li Xian has grown to an extraordinary level. At that time, all problems will no longer be problems. Next, seal the Beastmaster sect. Li Xian figure disappeared into the void and disappeared in circles of water ripples. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the space crack of the beast taming sect. And the crack here had already closed. Seal. The seal was cast again, and slowly appeared in the strange symbols. After Li Xian worked for a while, he made sure that nothing was missed. And he disappeared again. Not long after, in a huge cemetery, above a tombstone with the words of Chu Wanqiu written on it, the space rippled slightly, and Li Xian descended from the space. He held a bunch of white flowers in his hand, gently placed them in front of the tombstone, and sighed, "Don't worry, this world is stable now, you can rest in peace." Li Xian touched the tombstone lightly, and the figure of the heroic female general came to his mind. When he was in the Abyss Passage, the Abyss erupted, and all the passages were flooded with a large number of Abyss creatures. At that time, a female general holding a blood-red spear, wearing blood-red armor, ran into the Abyss Passage, and went against the flow to rescue Li Xian. Although Li Xian relied on the formation, he would not be in danger. But she came after all, dragging her cursed body, and killing into the Abyss Passage, to find Li Xian. At that time, Li Xian said nothing, but just helped her to remove the curse. But Li Xian remembered all of this. It was just unexpected. When they met again, they were already separated by heaven and earth. This heroic female general eventually died in the invasion of the Abyss, and her body was not found. Buried here was her former battle robe, her cenotaph. Li Xian touched the tombstone lightly, glanced at the outside world, and his figure slowly dissipated, and came to a big tree branch 500 meters away. Not long after, a little girl in simple clothes, carrying a basket, came to the tombstone, saw the bunch of white flowers, and then smiled sweetly. "Aunt, look, it's not that no one came to see you, the white flowers are very beautiful." The little girl stood in front of the tombstone with a smile, took out the food in the basket, placed them one by one in front of the tombstone, whispered softly, with a sweet voice. She spoke softly, talking about family matters, talking about her own affairs, and also about the past of the female general. As if the female general was still alive. She told the story bit by bit, looking a little warm and a little sad. 500 meters away, on top of a big tree, Li Xian stood quietly, looking at the figure in front of the tombstone in silence. Alas! Li Xian waved his hand. A ray of protective light shone out, and then he disappeared. Huh? The little girl who was talking felt a warmth on her back. She looked around blankly and didn't notice anything. But inexplicably, it seemed as if some power was protecting her, which made her feel warm. "Aunt, are you responding to me? I don't know why, but I always feel at ease, as if no one can hurt me. It's so strange." The little girl didn't quite understand. She continued to chatter, talking about her own things. The breeze blew her long black hair, which fluttered slightly in the wind. In this wind, there was a faint trace of her thoughts. Abyss Fortress, the General Mansion. Li Xian visited the master of this world, Huolinger, and talked with her for a long time. He also gave her instructions for a long time, such as taking care of the widow of the general who died in battle. After everything was done, 10 days had passed. This time, Li Xian completely left this world, and returned to the world of summoned beasts. Sunglong Territory, City Lord Mansion. Li Xian returned in the ripples of water waves, standing in the City Lord Mansion for a long time. Just as he was about to reincarnate, a message suddenly appeared. Exchange mission completed. You lost 10 million honor points, obtained the Heart of Seal. Chapter 462. The Son of Destiny is a tool. The Heart of the Seal. Someone actually completed this task. Who is it? Li Xian was very surprised. When he posted this task, he had no hope at all. He just posted it casually, and didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, the task was completed. This gave Li Xian a big surprise. You know, he doesn't have much else, but he has a lot of honor points. He already has hundreds of millions of honor points. Spending 10 million, he didn't care at all. If he wanted, he could kill races in other areas, and earn 100 million a day. He didn't do that. He didn't lack honor points. There were more and more people in the territory, and the honor points provided to Li Xian every day were huge, which Li Xian couldn't use up at all. That's why Li Xian offered a high price of 10 million honor points to acquire the heart of the sealer. The value of the heart of the sealer, in Li Xian view, far exceeded the honor points, and it was a good thing that could elevate the seal talent to the extraordinary level. With the extraordinary sealing talent, Li Xian can stabilize the space crack again and seal it again. Li Xian, who was in a good mood, immediately took out the sealed heart from the mission hall. After careful confirmation, he showed a surprised look. The sealed heart is real. There is still the power of the abyss on it. It should be obtained from the abyss. Who is so extraordinary that he can get this thing from the abyss? Li Xian was very surprised. He immediately opened the mission log and carefully checked the completion status. Soon, Li Xian discovered a familiar name. It was someone he knew. Yi Fan. It's him. How could it be? Li Xian couldn't believe it. His god perspective suddenly expanded, covering the entire Sunlong territory. Soon, in the 1000th residence house, he locked Yi Fan figure. At this moment, Yi Fan was talking to a little black cat, holding a lot of materials, jumping around excitedly, and seemed to have exchanged a lot of materials with honor points. It's really him. How did this guy come to my territory? Li Xian frowned, and was very confused. He couldn't help but raise his left hand to check the various information on the Songlong mark. Soon, Li Xian found the information about Yi Fan entering the territory through the Songlong mark. It turned out that the little black cat brought him here. As the son of destiny, Yi Fan has the blessing of the world. In the summoned beast world, my territory is the safest, so he has the opportunity to come here. Li Xian suddenly realized and understood the reason. The summoned beast world is not safe. District 99 is the safest area, especially the Songlong territory, which is safer than other places in District 99. In addition, this is a gathering place for humans, where they can help each other, communicate with each other, and trade. It is definitely a good place. Which is why the scene happened. I didn't expect that the Songlong territory, which was not taken seriously at the beginning, is now starting to work, and may bring more help in the future. Li Xian thought of the children of destiny in various worlds. These people are blessed by the world and have good luck. If they come to the Songlong territory, they may be able to help Li Xian get a lot of extraordinary materials. Take Lei Wuxuang for example. Although her responsibility has disappeared, the world's blessing on her has not disappeared. If she comes to the Songlong territory, she will definitely do her mission well for strength and materials. First, upgrade the seal talent to the extraordinary level. Then strengthen the seals of the beast taming sect and the abyss channel. And then bring Lei Wuxuang here. As the child of destiny, they are lucky. In the future, the scarce mission materials can be given to her, which will save me a lot of trouble. Li Xian made a decision, gripped the diamond-shaped seal heart that was like ice, and began to absorb without hesitation. Buzz! With a strange sound, the seal heart melted quickly, like ice melting into water, turned into a transparent stream, flowed along Li Xian's palm, and merged into his flesh and blood. Gradually, Li Xian's body was filled with cold and warm currents, and a transformation force from the inside out began to resonate, starting to transform his seal talent. Soon after, a mechanical voice slowly sounded. Ding! The Great Perfection Sealing Talent, successfully upgraded to the Extraordinary Sealing Talent. Finally extraordinary. Feeling the strange information flashing in his mind, feeling the transformation of the sealing power, Li Xian had a feeling that the effect of his sealing talent had been improved tenfold. Tenfold improvement, really good. Li Xian was very satisfied, and couldn't wait to reinforce the seal, and experiment with the extraordinary sealing talent. Of course, before this, Li Xian had posted many material tasks in the task hall, such as searching for the Stone of Time, Rule Crystal, Phoenix Tears, and many other material tasks that Li Xian needed, all of which were posted, with high honor points as rewards, in order to encounter such unexpected surprises again. After doing all this, Li Xian chose to descend without hesitation. Swish! Li Xian's figure turned into nothingness and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the world of the little fat man, and came to the seal of the beast taming sect. Seal! The more powerful sealing power permeated, reinforcing the seal here, making it even stronger. After doing all this, Li Xian looked at the streamlined seal pattern, looked at the sealing technique that even surprised him, nodded with satisfaction, and felt that this world was safer. Go to the Abyss Passage to reinforce it. And then go find Lei Wuxiang. Li Xian muttered and disappeared into the air, and came to the depths of the Abyss Passage, and reinforced it again. After everything was settled, Li Xian left with satisfaction, and used the god perspective to look for Lei Wuxiang everywhere. Maobei City. This is a desert area, sparsely populated, and monsters are rampant. Most of the people living here are warriors, and because of the poor transportation, they have little communication with the outside world and don't know much. Today, a group of warriors from Maobei City are looking solemnly at the direction outside the city gate, watching the figure slowly walking into the city. It is a beautiful girl carrying a thunder knife, about 16 years old, with a curvy figure and a pair of big black eyes, looking very beautiful. But at this moment, the girl is carrying a car-sized demon bear with her delicate white little hands, and humming a little tune as she walks into the city. The huge demon bear corpse and the 1.5-meter tall girl form a strong contrast in image. It's Lei Wuxiang. So strong. She actually beat back a silver-level demon bear. Too strong, someone said in shock. Of course, since Lei Wuxiang came to our Maobei City, everything she did was earth-shattering. She first killed the famous flower-picking thief Wang Yunfei, then killed the feared bandits outside the city, the 13 swordsmen of Maobei, and cleaned up the evil family Zheng in the city, which made Maobei City better all of a sudden. Now the atmosphere of the entire Maobei City has changed. There is no longer the gloomy feeling as before, but it seems to be thriving. Yes, now no matter where I go, I don't have to worry anymore. I can live a good life. Isn't it? There were few women walking on the street before, but now you can see young ladies and girls from time to time. They are all brought by Lei Wuxiang. Now she is carrying a silver demon bear back. Isn't that normal? It is indeed normal. Chapter 463 Understanding Cause and Effect. Everyone was talking about it, and secretly praising Lei Wuxiang. Some people even developed admiration and love for Lei Wuxiang. Lei Wuxiang is so beautiful. It would be great if I could pursue her. A tall and thin young man said. Don't even think about it. There were several people who approached Lei Wuxiang these past 2 days, and wanted to pursue her, but she kicked them away. If you dare to approach her, I will definitely kick you away. Then I won't approach her. I can't afford to offend her. The tall and thin young man backed off, not daring to pursue, but still admired Lei Wuxiang very much. The people around him were similar, thinking that Lei Wuxiang was powerful, pretty, handsome, heroic, youthful and energetic. They admired and loved her, but did not dare to pursue her. Many people were deterred, feeling ashamed of their image. At this time, the space rippled slightly, and a figure in white clothes, and with a majestic appearance, appeared on the city wall, looking down at all living beings. This figure was naturally Li Xian. With the powerful strength of the saint level, and the help of the god perspective, Li Xian quickly found Lei Wuxiang. Seeing Lei Wuxiang coming out of the city gate, Li Xian floated down from the city wall without hesitation, stopped in front of Lei Wuxiang, and blocked her way. Everyone was paying attention to Lei Wuxiang, and did not pay attention to how Li Xian appeared. They thought Li Xian jumped down from the city wall. Now seeing Li Xian blocking Lei Wuxiang, these people frowned, inexplicably unhappy, but expected Lei Wuxiang to kick Li Xian away. Do you want to go to a place with me? There, you will have a better development. Li Xian looked at Lei Wuxiang and said, Where is it? Lei Wuxiang looked at Li Xian in front of him. His eyes lit up, and asked curiously, My territory. Li Xian said lightly, Okay, I go with you. Lei Wuxiang nodded without hesitation. Well, don't resist. It's useless to resist. Li Xian waved his hand, and the soul hand appeared, grabbing Lei Wuxiang's body. And then the two disappeared in the circles of water ripples. The crowd watching this scene was slightly stunned for a moment. And then, they were shocked. Space power. It's actually space power. This is a power that only gold-level people can touch. Who is this person? I don't know. I have stayed in Maobei City all my life, and I have never been far away. The power that only gold-level people can touch. No wonder Lei Wuxiang didn't kick anyone. And he looked very well behaved. Didn't you notice? After that person appeared, Lei Wuxiang immediately threw away the demon bear and acted like a lady. There is a story behind this. Don't talk nonsense. I don't believe there is a story. That's my favorite goddess Lei Wuxiang. She ran away with someone. I feel so bad. Not to mention the situation in Maobei City. After Li Xian brought Lei Wuxuang back to Songlong territory, he put her in a house in the residential area, told her some general situation, and then Li Xian left. Li Xian wanted to let the child of destiny work for him. Now that he has brought people here, he doesn't need to worry about them. They naturally know how to do the task. Next, let's go to Jiangyan world. Li Xian thought of the world he had reincarnated in before, and thought of the two-headed ogre. At that time, he was reincarnated as a two-headed ogre, and he and Mo Air were refining pills in Jiangyan world. And later they were cursed and died. That world was also invaded. And it was the invasion of the Abyss Dark Legion. And they were cursed and died. The Abyss world contains too many attributes. And the Dark Legion is just a small world in the Abyss world. There are very few gold level masters. At that time, the human race only had a gold level named Marshall Yang. And he relied on him to protect the world for a long time. Which was enough to prove that the Dark Legion was very bad. Li Xian wanted to find Jiang Yun. Just to see that world. To see the head demon too next to the ogre. To settle all the causes and consequences. Go and see. Destroy all the dark creatures. Seal the space cracks. And then leave. So that I can go to the world of God with peace of mind. Li Xian murmured, carefully feeling the summoning contract that had been signed. As long as the master was still alive, he could feel the contract that had been signed. And as long as he wanted, he could directly descend into the other party's world. Especially after reaching the saint level, you can feel the power of the contract more clearly, so going to Jiangyan world is easy. Let's go, and see that guy Mo Air. Li Xian's body was full of colorful light, and under the power of Advent, he escaped into the void and disappeared. Rich continent. Iron Blood City. As an important frontline city against the Dark Legion, Iron Blood City is stationed with the strongest army in this world. They desperately guarded the city, so that it would not be captured, and tried their best to protect the human race. At this moment, the atmosphere in Tieshua City was very depressing. There were few people on the streets. Even if someone passed by, they passed by in a hurry, and seemed very anxious. The air in the whole city seemed to be tightened, becoming depressing and suffocating. Grand Marshal Mansion. A group of people stood at the door of the bedroom of the Grand Marshal Mansion, walking around anxiously. From time to time, doctors and alchemists came in and out, carrying various pills and medicinal materials. But the expressions of these people were very solemn, and it was obvious that they had encountered something big. This also made the people waiting more anxious. I hope Marshal Yang can be safe. Without Marshal Yang, there is no future for this world. The bald captain sighed. It will definitely be okay. Grandpa Gon will definitely be fine. Jiang Yun, who was wearing armor and carrying a spear, said solemnly, with an unconcealable anxiety on his face. Behind him, there was a two-headed ogre wearing armor. One of the two-headed ogre heads was forever closed, never opened, and tilted weakly. The ogre hand carefully dragged the head, not letting it fall, and nourished it with vitality, keeping it alive forever, even though it was dead. This ogre was none other than Demon 2, who had once shared the same body with Li Xian. At this moment, Demon 2's face had lost its previous foolishness, and was only firm and serious. The reason they stood here, walking around anxiously, was because the strongest man of the human race, gold-level Marshal Yang, was seriously injured and dying. A few days ago, the Dark Army invaded on a large scale, the Castle Mountains fell, and humanity lost an important strategic location. In that battle, they lost countless soldiers, and the human army suffered heavy losses. The strongest man of the human race, the gold-level Marshal Yang, fought a life-and-death battle with two gold-level enemies, and the two sides fought until this morning. The Dark Army killed a gold-level soldier, and Marshal Yang was seriously injured and dying. Even the most important weapon, the Yang family spear, was broken and paid a heavy price. Without Marshal Yang, the human race will become the target of slaughter, and be slaughtered by the Dark Legion. So now, everyone is walking around anxiously, with despair hidden in their eyes. If the eldest brother is alive, he is very good at refining pills. Maybe he can save Marshal Yang. Mo Air thought of Li Xian, and sadness emerged in his heart. When Li Xian was there, he refined a lot of pills, helped humans win the Battle of Castle, and took the Castle Mountains, making the human race's advantage last until a few days ago. If the Dark Legion hadn't had an extra gold level, the human race could have maintained the status quo for a long time. Chapter 464. The Dark Legion was frozen in a wave of the hand. What a pity. In the end, they still lost. The appearance of the gold level broke the balance. and the human race once again reached the edge of despair. Now Marshal Yang was unconscious, and the entire Iron Blood City fell into extreme depression. Facing the Dark Legion that could attack at any time, everyone present had no way to do it, and didn't know what to do. However, what you fear will come true. When everyone was anxious, an intelligence officer rushed in and shouted in fear. Here they come, the Dark Army is attacking in full force, and is heading towards Iron Blood City. What? So fast? Damn, these damn Dark Army, we are in big trouble now. It's over, it's really over. Without Marshal Yang, our remaining troops can't stop the Dark Army at all, and they are doomed to die. Everyone at the scene had despair in their eyes, and they were all in deep worry, and they felt that the world had become dark. Jiang Yun was also desperate, and his face even turned ugly. But looking at the anxious people around him, thinking that he was Marshal Yang's adopted grandson, he could only try to stabilize the situation at this time. So Jiang Yun took a step forward and said loudly, "Don't panic. Everyone. I believe that Grandpa Yang will wake up. Let's stop the Dark Army with me, and buy time for Grandpa Yang. Yes, Marshal Yang will wake up. He is gold level, and has strong vitality. He will wake up." The bald captain nodded quickly. "Let's go, we go defend the city. Buy time for Marshal Yang. Let's go!" Everyone was desperate, but as long as Marshal Yang had a chance to wake up, they would have a glimmer of hope. Now, with mutual encouragement, they finally walked out of the City Lord Mansion and marched towards the Iron Blood City wall. But, when they came to the wall, looking outside the city, looking at the densely packed Dark Army in the distance, they fell silent. The boundless, fast-moving Dark Army made everyone feel terrified. Even Jiang Yun was trembling, looking at the dark creatures that were coming in like a tide. "There are too many of them. We can't stop them at all. What should we do? What should we do?" Jiang Yun looked at the dark creatures in horror, looking at their hideous faces, feeling the terrible aura they exuded. Jiang Yun was desperate. The fear in his heart could not be suppressed at all. Not only was he desperate, everyone at the scene felt desperate. The vast number of dark creatures, they were not able to stop them at all. It was simply a nightmare for them. Only then did they realize how important Marshal Yang was when he was here. He was like a stabilizing force, protecting Iron Blood City and protecting humanity. However, with Marshal Yang in a coma, the human race fell into complete despair. If there were no special circumstances, this day next year would be the anniversary of Iron Blood City's death. In such a desperate atmosphere, the dark creatures finally came, surrounding the huge Iron Blood City like a tide, and began to attack the city with endless roars. I don't know when the battle started. Facing the boundless Dark Army, Jiang Yun led the human race to fight desperately, crying in despair, striving for a glimmer of hope. The fierce battle continued, and the city gate was crumbling in the crazy attack. Dense six-legged monsters climbed up the city wall, rushed up the wall and fought with humans. Strange flying creatures fell from the sky, and attacked humans in blood. The entire Iron Blood City was caught in the battle. Facing the boundless Dark Army, the human race fell into an absolute disadvantage. Even if they relied on the city, casualties continued to occur. The only thing to be thankful for is that the gold level of the Dark Legion did not appear. That guy seemed to be scared. As long as Marshal Yang was alive, that guy would not appear. He cunningly used the Dark Legion to consume the number of humans. The battle continued. 2 hours of fighting caused heavy casualties among humans. The shadow of death has already enveloped everyone. Even ignorant children know that humanity is going to be finished. In such a desperate situation. At the moment when everyone thought it was all over, in the sky, circles of water ripples suddenly appeared. Then, a handsome young man in white clothes appeared from the void and stood quietly above the Iron Blood City. The young man looked around with sharp eyes, looking at the Dark Army like a tide, and then pointed lightly at the bottom. Whoosh! A straight line of ice suddenly shot down from the young man's fingertips, suddenly hitting the Dark Army, hitting a stone, leaving a white dot. Such a change did not cause any waves, and the Dark Army did not even stop. But the next second, the terrifying ice suddenly swept across the 4 directions from that white spot. In an instant, the boundless ice covered the tide-like Dark Army, and froze them directly in their disbelief. In just a few breaths, the Dark Army in the west of the city was frozen into ice sculptures, and they still had disbelief on their faces. But the spread of ice did not end. A large amount of ice crossed the Iron Blood City, with the Iron Blood City as the center, and swept across the 4 directions, freezing all the dark creatures in all directions outside the city. Even the ice rushed into the Iron Blood City, freezing the dark creatures that were fighting. On the contrary, the humans who were fighting the dark creatures were not affected at all, and the ice actually missed them. The key point was that these people were originally fighting the dark creatures, and the axes they chopped down could not stop in time, and they directly chopped on the ice. As a result, the ice was not damaged at all, but the axe was cracked. Such a result, such freezing. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the ice in disbelief. What's going on? Where did the ice come from? It's so scary. The Dark Legion is all frozen, and everyone outside the city is frozen. Someone on the city wall shouted. What? Everyone outside the city is also frozen. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly ran to the city wall to look outside the city. Then, they saw, outside the city was a vast expanse of white, and a large number of ice sculptures appeared outside the city, revealing various faces. Some roared. Some were bloodthirsty. Some were terrified. Some were shocked. And some were unbelievable. The creatures in these ice sculptures looked the same as they did before being frozen. They kept their original appearance, and will continue to do so. Never breaking. Who is it? Who is so terrible that he actually froze the Dark Army? Even Marshal Yang can't do it with such strength. Someone couldn't help but said in horror. Look up in the sky. There is a person there. He is actually standing directly in the void. What? Everyone raised their heads when they heard the shout, looking at the sky. Sure enough, in the air, a figure in white stood quietly, looking down on everything like a god, looking down on the common people. What was shocking was that this person had no golden wings, but he could stand quietly in the void. And such strength can no longer be described as gold level. Chapter 465 Giant Wolf Shadow. Because the gold level needs to use golden wings to fly into the air. But now, the figure in the sky just stands there, walking on the void as if walking on flat ground. What kind of existence is this? There is such a terrible strong man among humans? How is this possible? This person may be a strong man above the gold level. Marshal Yang once said that. There is a terrible level above the gold level, that is the legendary saint level, the saint level that dominates the world. The bald captain shouted in horror. Saint level? The saint level that dominates the world? Everyone was frightened. The white figure in the sky frightened their hearts wildly, and then there was surprise. The emergence of such a terrifying strong man among humans. It is definitely a huge surprise for humans. With such a strong man, the Dark Army can no longer capture the Iron Blood City, and they finally don't have to die. So at this moment, the humans in the city looked at the countless lifelike and vivid ice sculptures outside the city. Looking at the mysterious strong man in the sky again, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Whoosh! The breeze blew gently. The figure in white floated down from the sky, lightly fell towards the city wall, and stopped in front of Jiang Yun under the gaze of everyone. Long time no see, Jiang Yun. Li Xian looked at Jiang Yun with scars on his face, and said softly. Long time no see? Sir, do you know me? Jiang Yun said with some stammering. Yes. Li Xian nodded, and looked at Mo Air behind Jiang Yun. Seeing it change from being silly to calm and resolute, knowing that it must have experienced a lot, I couldn't help but say. Mo Air, long time no see, you can call me Big Brother or Li Xian. Li Xian word shocked Mo Air, and he said in disbelief. You are Big Brother? Yes, I didn't expect that this head still contained rich vitality. Li Xian looked at the head next to Mo Air. He could feel that Mo Air was consuming his vitality all the time, to nourish this head, making it full of vitality. This is a big cost for Demon 2. But it still chose to do it. This behavior is really cute and silly. Take these pills. It can help you reach the silver level, and help you grow to the silver level faster in the future. Li Xian took out a bottle of pills from his personal space, and threw it directly to Demon 2. Not caring about the value of the pills. Thank you, Big Brother, Demon 2 said with a stammer. Well, where is Marshal Yang? Li Xian asked. Big Brother, Marshal Yang was seriously injured, now unconscious, in the Marshal Mansion. Mo Air hurriedly explained. Leave it to me, he will wake up soon. Li Xian figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at the Marshal Mansion, and came to Marshal Yang's bedside. The alchemist and doctor who were treating Marshal Yang were shocked to see the scene. They wanted to say something, but suddenly found that they could not speak, and were even bounced aside by the terrible force. This made them tremble with fear, knowing that they had encountered an existence that they could not afford to offend. They could only watch from afar. Worried? Your injuries are indeed serious. But it is very easy for me to heal you. The sacred light of holy healing appeared on Li Xian's right hand. The power that belonged to light enveloped Marshal Yang's whole body and healed his injuries. As the power of light surged, Marshal Yang's injuries healed quickly. His pale face gradually turned rosy, and his faint breathing returned to normal. Seeing this scene, the doctors and alchemists were very surprised and looked at Li Xian with gratitude. On the other side, on the city wall, Jiang Yin was still standing there stupidly, standing still in disbelief, thinking that the saint-level strongman who destroyed the Dark Army actually knew him and was his former master. Jiang Yin was very excited. You know, he became Li Xian's apprentice at that time, and he had to salute Li Xian every time he saw him. But he didn't expect that he recognized his master at that time. But now, he has become so terrifying. This made Jiang Yin feel like he was dreaming. The demon next to him was also a little slow to react. Even though he said a few words to Li Xian, he was still a little dazed, and his head was buzzing. However, looking at the endless ice sculptures outside the city, they finally believed it all, and finally understood that he who had helped humans take over the Castle Mountains was back again. This time, he would take back the Castle Mountains with a thunderous attitude and completely expel the Dark Legion. Thinking of this, everyone was very excited and hurriedly ran to the Marshal Mansion. 3 days later, Castle Mountains. Li Xian, Marshal Yang led the human army and marched towards the Castle Mountains, towards the strategic location of mankind, preparing to attack the Dark City on the other side of the mountains. As a bridgehead for attacking humans, the Abyss also built a huge city called Dark City, where a large number of Abyss warriors live. At this moment, these Abyss warriors looked solemn, and from time to time, they looked at their leader, a wolf-headed golden Abyss creature. Lord Wolf-head, are we really not going to retreat? That powerful human who suddenly appeared is too scary. We really can't afford to offend him. A dog-headed man said worriedly. It's okay. I'm going to summon the projection and ask Lord Vertical Pupil from the lower Abyss world to come. Lord Vertical Pupil is a saint-level great perfection, a truly terrifying existence. And with him, all problems can be solved. The wolf-headed golden Abyss creature said confidently. Summon Lord Vertical Pupil's projection? Wouldn't that mean sacrificing millions of people? The dog-headed man shuddered. As long as we can kill the strong men of the human race, what does it matter if we sacrifice tens of millions of people? As long as we take over this world, all the efforts are worth it. The wolf-headed golden Abyss creature said loudly. But if we summon, we need 10 silver-level people as the fulcrum, and 1 gold-level flesh and blood as the foundation. We don't have the right person. The dog-headed man worriedly said. I already have a candidate. As for the gold-level flesh and blood, let's use the giant axe. It's dead anyway, just right to continue to contribute to the Abyss. The wolf-headed golden Abyss creature said coldly, squinting at the Castle Mountains. They are coming. Let's start. Buzz. A strange sound began to sound. An unknown sacrificial ritual began to condense, and gradually a giant wolf phantom condensed in the void. The giant wolf phantom has not yet solidified. It is still in the illusion, and it will take some time to condense, but it has gradually exuded a terrible aura. Castle Mountains. Li Xian led the human race to conquer the Castle Mountains and seize important strategic locations. Then he led everyone to continue the journey and march towards the Dark City in a mighty manner. Dark City. The illusory giant wolf phantom gradually solidified, becoming more and more brilliant, and suddenly the giant wolf phantom shook and completely took shape. Swish. The giant wolf phantom opened its eyes, and its sharp eyes swept around and swept across the Dark City. This is really a barren world, and it's just right for me to move around in this world and vent my feelings. The giant wolf phantom thought of the fierce man named Li Xian that he encountered in the Abyss last time, and thought of the white-clothed youth of the human race who had killed millions of miles in the Abyss, and the giant wolf phantom couldn't help but shudder. Luckily I ran fast enough, so I wasn't killed by that human, otherwise I would be dead. But I'm also very frustrated. I've been hiding in the territory for a long time and dare not come out. Today I'm going to relax in this world and kill them all. The giant wolf shadow muttered secretly, preparing to start a massacre in this world and turn the world upside down. Chapter 466 Counterattack. In such a mood, the giant wolf phantom exuded its power wantonly. The terrible aura suppressed the creatures in the Dark City, and their faces changed drastically, and they even couldn't stand steadily. Master Shutong, your aura is too strong, and we can't bear it. The wolf-headed golden Abyss creature said hurriedly. Waste, you can't even bear this little aura. No wonder you can't take over this barren world, you are such a waste. Shutong said coldly. Sorry, Master Shutong, we are too incompetent. Fortunately, you are here. As long as you show your power, you will definitely destroy the strong men of the human race. The wolf-headed golden abyss creature hurriedly said. Humph, you are lucky. Today, I will let you see how powerful this Wolf King is, and let you feel the huge gap between each world and the abyss. Shutong said proudly, with confidence on his face. It did not take the strong men of the human race seriously, but only regarded this place as a low-level world where it could vent its anger. The main reason is that the spiritual power of this world is too thin. Shutong immediately judged that it is difficult for such a world to have strong people, even gold-level ones. In such a low-level world, Shutong is not worried about encountering danger at all, and naturally shows off his strength. As a saint-level strongman, Shutong has a strong observation ability, so he can easily find the human army coming from afar. Shutong feels funny when he sees the human race with only black iron bronze level strength in the army. Attacking Dark City with such little strength is just courting death. So Shutong laughed and said mockingly, the human race is too weak. They dare to attack with such little strength? There are soldiers below black iron in the team. It really makes me laugh to death. Shutong felt very funny. He carefully observed the human army and found that there was only one gold-level warrior, and did not see any stronger ones. Only one gold-level warrior. How can such a little strength stop you? When you summoned me, didn't you say there was a stronger existence? Why didn't I see it? Shutong was puzzled, looking down at the wolf-headed golden abyss creature. Lord Shutong, there is a suspected saint-level existence in the human race. He froze my army with one finger. It's very scary. The wolf-headed golden abyss creature hurriedly explained. Suspected saint level? Can such a low-level world give birth to saints? You must be dreaming. Why didn't I see it? Shutong carefully observed the human army, and did not see any suspected saint-level existence. It felt that there should be no such strong people. In its view, there would be no super-powerful people in such a barren world, just like there would be no ants in an ant nest, whose strength would exceed that of humans. Of course, even if they appeared, they would only be of the lower saint level, which was a huge gap compared to its saint level great perfection, so there was no need to worry. So Shutong glanced around indifferently, watching the human army approaching little by little. Such indifference also affected the abyss monsters in the Dark City, who were originally very worried. Now with Lord Shutong, the monsters were no longer worried, and stared at the human army with bloodthirstiness. Time passed, and the human army came in a mighty force, and stopped below the city. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the army. A handsome young man in white. There was no aura fluctuation on the young man, just like an ordinary person. But the moment the young man appeared, he actually stood directly in the void, standing opposite the Dark City. Such a scene made the monsters in the Dark City feel nervous. And when they thought of Master Shutong, the monsters howled arrogantly. However, these monsters did not notice that Shutong, whose strength had reached the great perfection of saint level, was actually trembling and shaking at this moment, because it recognized Li Xian, and knew that Li Xian was the fierce man who had penetrated their abyss for millions of miles, and was called the Immortal Saint Emperor. When they were in the abyss, Shutong was frightened by Li Xian and dared not come out, hiding in the territory for a long time. But now, after being summoned once, he met Li Xian again, which frightened Shutong so much that his scalp was numb. Lord Shutong, this is the man. He has frozen my dark army. Please act quickly. Kill him, and lead us to destroy this world. The wolf-headed golden abyss creature said loudly, pointing at Li Xian in the sky. Its words frightened Shutong, and made his face turn black. It was thinking of escaping quickly, but it didn't expect that its subordinate would shout at it. It was really mad at it. The angry Shutong said viciously, "Shut up. If you want to die, don't drag me with you, get lost." After saying this, the vertical pupils disappeared in a flash, and the entire phantom completely disappeared between heaven and earth. This scene made the wolf-headed golden abyss creature stupefied on the spot. It stared blankly at the dissipated void, not understanding what was going on at all. Not only it, many abyss creatures in Dark City also stared blankly. Each of them seemed to have their brains filled with paste, stupefied on the spot. You run pretty fast. The indifferent voice echoed in the sky, and also in the ears of all living beings. After this voice sounded, all the abyss monsters felt a chill on their backs, and they all felt a strong sense of crisis. They were not stupid, and they had already guessed why Master Shutong had fled. He must have been scared away by Li Xian. Master Shutong, who had reached the great perfection of the saint level, was scared away, and the remaining gold level and silver level creatures could not afford to offend Li Xian. So at this moment, all the abyss creatures felt their scalps tingling, and their hearts were trembling with fear. At this time, Li Xian in the sky took a step forward, standing above the dark city like a god, and pointed his index finger at the gold-level creatures in the city. In a flash, the wolf-headed golden abyss creature felt a strong sense of crisis in its heart. The sense of crisis was too strong, as if a disaster was about to happen, making its scalp numb. The frightened wolf-headed golden level knew that trouble was coming, and it couldn't help begging for mercy. "My lord, please wait." Boom! The loud noise rumbled, and the earth shook. A strong gust of wind whistled past, and the terrible shock waves stirred wantonly, sweeping all directions. When everything was settled, the wolf-headed golden abyss creature and several powerful silver levels around it disappeared directly into thin air, with no remains left. In front of the saint level, they had no chance to resist, and were killed instantly. This scene was clearly seen by everyone. The abyss creatures were terrified, and the human army shouted excitedly, "Okay, leave the rest of the garbage to you. I will deal with the space cracks." Li Xian left a message, and the whole person disappeared into the void. Whoosh! Marshal Yang of the gold level flew quickly into the sky, his body covered by golden armor, golden wings flapping behind him, and a golden spear in his hand. "All legions, listen to my orders. Follow me into the dark city. Kill!" With a roar like a mountain torrent and a tsunami, the human race rushed into the dark city with boiling blood, killing all the abyss creatures. Chapter 467. Go to the God Realm world. There are not many masters in Dark City. Sacrifices have consumed too many lives. Now the strongest one in Dark City is only at the silver level. As a result, as soon as it jumped out, it was killed by Marshal Yang in an instant, without even having time to speak. The remaining abyss silver level hurriedly fled, but soon they were all killed by Marshal Yang. After killing all the silver level, Marshal Yang went to kill the bronze level, making the human silver level unable to find the enemy, so he had to kill the black iron level. The soldiers rushed into the dark city, but they saw few enemies. They rushed to kill monsters and win military merits. The entire dark city was flattened and completely controlled by the human race. On the other side, in front of the huge space crack, Li Xian floated quietly, thinking about how to deal with the world on the other side of the space crack. The human race has been bullied for so long. Today I will also avenge the human race, teach the abyss a lesson, and kill it for another 1,000,000 miles. Li Xian smiled slightly, condensed a white spear in his hand, and then resolutely rushed into the space crack. 7 days later, Li Xian returned, spotless, as if he had just returned from an outing. Too weak, no one can fight. A light appeared on Li Xian's hand, and he closed the space crack with a click, and then completely sealed it, solving the problem. Finally solved, it's time for me to leave. Li Xian found Marshal Yang again, left a batch of things and left, and returned to the world of summoned beasts in the respectful eyes of the people. In the following time, Li Xian, according to the contract he had left behind, searched for his former master, traveled through one world after another, and defeated a large number of enemies in the abyss. In this process, Li Xian also gathered a few children of destiny, and asked them to go to the Songlong territory to complete tasks and earn honor points. Basically, Li Xian had been to all the masters who had signed contracts with Li Xian, as long as they were still alive. The only world he had not been to was Dai world. Dai was the boy who liked to cry, was weak in character, and liked to call Li Xian leopard master. Later, Dai signed a contract with a holy beast, and his fate was changed. As for the future situation, it was unclear. The reason why Li Xian did not go to Dai world was that he found out from the contract that Dai's soul power was very strong. Li Xian guessed that Dai might have reached the gold level of strength, and was even rapidly increasing. His holy beast fed him in all directions, giving Dai a strong power. Feeling that Dai was in good condition, Li Xian did not continue to descend, but returned to Qinyi world, reinforced the seal, and killed some stowaways. Time passed like this, and 3 years passed quickly. After Li Xian reinforced the seal, the space crack in Qinyi world remained stable. After repeated inspections by Li Xian, Qinyi, and Yifan, they found that the space crack could last for another 10 years, which made everyone feel relieved. However, After 10 years, the seal would reach its limit. And no matter how many seals there were, it would be useless. They still needed to work hard. And they still needed to quickly improve their strength to face the great crisis 10 years later. Time continued to pass. And in the blink of an eye, another 7 years had passed. During these 7 years, Li Xian did not enter the world of the divine domain, but was constantly reincarnated, signed contracts with new masters, was summoned by the masters, improved his soul level, and strengthened himself. The improvement in strength made Li Xian also give back to Qin Yu, strengthen Qin Yu, and at the same time, receive Qin Yu feedback, and strengthen himself. During these 7 years, Qin Yu's strength increased dramatically because of the 3 drops of mysterious blood. The speed of the spiritual power level increase was very fast, which could be described as riding a rocket. Now, with the help of the mysterious blood and Li Xian's support, Qin Yu finally comprehended the domain and reached the saint level. Such strength has far surpassed Yifan. You should know that Yifan is only at the gold level, and is still far from the saint level. It is estimated that in a few decades, Yifan may not reach the saint level, or even the half-saint level. But Qin Yu has reached it. With Li Xian continuous support and the help of the mysterious blood, Qin Yu has finally become a saint-level strongman. Such a speed is already quite terrifying. There are almost no people who can surpass her, except Li Xian. Of course, it took Li Xian very little time to go from the lowest level summoned beast to the saint level, which can be called a demonic improvement. Just like now. Although Li Xian did not go to the God Realm world in the past 7 years, his strength has still been madly improved. It takes dozens or hundreds of years for others to go from the lower saint level to the middle saint level, but Li Xian is different. Not only did he successfully reach the middle saint level, he even reached the upper saint level not long ago. This kind of improvement can be described as incredible. After Li Xian and Qin Yu reached the saint level at the same time, the feedback between them became even more terrifying. The two sides formed a certain cycle, and the improvement speed became more incredible. However, they still have a long way to go to reach the semi-god level. The gap between the saint levels is too big. It will take 10 or 8 years to reach the semi-god level. This matter also troubled Li Xian for a long time, and made him want to go to the God realm more than once. But every time I think of the world of God domain, I think of that stone tablet and that strange woman. This kind of creature, called the world-destroying clan, is really difficult to deal with. Even if Li Xian encounters the strange woman in the past, he must be careful. If he is not careful, he may capsize in the gutter and be buried in the world of God domain. However, there are still 3 years before the invasion of the abyss, and Li Xian must make a choice. This morning, the sun is shining, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Li Xian and Qin Yu walked hand in hand in the peony garden, smelling the beautiful fragrance of the flowers. The two walked in silence, like a fairy couple, enjoying the world of two people. After a long time, the two walked to the pavilion and sat down, quietly looking at the peony flowers in the garden, looking at the white butterflies dancing in the flowers. "Husband, are you really going to the God realm world? We still have 3 years. Can you wait a little longer? I'm afraid you will never come back," Qin Yu said with worry in her beautiful eyes. "My strength is improving too slowly. Before the space crack collapses, I must have the strength of a demigod. Only in this way can I keep this world, so I can only go to the God realm world." Li Xian sighed. The 999th layer of the abyss brought him heavy pressure, which made him a little breathless. He had to make a choice, to reach the semi-god in these 3 years, otherwise the world would be destroyed, and the hard work of the Emperor of God would be in vain. "Can I go with you? I can feel that. Those 3 drops of blood come from the world of God domain. It makes me different, and I have been transformed from the essence. I believe that as long as I am with you, I will definitely be able to help you." Qin Yu blinked her big eyes, and said seriously, "You haven't completely integrated the blood yet. You can't exist in the God realm world for a longer time. You can't go there for the time being." Li Xian shook his head. Seeing Qin Yu lost expression, he comforted her. "Don't worry, you will have a chance to go in the future. Your task now is to continue to absorb the power in the blood, completely integrate them, and master the powerful power. When I'm in danger again, you can save me again, right?" Li Xian rubbed Qin Yu's little head and said, "Yeah, I know. I will try my best to continue to absorb the power in the blood. If I feel that you are in danger, I will save you as soon as possible." Qin Yu nodded seriously. "Well, I'm leaving now. You wait for me at home. I will definitely come back within 3 years." When the time comes, I will take you into the abyss and kill the demigod with a sword. After Li Xian finished speaking, he pinched Qin Yu's little face with nostalgia. Feeling the smooth and delicate skin, he smiled slightly and slowly disappeared. Chapter 468 The Great Terror of the God Realm World. The God Realm World. Li Xian appeared again. And through the hero rule talent contained in his talent, he chose to be summoned. However, what surprised him was that, when he came to the God Realm World, he did not see the new lord, but a huge black smoke monster. This monster was 3 meters tall, and its whole body was like rolling smoke, which was constantly steaming, which was incredible. The key point was that this monster looked like a black smoke monster, but inside it was actually a condensed body of some kind of light of the flame system. That is to say, the fire power is inside, and the abyss power is outside. The two energies are fighting each other, and at the same time, they are merging with each other, forming a strange vitality. The key point is that the power emitted by the smoke monster is so terrifying that even the space is shaking violently. You know, this is the world of the gods. The space here is more stable. Even if the gods want to cause such a terrifying space shock, it is very difficult. But now, the smoke monster is unconsciously, and continues to emit power. The power emitted is very terrifying. Li Xian was terrified when he saw it. Li Xian suppressed his fear and quickly scanned the surroundings from a god perspective. He saw a scene that frightened him. He saw the smoke monster on all sides. There were densely packed stone tablets, and there were portraits of various people on these stone tablets. There were white-haired old men, old women with crutches, middle-aged strong men 2 meters tall, middle-aged women with charming temperament, young and beautiful beauties, and handsome and elegant scholars. In addition to these, there were younger boys and girls, children and babies, and countless other kinds. These stone tablets are like tombstones, standing on all sides of the fog monster. The closer the stone tablets are to the fog monster, the older the figures are, and the more terrifying the aura they emit. What shocked Li Xian was that he saw the fog emitted by the fog monster was actually nurturing these stone tablets. In other words, the stone tablets were derived from the fog monster. Such a result shocked Li Xian. He knew clearly that these stone tablets were the Extinction Clan, and they were existences that even the abyss was afraid of. Moreover, the older the tombstones, the more terrifying they are. Li Xian roughly counted them now, and found that there were at least 1 million old tombstones here. So many terrifying extinction races instantly made Li Xian break out in a cold sweat. He didn't understand why he appeared here, in such a terrifying central area. The main thing was that he knew clearly that this smoke monster must be very terrifying to be able to raise so many terrifying extinction races. And it might be the legendary Great Terror. Therefore, Li Xian looked solemn, looking at the smoke monster in silence, thinking whether it appeared here by accident, or whether it was the smoke monster doing. "Can you hear me?" A pleasant voice, like a lark, suddenly sounded. The voice was very crisp, like a clear spring, flowing in Li Xian's heart. "I can hear you, senior. Is there anything I can do for you?" Li Xian asked seriously. "You can call me Ancestor." The lark-like voice sounded again, and reached Li Xian's ears. "Ancestor?" Li Xian was stunned, his brows gradually wrinkled. "Yes, Qin Yu is my descendant. You are Qin Yu's husband. You should call me Ancestor." The pleasant voice continued. "Ancestor." Li Xian believed from the bottom of his heart that Qin Yu was his. Since the great terror in front of him was Qin Yu's ancestor, he naturally had to show due etiquette, so he bowed and saluted. "Good boy." The crisp voice continued, followed by a deep sigh. After a long while, the clear voice continued, "You must have a lot of questions. Now I will tell you about it. I am the strongest guardian god in the god realm, and I am also the clan leader. I am the Phoenix guardian god, who dominates the entire god realm. That day, the strongest demon god in the abyss invaded the god realm. I fought with it for decades. The aftermath of the battle destroyed many universes, and also destroyed countless races. Even the god realm world was severely damaged. But this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that we accidentally created a crack in the super universe, which is the crack behind me. Outside the space crack is the power of chaos. As long as the power of chaos rushes into the super universe, it will immediately cause trouble to the super universe and cause it to have problems. In order to repair the space crack, the super universe began to repair itself and restart itself. It is centered on the world of God domain and madly absorbs various energies from all directions. The strange world, the ancient world of gods, the abyss, the world of summoned beasts, the world of Tyrannosaurus, the world of the Lord of Flame, the world of the King of Sea Source. And all the worlds that rely on the super universe for survival will be transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the universe, thus repairing the space crack. I don't know how long it will take to repair it, but based on the energy of the space crack, at least 99.999% of the worlds in the super universe must be destroyed to repair the damaged space crack. In other words, countless worlds will be destroyed, and even the Abyss will face the risk of destruction. In order to survive, the Abyss invades various worlds, absorbs the power of various worlds, and supplies this energy to the super universe. This is how the Abyss world has been preserved to this day. But this energy is not enough. With the absorption of the super universe, even the Abyss world will weaken rapidly. Don't think that repair is a disaster. The real danger is the self-restart of the super universe. This is the real disaster. Whether the Abyss and the ancient god world can exist at that time will be unknown. The crisp voice of the Phoenix Guardian sounded from time to time, which made Li Xian tremble with fear. He couldn't help but said, "Is there no way to stop it? You found me here, so you must have thought of a way, right?" "Yes. The super universe restarts itself because it feels threatened. As long as the threatening creatures in the universe are eliminated, the super universe will not feel the threat, and it will not restart, but repair itself instead. I asked you to come here to get rid of this threat," the Phoenix Guardian said faintly. "Get rid of the threat? Who is the threat?" Li Xian asked with a frown. "It's me." The Phoenix Guardian's voice was helpless. She was silent for a while, and then spoke again. "I fought with the Abyss Demon God until the end, and I realized the seriousness of the matter. I also felt the rejection and murderous intent of the super universe towards us. Under the rejection of the super universe, the Abyss Demon God and I condensed into a fusion body, and are changing in an unknown direction. I don't know what it will become, but it will definitely be a disaster for the creatures in the world, because the breath we emit alone can be transformed into a tombstone of the world-destroying race. And even the Abyss is unwilling to face a powerful tombstone of the world-destroying race. There are too many tombstones of this kind. And even if the universe is restarted, humans will not appear again. So I hope you can kill me and the Abyss Demon, absorb our power, and guard the space crack here until it is completely repaired." "Why did you choose me?" Li Xian asked in confusion. Chapter 469. Who is Li Xian? "Because you are very special, you can integrate various powers, and you are very suitable for controlling our power. Except you, I can't find a second person. You don't know, I have been waiting for the successor for many years. In order to find the successor, I even left 3 drops of blood to find the successor. At that time, Qin Zhantian got the 3 drops of blood, but he couldn't take it because of his gender, and finally gave it to Qin Yu, but unfortunately she was too weak, and couldn't bear my power at all. Later, Qin Yu saved you in the God Realm world. At that time, I noticed you and discovered your specialness. You don't know how happy I am. I finally found the successor. I always looked forward to your return to help this world. Finally, you came to me again. Now, please help this world, control our power, and absorb it if possible." After the voice of the Phoenix Guardian fell, without giving Li Xian time to react, it directly released the power of a mountain torrent and tsunami. That power was too terrifying, sweeping across the 4 directions like a rolling black cloud, directly turning the tombstones in all directions into ashes, vanishing into nothingness. After doing all this, the mist monster transformed by the Phoenix Guardian and the Abyss Demon directly drilled into Li Xian's forehead and completely disappeared. Ding! Receive the power of the Great Wolf Phoenix Guardian. This power is judged to be kind to you, and began to absorb. Ding! Receive the power of the Great Wolf Abyss Demon. This power is judged to be hostile plus compromising to you, and began to absorb. As the mechanical sound rang out, a huge amount of power surged past, and swept through Li Xian's mind. His entire body was gradually enveloped by the black mist, and his body slowly transformed into the black mist. At this moment, the entire divine world began to tremble, and a terrible force, like a catastrophe, swept across the 4 directions. What was even more terrifying was that a huge power of heaven slowly descended, locked onto Li Xian, and stared at Li Xian majestically and without any emotion. That huge power of heaven was the subconscious of the super universe. It did not have much wisdom, but just mechanically operated in its own way to eliminate any threats. Now, a terrifying force surged in Li Xian's body, which was naturally the biggest threat, and the target that needed to be eliminated. At this moment, The super-large universe locked onto Li Xian, quietly paying attention to him. When Li Xian gradually turned into a black fog monster, and became a growing threat to the world, the will of the world finally moved, and began to eliminate Li Xian's existence and influence. All the people and creatures that had contact with Li Xian began to change. Even his contract with Qin Yu disappeared. This is not the point. The point is that even the traces of Li Xian's existence began to change, fade, and slowly disappear. Li Xian fusion is heading in a strange direction, not success, nor failure, but heading towards a forbidden direction of self-sublimation. This is also not what the will of the super universe wants to see, so the will of the universe began to influence him, remove him, eliminate his existence? Sorry, the path you expect is not what I want. I have found a path of sublimation. As long as I can succeed, I will become a taboo existence, I will control death, and even leave the super universe, which is true transcendence. Li Xian murmured softly, not transforming into a black fog monster, but his body expanded violently, evolving into a terrifying creature that transcended taboos. But under the constant influence and interference of the super universe, Li Xian's eyes turned blood red, endless killing intent enveloped the world of the gods, scared billions of creatures to tremble. Qin Yu World. Blackstone City, City Lord Mansion. Qin Yu took the paintbrush, silently painted Li Xian's portrait, outlining Li Xian's handsome face. Song Xiaomei watched from the side, giving some suggestions from time to time. As the two chatted, they gradually formed Li Xian's painting. Suddenly, Qin Yu covered her heart, stood up suddenly, and a deep pain rose from her heart. Contract? The contract is broken. The contract between me and Li Xian disappeared. Qin Yu said in panic. Li Xian? Who is Li Xian? Song Xiaomei looked at Qin Yu blankly, not understanding what she was talking about. It's Li Xian. My husband? Xiaomei. Don't you remember him? Qin Yu looked at Song Xiaomei in surprise. Your husband? Strange, I feel confused, I can't remember anything. What happened? My head hurts. Song Xiaomei covered her head tightly. She was in a state of confusion, and felt a splitting headache. What's wrong with you? The black girl in the distance saw the situation here, and hurried over to ask about it. At this time, the black girl saw Li Xian on the drawing paper, and wondered. Who are you drawing? He's quite handsome, but a little blurry. You don't know him? Qin Yu looked at He Nui in disbelief, then looked at Song Xiaomei, and found that they didn't seem to be lying, which shocked Qin Yu. She quickly lowered her head, and looked at the painting she had just completed. However, what shocked her was that Li Xian on the drawing paper had faded a lot. It was like a blurred old photo after many years. The key point was that Qin Yu found that she felt a little unfamiliar with Li Xian in the portrait. This made Qin Yu tremble with fear. She didn't want to forget Li Xian, so she anxiously took out the dagger, and carved Li Xian's name on her white palm. Blood flowed down her palm. Qin Yu wiped it clean carefully, and looked at her palm carefully, looking at the name she had just carved. However, the name she had just carved had actually faded a little, which frightened Qin Yu again, because she found that she was a little more unfamiliar with Li Xian, and even the Li Xian on the drawing paper had become blurred. No, I can't forget Li Xian. I can't forget my husband. I must remember him forever. Qin Yu will penetrate it into her soul, mobilizing the golden silk thread in her soul, condensing Li Xian's portrait through the silk thread, and forcibly solidifying the golden silk thread forever. At this time, Qin Yu found that her memory was becoming more and more blurred, and she was becoming more and more unfamiliar with Li Xian, and everything began to change. But in her soul, the golden thread of Li Xian became clearer and clearer. Qin Yu drew it in her soul again and again, not wanting to forget Li Xian. But her power was too weak compared to the super universe. Her memory gradually disappeared, leaving only the obsession in her heart, and she drew the portrait of Li Xian in her soul again and again. That's it. Time passed, and soon 3 years passed. There was almost no trace of Li Xian's existence in this world, and everyone had forgotten his existence. Even Yi Fan, the son of destiny, had forgotten who Li Xian was. Only in Qin Yu's soul was there a portrait of Li Xian, but only the portrait remained, and the name and all the information were forgotten. She only remembered through obsession that she was waiting for someone to return. On this day, the space cracks in this world collapsed, and the abyss finally began to invade, and the dense abyss army invaded this world, and the catastrophe came. Chapter 470 Finale. Facing the powerful abyss world, the human race could not stop it at all, and was finally defeated in despair. He Nui died in the battle. Song Xiaomei was buried in Blackstone City. Yi Fan was drowned in the abyss monster, and his gun was broken and he died. Qin Yu fought bloody battles for 7 days and 7 nights with a long knife, and stared at the sky in the afterglow of the sunset. She remembered that she was waiting for someone to return, a very important person, but unfortunately, she could not remember. She only knew that that person was very important to her. Boom! The city of Hope collapsed. The last piece of pure land of the human race was destroyed, and all the creatures in the world were buried here. And Qin Yu also exploded in the afterglow of the sunset, and disappeared. Time continued to pass, and thousands of years passed. The powerful abyss swept across all worlds, except the ancient god world. No world could stop the invasion of the abyss. The world of summoned beasts, the world of Tyrannosaurus, the world of Lord of Flame, the world of King of Sea Source, the world of Adai. One world after another was destroyed and absorbed, turned into pure power and absorbed by the abyss. Under such attacks, the abyss continued to expand, and finally destroyed all the worlds after 1,000 years. Only the ancient God Realm and the God Realm world still existed. Another 1,000 years passed. The ancient God Realm collapsed, and was destroyed by the invasion of the abyss. The abyss also paid a heavy price to defeat the ancient God Realm, and destroyed too many layers of the abyss world. Only the last 100,000 layers of the world remained in the entire abyss. In order to continue to survive, the abyss invaded the God Realm world again, and began the final battle. Thousands of years later, the shallow danger zone, the middle danger zone, the deep danger zone of the God Realm world disappeared. Even the central danger zone disappeared, only the core area remained. And the core area became the nightmare of the abyss. After the abyss paid 9,999 worlds, it still failed, only the last abyss core world remained. On this day, the energy absorption of the super universe finally stopped, the self-repair of the space crack was finally completed, and the crack disappeared. On this day, a strong vitality spread in the super world, and new worlds began to emerge. On the same day, a person woke up, and his blood-red eyes scanned the entire super world, and even looked at the chaos outside the super world. This person's body was 10,000 meters long, and his terrifying figure was like a mountain, which gave people a strong pressure. Even his speed made the super world tremble. This person was none other than Li Xian, who suddenly became a transcendent existence, like the Lord of Taboo. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed dramatically. Li Xian's eyes were complicated, and his blood-red eyes were staring at the location of Qin Yu world, and then he looked at the abyss that still existed. Looking at the only abyss core that still existed in the super universe, Li Xian showed a cold smile. Since there is only one core left, there is no need for it to exist, dissipate. Li Xian's big hand slapped the abyss core world, and the big hand turned into an infinite giant hand in the process of slapping, with transcendent power, slamming fiercely towards the huge abyss world. Amid the trembling will of the abyss and the desperate roar, the big hand fell with a bang. There was no roar, no explosion, no loud noise. The abyss that had existed for endless years dissipated, and it could not even resist, and directly turned into the purest energy. This energy began to be absorbed by the super universe, but most of it was intercepted and absorbed by Li Xian. In the entire super universe, there will be no more abysses. Next, it is to change fate against the will of heaven and pry open life and death. A divine light flashed in Li Xian's blood-red eyes. His huge right hand tapped the void. Soon, a life mark emerged from the super universe and floated in the air. Li Xian carefully placed the life mark in his palm and cast 10,000 divine lights to protect it in the center, preventing it from being hurt at all. Then Li Xian continued to tap the void, and another bunch of life marks appeared. Li Xian selected some familiar ones and cast 10 divine lights to protect them. The remaining marks were only protected by one divine light. After doing all this, Li Xian looked at the resurrecting super universe and estimated the time when each world was born. He leveraged fate, set the time of resurrection for these soul marks, and then fell into a deep sleep, ready to wait for that person's call. Time continued to pass, and soon tens of millions of years passed. The various worlds appeared one after another, and various races were born in the world, and various exotic beasts were also born. The entire super universe officially reached the time of vigorous development. Many years have passed. In a world called Shinjo, the light of life marks flashed. The human race began to be born in this world, and multiplied. Many years later, a human dynasty was born. The name of the dynasty was Qin Dynasty, a small dynasty that fought with alien races. In this world, the human race was weak, and the major races occupied the top of the world, and the endless alien beasts became the enemy of the human race. The human race could only hide in the huge Gourd Valley and survive. This Hulu Valley is the holy land of the human race. There are two cities at the mouth of Hulu Valley and the waist of Hulu Valley, respectively called the City of Hope and the Blackstone City, which are also the first and second lines to block the strange beasts. On this day, the City of Hope was destroyed. The King of Qin died in battle. The general died, and the most elite army of the human race was buried in the beast tide, and no bones were left. The strange beasts rushed into the Blackstone City like a tide, and despair enveloped everyone's heart. At this time, the only member of the royal family of Qin, the little princess of Qin, Qin Yu, walked to the Blackstone City, looking at the dense beast tide outside the city. Her little face turned pale. Princess Qin Yu, what should we do? Our remaining soldiers can't stop the beast tide at all. We are probably finished. The girl with a ponytail, wearing guard armor, and leading a big black bear ran to Qin Yu and said worriedly, her name is Song Xiaomei. She is a guard of the palace, and one of Qin Yu's subordinates. There are some guards behind her, named Chu Wanqiu, Yi Fan, Ah Dai, Mo Er, Jiang Yuan, etc. They hold their weapons tightly, guard on the city wall, and look at the increasing beast tide outside the city with worry. The elite of the human race has completely fallen. There are not many soldiers in Blackstone City, and most of them are old, weak and disabled. Even with the guards, this number of people cannot stop the beast tide. So at this moment, everyone looked outside the city with worry, and couldn't help turning their heads to look at Qin Yu. Don't worry. I have another way. Qin Yu smiled slightly, and tried to keep calm on her pale face. She was also filled with despair, because she could not stop the beast tide at all. But she had a little secret in her heart. That is, every time she encountered danger, there would always be some kind of power protecting her. That power was very terrible, with destructive characteristics. Qin Yu had always been very wary of this power, and did not dare to easily trigger it. But now, looking at the tide of beasts, looking at the monsters like locusts, she knew that the only thing she could do was to rely on this power. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu stepped onto the city wall, and raised her hands in the midst of everyone's worry and despair. I don't know who you are, but if you can hear my voice, please help me. I am willing to sacrifice myself, just hoping that you can save my kingdom. Qin Yu spoke in a clear voice, not loud, but powerful. The guards and soldiers around heard this, looked at Qin Yu blankly, not knowing what she was doing, why she made such a move. Just at this time, just when everyone was puzzled, the sky suddenly ripped apart. Two huge arms ruthlessly tore the sky in half, revealing a terrifying figure like a demon god. This figure was extremely huge, and its huge head filled the sky, looking down on all living beings and everything like a god. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Millions of beasts were paralyzed on the ground in fear, not daring to move. Even the chirping of insects and birds disappeared. At the moment when everyone was horrified, the sky gradually darkened. The demon-like figure slowly approached, carefully watching the petite and delicate little princess Qin Yu in Blackstone City. Qin Yu, I've finally waited for you. The demon-like figure turned into a beam of light, and came in front of Qin Yu, turning into a handsome young man in white clothes, excitedly hugged Qin Yu in his arms, unwilling to let her go. You. Qin Yu stared blankly at the handsome young man in front of her, thinking of the portrait she saw in her soul. Her eyes widened. Sorry, I scared you. Next, I will help you recover all the memories of your past life. Li Xian raised his index finger and gently tapped Qin Yu's forehead. Instantly, a huge amount of memories filled Qin Yu's mind and were gradually absorbed by her. After a long time, Qin Yu was shocked and looked at Li Xian with unbelievable eyes. Li Xian, it's really you. Sorry I'm late. Li Xian rubbed Qin Yu's hair and said, No, I'm not late. I'm very happy, really, as long as you are still alive. Qin Yu shook her head and said with tears of joy, Don't worry, from now on no one can hurt you, not even this super universe. Li Xian's thoughts moved slightly. The boundless beast tide outside the city disappeared directly in the shocked eyes of everyone. Let's go to the world I created. I will help you have endless life, let you have the power to dominate your destiny, and even take you to the world outside the super universe. Li Xian took Qin Yu's little hand, said in a gentle voice, not willing to let go even a little bit. Can you take Sister Xiaomei with you? I don't want to leave her behind. Qin Yu hurriedly looked at Song Xiaomei not far away. Of course. Except her, I will take everyone here with me, and let them stay in my world. Li Xian looked at Song Xiaomei, and the big black bear following her, then waved his hand, accepted them into his own world, and also accepted all the humans in Hulu Valley into his own world. After doing all this, Li Xian embraced Qin Yu and walked in the air, walking step by step towards the sky in the colorful divine light, towards the world outside the super universe. That is the real chaotic universe, and also the infinite world. In the chaotic universe, there are countless super universes. And even in the chaotic universe, Li Xian is the most difficult existence, the real transcendent existence of the Lord of Taboo. The book is over.